Blackstone Audio presents A Higher Call, an incredible true story of combat and chivalry in the war-torn skies of World War II, by Adam Makos with Larry Alexander. This book is read by Robertson Dean. In a church graveyard in Garmisch, Germany, a headstone stands against the backdrop of the Alps. Mounted to the stone is a photo etched on a porcelain circle, an image of a farm boy hugging a cow. He was killed while serving in World War II. This book is dedicated to him and all the young men who answered their country's calls but never wanted war. Introduction. On December 20th, 1943, in the midst of World War II, an era of pain, death, and sadness, an act of peace and nobility unfolded in the skies over northern Germany. An American bomber crew was limping home in their badly damaged B-17 after bombing Germany. A German fighter pilot in his Bf-109 fighter encountered them. They were enemies, sworn to shoot one another from the sky. Yet what transpired between the fighter pilot and the bomber crewman that day, and how the story played out decades later, defies imagination. It had never happened before, and it has not happened since. What occurred, in most general terms, may well be one of the most remarkable stories in the history of warfare. As remarkable as it is, it's a story I never wanted to tell. Growing up, I had loved my grandfather's stories from World War II. One had been a crewman on B-17s, and the other a Marine. They made model airplanes with my younger brother and me, which we invariably destroyed. They took us to air shows. They planted a seed of interest in that black and white era of theirs. I was transfixed. I read every book about World War II that I could get my hands on. I knew that the greatest generation were the good guys, knights dispatching evil on a worldwide crusade. Their enemies were the Black Knights, the Germans and the Japanese. They were universally evil and beyond redemption. For being a complex war, it seemed very simple. On a rainy day, my life changed a little. I was 15 and living in rural Pennsylvania. My siblings, best friend, and I were bored, so we decided to become journalists. That day, we started a newsletter on my parents' computer, writing about our favorite thing, World War II aviation. We printed our publication on an inkjet printer. It was 3 pages long and had a circulation of 12 readers. A year later, my life changed a lot. It was the summer after my freshman year in high school, when my neighbor, classmates, and teacher were killed. A great tragedy struck our small town of Montoursville, called TWA Flight 800. 16 of my schoolmates and my favorite teacher were traveling to France aboard a 747 jetliner. They were all members of the school French club. Their plane exploded mid-air off the coast of Long Island. I had planned to be with them. I had initially signed up for the trip, but faced a tough choice. My mom had sold enough Pampered Chef products in her part-time job to earn a vacation for our family to Disney World. The only catch was that the Disney trip was the same week as the school trip to France. I chose Disney with my family. I was in Disney when the USA Today newspaper appeared on the floor outside our hotel room to announce the crash. 230 deaths, and the first reference to a shattered, small Pennsylvania town. When I returned home, my parents' answering machine was full of condolences. In their haste to identify who had gone with the French club, someone had posted the roster of the students who had initially signed up for the trip to France, and my name was there. The funerals were tragic. When school resumed, my neighbor Monica was missing from the bus stop. Jessica always boarded the bus before us, but she was gone. My best friend among any and all girls, Claire, no longer sat next to me in class, and Mrs. Dickey no longer led the lessons. She was a great lady, a lot like Paula Deen, the jovial Southern TV chef. When we picked our adopted French names that we would be called during class hours, I had picked Fabio, It wasn't even French, but it was funny, and Mrs. Dickey let me keep it. That's the kind of lady she was. Flight 800 taught me that life is precious because it is fragile. I can't say I woke up one day and started living passionately and working faster to make some impact on the world. It never happens in an instant. But looking back, I see that it happened gradually. By the end of high school, my siblings, friend, and I had turned our hand-stapled newsletter into a neatly bound magazine with a circulation of 7,000 copies. While our friends were at football games and parties, we were out interviewing World War II veterans. We continued the magazine in college and missed all the Greek parties and whatever else kids do in college because we were meeting veterans on the weekends, at air shows, museums, and reunions. We interviewed fighter pilots, bomber gunners, transport crewmen, and anyone who flew. On our magazine's cover, we wrote our mission: preserving the sacrifices of America's veterans. People began noticing our little magazine. Tom Brokaw, who penned The Greatest Generation, wrote us a letter to say we were doing good work. Tom Hanks met us at the groundbreaking of the World War II Memorial in Washington and encouraged us to keep it up. Harrison Ford met us at the Air Venture Air Show in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. He read our magazine on the spot and gave us a thumbs up. So did James Cameron, the director of Titanic, when we met him in New York City. After college, we worked for our magazine full-time. We worked faster and harder because we knew the World War II veterans were fading away. As the magazine's editor, I enforced our 3 journalistic rules: get the facts right, tell stories that show our military in a good light, and ignore the enemy. We do not honor them. As for that last rule, we never had to worry about ignoring Japanese veterans. There were none in America that we knew of. But the German veterans were different. We crossed paths with them several times. At the air show in Geneseo, New York, an old World War II German fighter pilot named Oskar Busch flew his sailplane for the crowd. He did beautiful gliding routines at age 77. But did I ever go to talk with him when he stood by his plane alone? No way. In Doylestown, Pennsylvania, I met an old German jet pilot, Dr. Kurt Fox, at a museum unveiling of a restored German jet. Did I care what he had seen or done? Not a chance. I read about Germans like them in my books, saw them in movies, and that was enough. I agreed with Indiana Jones when he said, "Nazis, I hate these guys." To me, the Germans were all Nazis. They were jackboot zombies who gathered in flocks to salute Hitler at Nuremberg. They ran concentration camps. They worshipped Hitler. Worse, they tried to kill my friends, the 80-year-old World War II veterans who had become my heroes. But something began to puzzle me. I noticed that the aging American World War II pilots talked about their counterparts, the old German World War II pilots, with a strange kind of respect. They spoke of the German pilots' bravery, decency, and this code of honor that they supposedly shared. Some American veterans even went back to Germany, to the places where they'd been shot down, to meet their old foes and shake hands. Are you kidding? I thought. They were trying to kill you. They killed your friends. You're supposed to never forget. But the veterans who flew against the Germans thought differently. For once, I thought the Greatest Generation was crazy. I had not been out of college a year when I called an old American bomber pilot named Charlie Brown. I had heard of him and had sent him a magazine and letter to ask if I could interview him. Legend had it that Charlie's bomber got shot to pieces, and there was a twist, although I couldn't quite catch the full story at first. Supposedly, he had some unusual connection with a German pilot named Franz Stiegler, whom he called his older brother. Charlie agreed to an interview, then he threw me for a loop. "Do you really want the whole story about what happened to me and my crew?" Charlie asked. "You bet," I said. "Then I don't think you should start by talking with me," Charlie said. "Really?" I asked. "If you really want to learn the whole story, learn about Franz Stiegler first," Charlie said. He's still alive. Find out how he was raised and how he became the man he was when we met over Europe. Better yet, go visit him. He and his wife are living up in Vancouver, Canada. When you have his story, come visit me and I'll tell you mine." I was about to make excuses and tell Charlie I had little interest in a German fighter pilot's perspective when he said something that shut me up. "In this story," Charlie said, "I'm just a character. Franz Stiegler is the real hero." When I booked my ticket to Vancouver in February 2004, I had to explain to my young magazine partners why I was spending $600 of our limited funds to fly across the continent to break my own rule. I was going to interview, in my words, a Nazi pilot. I was 23 years old. I flew to Vancouver and took a cab into the Canadian countryside. It was raining and dark. The next morning I left my hotel to meet Franz Stiegler. I never envisioned that Charlie Brown had pushed me into one of the greatest untold stories in military history. I ended up spending a week with Franz. He was kind and decent. I admitted to him that I thought he was a Nazi before I met him. He told me what a Nazi really was. A Nazi was someone who chose to be a Nazi. A Nazi was an abbreviation for a National Socialist. The National Socialists were a political party. As with political parties in America, you had a choice to join or not. Franz never joined them. Franz's parents voted against the Nazis before the Nazis outlawed all other political parties. And here I'd thought it was in every German's blood. I never called Franz a Nazi again. After my week with Franz, I flew to Miami and spent a week with Charlie. We had a blast and drank scotch each night after my interviews. We published the story of Charlie and Franz in our magazine. Our readers loved it. So in the next issue, we published a sequel to our first story. But this was not enough. Our readers wanted more. So I asked Charlie and Franz if they would let me write their story as a book, The Tale of Two Enemies. They agreed. Little did we know that the process of writing this book would span 8 years. What you'll read in the following pages is built around 4 years of interviews with Charlie and Franz and 4 years of research on and off. I say on and off because I was still busy with Valor Studios, the military publishing company that our once tiny newsletter had become. I interviewed Franz and Charlie at their homes, at air shows, over the phone, and by mail. Charlie and Franz were always gracious and patient. If I had been them, I would have kicked me out and said that's enough. But Charlie and Franz kept talking, remembering things that made them laugh and cry. I must stress that I simply compiled this story. They lived it. Through the stories they told me, they relived a painful time in their lives, World War II, because they knew that you would someday read this book, even if they were not around to read the final copy themselves. This book is their gift to us. In addition to the foundation of interviews from Charlie and Franz, dozens of other World War II veterans shared their time to talk to me and my staff. From Doc, the navigator on Charlie's bomber, to a former 14-year-old German flak gunner named Otto. 3 times my research took me to Europe, where much of this story is set. I toured bomber bases in England with 80-year-old B-17 pilots and scaled Mount Erice in Sicily, searching for a cave that had once been a headquarters. I followed historians around fighter airfields and into musty bunkers in Germany and Austria. The archivists at the German Bundesarchives, the National Archives of England, and the U.S. Air Force Historical Research Agency assisted me in finding rare documents. I've drawn from my magazine adventures, too. The Air Force let me fly in a fighter jet with an instructor pilot to learn fighter tactics. I flew a restored B-17 bomber to feel how it responded to a turn, and rode in a B-24 bomber, too. In September 2008, I flew into Baghdad, Iraq, in the cockpit of a C-17 transport. From there, I traveled to Camp Anaconda, to feel the desert's heat and get a glimpse of a soldier's life by accompanying them on patrols. I figured it was impossible to write about warfare without having ever heard gunfire. What follows is the book that the old me, with my old prejudices, would have never written. When I first phoned the World War II bomber pilot named Charlie Brown, all I wanted was 30 minutes of his time. But what I found was a beautiful story worth every minute of 8 years. The story has plenty of questions about the prudence of war and the person we call the enemy. But mostly, it begs a question of goodness. Can good men be found on both sides of a bad war? Adam Makos, Denver, Colorado, September 2012. 1. A Stranger in My Own Land. March 1946, Straubing, Germany. Franz Stiegler buried his hands in the pockets of his long, tattered wool coat as he shuffled along the streets of the small, bombed-out city. The frigid air crystallized his breath in the early morning sunlight. He walked with small, fast steps and hugged himself to keep warm against the wind. Franz was 30 years old, but looked older. His strong jaw was gaunt from weight loss, and his sharp, hawk-like nose seemed even pointier in the icy air. His dark eyes bore hints of exhaustion, but still glimmered with optimism. A year after the war had ended, the economy across Germany remained broken. Franz was desperate for work. In a land destroyed and in need of rebuilding, brickmaking had become Straubing's primary industry. Today, he had heard the brick mill was hiring day laborers. Franz scurried through the town's massive square, Ludwig's Place, his black leather boots clopping along the frozen cobblestones. The square faced east and welcomed the morning sun. In its center sat City Hall, an ornate green building with a tall white clock tower. The hall's tall windows and carved cherub figurines shimmered. City Hall had been one of the few buildings spared. Around Franz, clumps of other buildings sprawled in the shadows, vacant and roofless, their window frames charred from bombs and fires. Straubing had once been a fairy tale city in Bavaria, the Catholic region of southern Germany, where people loved their beer and any excuse for a festival. The city had been filled with a rainbow of houses with red roofs, office buildings with green Byzantine domes, and churches with white Gothic towers. Then, on April 18, 1945, the American heavy bombers had come, the planes the Germans called the Four Motors. In bombing the city's train yards, the bombers had destroyed a third of the city itself. 2 weeks later, Germany would surrender, but not before the city lost the colors from its rooftops. The clock chimed, its echo bouncing throughout the square. 8 a.m. A line of German civilians extended across the square from the city hall, where the American GIs handed out food stamps. Most of the people waited for their stamps in silence. Some argued. 10 years earlier, Hitler had promised to care for the German people, to give them food, shelter, and safety. He gave them ruin. Now the Western Allies, the Americans, British, and French, cared for the German people instead. The Allies called their effort the reconstruction of Germany. The reconstruction was mostly a humanitarian undertaking, but also a strategic one. The Western Allies needed Germany to be the front for the Cold War against the Soviet Union. So the Americans, who occupied southern Germany and Bavaria, decided to fix what was broken, in Germany's interest as well as their own. Rather than traverse around the line of somber people, Franz wiggled through them. Some yelled at him, thinking he was trying to cut in front. Franz kept waddling through the masses. He noticed that the people's eyes were drawn to his boots. Franz's jacket had moth holes. It had been his father's. His green Bavarian breeches had patches on the knees. But his boots were unusual. They covered his calves, and yellow mutton wool peeked over the tops. A silver zipper ran up the inside of each boot, and a black cross strap with a buckle spanned the front of the ankle. His boots were the mark of a pilot. A year earlier, Franz had worn them proudly in the thin air 6 miles above Earth. There he flew a Messerschmitt 109 fighter with a massive Daimler-Benz engine. When other men walked in the war, he flew at 400 miles per hour. Franz had led 3 squadrons of pilots, about 40 men, against formations of 1,000 American bombers that stretched 100 miles. In 3 years, Franz had entered combat 487 times and had been wounded twice, burned once, and somehow always came home. But now he had traded his black leather flying suit, his silk scarf, and his gray officer's crush cap for the dirty, baggy clothes of a laborer. His pilot's boots he kept. They were the only footwear he owned. As he hurried along the street, Franz saw men and women crowded around the town message board to read its notes held by thumbtacks against the wind. There was no mail service and there were no phone lines anymore, so people turned to the board for word of lost family members. Some 7 million people were now homeless in Germany. Franz saw a cluster of women standing behind the lift gate of an American army truck. From inside the covered truck bed, gum-chewing GIs dropped duffels of laundry to the women while practicing sweet-talking in German. The women giggled and departed, each carrying 2 bags. They were headed for the old park north of the city, where a branch of the Danube River curved along the town. There, the women would kneel on the banks and scrub the GI's laundry in the icy water. It was cold work, but the Americans paid well. The city's main street ran north to the river. Franz turned, started down it, and encountered a new rush of humanity. He stopped in his tracks and gulped. He was too late. Every building on this block had a long line of men standing in front. They were all looking for work. Some men blew into their hands. Others twisted back and forth at the waist to stay warm. Most were veterans and wore the same gray tunics and long coats they had worn in the war. The thread outlines from patches they had torn away were still visible. Like Franz, they were competing for the scraps of a desolate economy. The brickyard was farther down the street, and Franz hoped its line was shorter. He kept walking and passed people working in a bombed-out building, its wall open to the street. Under a canvas tarp, men in winter clothes huddled at their desks while repairing small motors. A woman missing an arm walked among them, delivering their work orders. A honking horn warned Franz to jump to the curb as an American jeep, the constabulary patrol, raced past, its GI riders wearing clean white helmets. The Americans provided law and order, while a small force of unarmed German police assisted with local matters. Some of the German veterans still looked away whenever the jeeps raced by. Ahead, sitting on the bench where the buses used to stop, Franz saw the footless veteran. Every day the same man sat there in his tattered army uniform. He looked 40 years old, but could have been 20. His hair was long, his stubble gray, and his eyes blinked nervously, as if he had seen 1,000 hells. He was a vision of a bad past that everyone wanted to forget. The footless veteran wobbled his mess kit in the air, looking for a handout. Franz fished in his pocket and dropped a food stamp into the man's empty dish. Franz did this every time he saw the veteran, and he wondered if that was why the man always sat on the same bench. The veteran never said thanks or even smiled. He just gazed at Franz forlornly. For a moment, Franz was glad he had flown above the ground war. 6 years of hand-to-hand fighting and months in Allied POW camps had left scores of veterans in the same predicament as the panhandler, listless and broken. But they were the lucky ones. The men captured by the Soviets were still missing. Franz felt his lunch in his pocket, 2 slices of oat bread. He was not too proud to take handouts from the victors. Handouts meant 800 calories of food a day and survival. When Franz was a pilot, he had been well fed, a tradition begun in the First World War, when pilots were aristocrats who had to live well if they were to die painfully. In World War II, good food was considered a job perk, since no amount of money could convince a man to do what pilots did. During the war, Franz had dined on champagne, cognac, crusty bread, sausages, cold milk, fresh cheese, fresh game, and all the chocolate and cigarettes he could handle. After the war, Franz had forgotten the feeling of being full. A long line of workmen had already gathered at the brickyard. Franz groaned. The line wound down the length of the sidewalk from the destroyed building that had become the mill. These days, bricks didn't have far to travel to be useful, only a block or two away, so the mill had sprung up in the middle of the city. The men in the brickyard line were a rough mix of laborers. Baking bricks and distributing them was hard work. As Franz approached, they eyed his boots with silent judgment. Franz pretended not to notice. All he wanted was to work and blend in. He had been born an hour away, in tiny Hamburg, Germany, where his girlfriend was now living with his mother. Franz had tried to fit in there after the war, but the people knew he had been a fighter pilot and blamed him for the country's destruction. "You fighter pilots failed," they had yelled at him. "You did not keep the bombs from falling." So Franz decided to start over in Straubing, where he was a stranger. It was no use. The people of Straubing were as disenchanted with fighter pilots as everybody else in Germany. Once, fighter pilots had been the nation's heroes. Now the hostile eyes of the men around Franz confirmed a new reality. Fighter pilots had become the nation's villains. Franz turned from the glares of the men. 2 American GIs strolled down the street with German girls on their arms. In daylight, they could do this safely. At night, they were liable to be attacked. The girls were cold and starving, like everyone else, but they faced a choice: date a German man and go hungry, or date an American who could give them coffee, butter, cigarettes, and chocolate. Next to the boyish conquerors from the richest nation in the world, Franz and the German men in their work lines looked emasculated. He fell for the fatherland, she for cigarettes, the bitter German men would quip. Finally, the line moved forward, and Franz stood in front of a wooden folding table inside the brick mill. Behind the table sat the manager, a bald man with spectacles. Behind him, Franz saw workers packing red clay into molds and wheeling wheelbarrows of bricks. Franz handed his papers to the manager, then looked at his boots, hoping the man had not yet noticed them. Franz's papers listed First Lieutenant, Pilot, Air Force. Upon the war's end, Franz had surrendered to the Americans, who were hunting for him because he was one of Germany's top pilots who had flown the country's latest aircraft. The Americans had wanted his knowledge. Franz had cooperated, and his captors had given him release papers that said he was free to travel and to work. They had him released because his record was clean. He had never been a member of the National Socialist Party, the Nazis. "So, you were a pilot and an officer?" the manager asked. "Yes, sir," Franz said, and looked at the floor. "Bombers?" the manager asked. "Fighters," Franz said. He knew the man was baiting him, but Franz was not about to lie. The other workers in line began to whisper. "So a fighter pilot wants to get his hands dirty now," the manager said. "He wants to clean up the mess he caused?" "Sir, I just want to work," Franz said. Gesturing to the ruined city around him, the manager recited the line Franz had heard countless times before. "You didn't keep the bombs from falling." Biting his lip, Franz told the manager, "I just want to work." "Look elsewhere," the manager said. "I need this job," Franz said. He leaned close to the manager. "I've got people to care for. I'll work hard, harder than anyone else." The other men in line grumbled and crowded closer. "Move along," yelled a voice from behind. Someone pushed Franz. "Stop holding up the line," yelled someone else. They were angry for losing the war. They were angry at Hitler for misleading them. They were angry because another country now occupied theirs. But none of the men who surrounded Franz would admit this. They needed a scapegoat, and a fighter pilot stood right in front of them. "Get out!" the manager hissed at Franz. "You Nazis have caused enough trouble." Nazi. The word made Franz's eyes narrow with anger. Nazi was the new curse word the Germans had learned from the Americans. Franz was no Nazi. The Nazis were known to Franz as the Party, the National Socialists, power-hungry politicians and bureaucrats who had taken over Germany behind the fists of violent, disenchanted masses. They shouldn't have ever been in charge. They'd only come to power after the elections of 1933, when 12 parties campaigned for seats in Germany's parliament. Each party won a portion of the vote. There was no majority winner. In the end, the National Socialists won the most votes. 44% of Germany had voted in their favor. This 44% gave the Nazis, and their leader, Adolf Hitler, enough seats in parliament to eventually seize dictatorial powers. Soon after, Hitler and his Nazis outlawed all future elections and all other political parties except for theirs, which became known as the Party. Hitler and the Party took over Germany after 56% of the country had voted against them. Franz felt the blood beginning to boil behind his ears. He had been just 17, too young to vote in the 1933 election, although his parents had voted against the party. When Franz had come of age, he had never joined the party. The party had ruined his life. "I'm not a Nazi," Franz told the manager. "All I want is to work." "Be a man and move along," yelled someone from the line of men. Others jostled Franz. He felt the wind of angry breath on his neck. "Get off my back!" Franz shouted to them, twisting his shoulders. Nothing bothered Franz more than someone standing too close behind him. It was his fighter pilot's survival instinct to fear anyone or anything that approached from his back, his 6 o'clock. Franz knew if he turned around to face the angry men, it would only start a fight, so he avoided eye contact with any in the crowd. The manager picked up a phone mounted on the wall. Its line ran out the shattered window and into the street. He made a call, then told the other workers, "The police are coming." "Please don't," Franz said. "I've got a family to care for." The manager just sat back, his arms folded. Franz removed his cap, revealing a dent in his forehead where an American .50 caliber bullet had hit him in October 1944 after piercing his fighter's armored windshield. Franz pointed to the dent and said, "Don't rile me." The manager laughed. Franz fished inside his pocket and slapped a piece of paper on the table. It was a medical form from his former flight doctor, who had written that Franz's head injury and its resulting brain trauma could trigger adverse behavior. In reality, Franz had not suffered brain damage, just a dented skull. The doctor had given him the slip as a sort of get-out-of-jail-free card for anything Franz said or did wrong. The manager took the note, read it, and crumpled it up. "An excuse for cowardice," he told Franz. "You have no idea what we did," Franz said, clenching his fists. He had watched his fellow fighter pilots fight bravely until they died, one by one, while the party's leadership called them cowards, deflecting the blame for the destruction of Germany's cities onto them. In reality, Franz and his fellow fighter pilots never stood a chance against the Allies' industrial might and endless warplanes. Of the 28,000 German fighter pilots to see combat in World War II, only 1,200 survived the war. Franz leaned close to the man and whispered in his ear. Franz would remember what he told the manager. "See, I have a hole here, and if you don't keep quiet, I can't control what I'm going to do." Leaning back in his seat, the manager said, "Go ahead, try it." In one motion, Franz grabbed the manager by his collar, pulled him across the desk, and punched him between the eyes. The manager stumbled backward into a cabinet. Other laborers seized Franz and slammed him to the floor. One kicked Franz in the ribs, another punched him in a kidney. Together they ground his face into the dust-covered floor. "You have no idea!" Franz shouted, his cheek pinned to the tiles. 3 German police officers arrived and blew their whistles to part the mob. The laborers lifted their knees from Franz's back. The police hauled Franz up to his feet. The officers were strong and well-fed by their American overseers. Franz wanted to run, but could not escape. With tears in his eyes, the manager told the police that Franz had demanded work ahead of the others and refused to leave. The angry mob confirmed the manager's story. Franz denied the accusations, but he knew a losing battle when he saw one. He was going to jail. But he needed to get his papers back. Franz told the officer in charge that the manager held them. The officer motioned for the other police to take Franz away. "Wait, he still has my medical form." Franz objected. The manager handed over the note. The officer uncrumpled the waiver and read it to the other policeman. "Head wound, sustained in aerial combat." The officer pocketed both of Franz's papers and announced, "You're still coming with us." Franz knew there was no point in resisting. The officers dragged him past the line of workers and into the street. A rush of fearful thoughts raced through Franz's mind. How will I ever find work with an arrest record? What will I tell my girlfriend and mother? How will I provide for them? Exhausted from struggling against the mob, hurting from the beating, and overwhelmed with grief, Franz fell limp as the police hauled him away. The toes of his heavy black flying boots dragged against the rough, upturned stones where bombs had fallen. 2. Follow the Eagles. 19 years earlier, summer 1927, southern Germany. The small boy sprinted through the open pasture, his feet in tiny brown shoes. He chased the soaring wooden glider as its pilot took off into the sky. The boy wore thick knit Bavarian knee socks, green knickers, and a white shirt with short sleeves. He ran with arms outstretched. "Go, go, go!" he shouted as he waved the machine and its pilot onward. The glider resembled the skeleton of a dinosaur with a web of wires running within it. It flew 100 feet above the pasture, and the sound of flapping fabric trailed in its wake. The boy followed the glider to the pasture's edge and stopped when he could go no farther. He watched the contraption shrink into the distance over the rolling hills of Bavaria. The glider soared with a whoosh over a farmer herding cows. An older boy flew the craft and sat in a wicker seat positioned over a ski that ran the glider's length. There was no windshield or instrument panel, and only straps across the young pilot's shoulders secured him to the Spartan craft. Minutes later, the pilot steered the machine in for a landing. He aimed for a worn white strip of grass in a green field where many landings had happened before. There, on a hill next to the landing strip, sat a short, wide shed where the youngsters and their adult advisors of the glider club were finishing a picnic. The small boy stood waiting at the shed. He held a short-brimmed tweed hat in his hands. The pilot coasted from 100 feet to 50 feet to 25 feet and made a gentle 3-bump landing. The pilot put his legs down to keep the glider from tipping over as the small boy ran up to the machine and darted under its wing. The boy was 12-year-old Franz Stiegler. The pilot was Franz's 16-year-old brother, August. Franz stood alongside the cockpit as August removed his white safety straps. August swung his legs to earth and carefully lowered the glider to rest on its wingtip. Franz handed the hat to August, who removed his goggles and flopped the hat onto his head like an ace after a dawn patrol. August was dressed like Franz, in knee socks, knickers, and a white shirt with a tiny collar. The brothers were true Bavarians. Both had dark brown eyes, brown hair, and oval faces. August's face was longer and calmer than Franz's. August was straight-laced, a deep thinker, and often wore spectacles. Franz had youthful, chubby cheeks, and he was quiet, although quick to smile. August had been named Gustl Stiegler, but he preferred August. Franz had been named Ludwig Franz Stiegler, but went by Franz, which irked the boy's strong, proper, deeply Catholic mother. Their father was easygoing and allowed the boys to call themselves whatever they wanted. Franz praised August's flight, rehashing what he had seen as if August had not been there. August told Franz he was glad he had paid attention, because it would be Franz's turn next. The other 8 boys of the glider club converged around the brothers and helped carry the glider up the nearby hill to the flat launch point on top. August was the oldest of the boys and their leader. He was the best glider pilot we had. Franz would remember. We were brothers and best friends. Some of the boys were as young as 9 and were not yet allowed to fly. But on this day, Franz, age 12, was scheduled to become their youngest pilot. 2 adults in the glider club followed the boys up the hill. The men hauled a heavy black rubber rope used to launch the glider. One of the adults was Franz's father, also named Franz. He was a thin man with a tiny mustache and circular spectacles that looped over big ears. He hugged August, then helped Franz strap into the glider's thin, basket-like seat. The other adult was Father Joseph, a Catholic priest and the boys' teacher who handled 5th through 8th grades at their Catholic boarding school. Father Joseph was in his 50s and had gray hair around the sides of his head. His face was strong, and his eyes were blue and friendly. When Father Joseph was gliding, he traded his black robe and flat-brimmed hat for a white shirt and mountaineering pants. A large wooden cross dangled from his neck. Father Joseph walked around the glider, checking its surfaces. Both men had flown for the German Air Force in World War I. Franz's father had been a reconnaissance pilot. Father Joseph had been a fighter pilot. Both adults had a habit of downplaying their service in the war. From the bird's-eye perspective of pilots, they had seen the stacks of muddy corpses between the battle lines. When Germany lost the First War, the 2 men lost their jobs. In the Treaty of Versailles, the victorious French, British, and Americans stipulated that the German Air Force was to dissolve, and the Army and Navy were to disarm. Germany also needed to hand over its overseas colonies, allow foreign troops to occupy its western borderlands, and pay 132 billion Deutschmarks in damages, about $400 billion today. As they paid the price for the war they'd lost, Germany fell into a deep economic depression long before the great global financial collapse of 1929. Franz's father and Father Joseph had started the glider club to teach boys to enjoy the only good thing the war had taught them, how to fly. When the men had started the club, neither had enough money to buy a glider for the boys. Franz's father managed horses at a nearby estate. Father Joseph had left the military for the priesthood. They told the boys that if they wanted to learn to fly, they would have to build a glider themselves. After school each day for months, August, Franz, and the other boys collected scrap metal and sold it to buy the blueprints for a Steimerlippisch pupil training glider. Father Joseph wrangled a woodshed for them, high on a hill west of Amberg, the ancient ornate Bavarian town they all called home. There in the shed, on weekends and holidays, the boys began building the glider. Stacks of wood and fabric came first. Blueprints in hand, it took a year for them to build the glider. Safety inspections followed. Administrators from the Department of Transport would not let the boys ride without first checking out the craft. The verdict came back. The boys had done well and were cleared for takeoff. High on top of the hill, Franz tugged the canvas straps that held his shoulders to the glider's seat. 2 other boys held each wingtip to keep the glider from tilting over. Franz's father attached the rubber rope to a hook in the glider's nose, next to where the landing ski curved upward. Father Joseph and the other boys took hold of both ends of the rope, 3 per side. August knelt next to Franz. With a hand on his shoulder, he offered Franz some parting wisdom. "Stay below 30 feet and don't try to turn. Just get the feel of flying, then land." Franz nodded, too scared to speak. August took his place on the rope line. Franz's father reminded him, Land before you reach the end of the field. Franz nodded again. Franz's father sat on the ground and held the glider's tail. He was the biggest man and acted as the anchor. He shouted for Father Joseph and the others to pull the rope taut. They began to walk down the hill, spreading the rope into a V, with the glider at the center, the slack tightening, the rope quivering. Franz lifted his feet from the ground and extended his tiny legs to the rudder stick. He gripped the wooden control stick that jutted up from a box on the ski between his thighs. The control stick was attached to wires that extended to the wings and tail to make the glider maneuver. Father Joseph and the boys gripped the rope with all their might, pulling out all slack. The cord trembled with energy. "Okay, Franz," Father Joseph shouted up to him. "We launch on 3. Franz gave a wave. His heart pounded. Father Joseph led the count. 1, 2, 3. Everyone on the rope sprinted down the hill. The rope stretched with elastic energy, and Franz's father released the tail. Franz rocketed forward, then, instantly, straight up. Something was seriously wrong. Instead of a gradual, level takeoff, the glider blasted upward like a missile, carrying its 60-pound passenger toward the sun. "Push!" Franz's father screamed. "Push forward!" Franz jammed the control stick forward. The glider leveled off, nosed downward, then plunged. Frozen with fear, Franz flew straight toward the ground. Crack! The glider's nose plowed into the dirt. The machine tipped over, its wings thudding into the grass above Franz's head. Franz's father, brother, and Father Joseph sprinted to the glider. The other boys stood in shock. They were certain that Franz was dead. All they could see was the tops of the wings and the tail jutting into the air. The 2 men lifted the machine by the wing, and Franz flopped backward, still tied to his seat. He was mumbling and groggy. August unstrapped him and pulled Franz's limp body out of the glider. Slowly, Franz opened his eyes. He was stunned but unhurt. Franz's father clutched his son, hugging and crying at the same time. "It's my fault, not yours," Franz's father said. Turning to Father Joseph, Franz's father said, "The glider was designed for a heavier passenger. We forgot to compensate." Father Joseph nodded in agreement. After a few minutes, Franz walked wobbly from the wreck with August holding him up. He had made his first flight and first crash all at once. "I thought you did pretty well," August told Franz with a grin. "At least you stayed under 30 feet and didn't try to turn." The glider could be rebuilt, so the boys worked on it just as they had built it. Every weekend they would drag the glider's wing from the barn and replace its broken spars over sawhorses in the grass. Franz's task was to re-glue the wing ribs, while the older boys did more precise jobs, like cutting new ribs and fitting them. Franz brushed the glue over the wood's seams heavily, thinking that he would not miss a spot if he coated everything. Franz's father dropped in now and then to inspect their progress. When he came to Franz's work, he looked long and hard at the globs of glue piling up along each seam. Franz stood a few paces back, proudly. "It's a little sloppy, don't you think?" Franz's father observed. "I didn't miss a spot," Franz promised. "There's glue in places that didn't need it," Franz's father elaborated. "It doesn't bother me," Franz said. "The fabric will cover it." Franz's father gave him a lesson. "Always do the right thing, even if no one sees it." Franz admitted it was sloppy, but he promised, "No one will know it's there." "Fix it," his father advised, "because you'll know it's there." That day, and in the many that followed, when the other boys took breaks from their work to kick the soccer ball, Franz kept working. He wore his fingers bloody by shaving the excess glue with sandpaper. He smoothed the seams of each of the 20-odd ribs perfectly. When the boys rewrapped the wings with fabric, then coated the fabric with lacquer that would forever seal the glider's skeleton, no one noticed Franz's meticulous work, except for his father and him. Several months later, Franz shot into the skies with a sandbag tied to his waist. This time he soared, 100 feet above Bavaria. August ran below, waving Franz onward. Franz saw his craft's wings flex and bend with the turbulence. He could see the curving Danube River to the east. Turning to the south, he could see the foothills of the Alps. Turning west, he saw a swath of forest looming ahead, so he turned hard to avoid it. The air did not rise over a forest or river, every glider pilot knew. You steered for fields and hills, where the updrafts lifted your wings. Franz felt the rising air currents and saw birds above him, spiraling upward. August had told him, "The eagles know where the good air is. Follow them." 3. A feather in the wind. 5 years later, fall 1932, near Hamburg. Franz waited on the stone bench. It was just after the midday meal, and the tall walls of his Catholic boarding school loomed around him. Leafy trees above the walls cast thicker shadows. Monks in their brown robes darted along the corridors. Franz wore his school uniform, but his gray pants were grass-stained and his white shirt sullied and rumpled. Franz was now 17. The baby fat had melted from his cheeks, revealing a lean, strong jaw. One ear looked inflamed and red. Franz's mother, Anna, had enrolled him at the school. With August at a university studying to become a teacher, the boy's mother had decided that Franz would follow the path of the cloth. She longed to have a priest or monk in the family, and Franz had no problem with the plan. He loved his mother and cherished his faith. He planned to begin his priesthood studies when he graduated. There was one thing standing in the way of the plan. He had a girlfriend, and she was a secret, until now. Wearing his black robe, Father Joseph approached the bench where Franz sat. On the priest's face was a look of uncommon sternness. Graduation was still 6 months away, yet Franz knew he was in danger of being expelled. Father Joseph taught the younger boys at grade school, and although Franz was no longer his student, he had come to Franz's defense once before, when Franz was caught sneaking out on a windless day to fly his glider. But this day was different. Franz had snuck out during lunch and crept down to the brewery at the end of the street. He would have slipped back unnoticed, but the brewmaster had caught Franz in the bushes with his daughter. The brewmaster was a beefy sort and dragged Franz back to school before lunch hour ended, by his ear. Father Joseph knew Franz was a good student and a dutiful son to his parents and God. On Sundays, Franz sang in the boys' choir at St. Peter's Cathedral in Regensburg, 40 miles from his home. During the school's daily services, he wore the robes of an altar boy. "It's time to behave like a man," Father Joseph told Franz. "A future priest cannot be sneaking out like this." "You're right, Father," Franz said, hanging his head in shame. "A man thinks and acts for himself," Father Joseph said, "because he knows he only must answer to God." Franz nodded. "Are you certain you want to become a priest?" Father Joseph asked. "I think so, Father." "I'm not sure you do," Father Joseph said. "Your mother wants you to be a priest. What is it that you want to do with your life, Franz?" "I'd love to fly every day," Franz said quickly. "Then go do it," Father Joseph said. "Your mother will get over it." Nearly 5 years later, 1937. The muffled roar of 3 BMW radial engines announced the arrival of the Ju-52 airliner at Munich Airport's posh Lufthansa terminal. One by one, the plane's passengers entered the terminal, the women in their furs and flapper-era floppy-brimmed hats, and the men in their crisp fedoras and three-piece suits. At their heels trailed luggage-bearers in white coats, with bags in their gloved hands. The scents of cigar smoke, hair pomade, and French perfume drifted through the bustling breeze of the hustle, while upbeat piano music from a nearby lounge jingled over the pace of the traffic. Such was life in Germany in the post-Depression 1930s. In this time of renewed optimism and expansive power, the airplane, like the Autobahn, was a symbol of national pride and promise. Lufthansa stewardesses, immaculately coiffed in navy skirts, blouses with flowery collars, and chic headwear, crossed paths in the flux, some leaving the terminal, others heading for their gates. Pilots from every European nationality darted to and fro. Among them was Lufthansa pilot Franz Stiegler, now 22 years old. Clad in his navy suit with its yellow cuff bands, a crimson tie, and shimmering gold wings on his chest, Franz was a poster pilot for the airlines. He had come a long way since his life-altering talk with Father Joseph. After high school graduation, Franz had studied aeronautical engineering at the university in Würzburg, 2 hours northwest of his home in Hamburg. He liked his studies, but once again he had found himself in trouble. After class one day, a friend pulled Franz aside and invited him to attend the meeting of a secret student club. Franz went along and discovered an underground dueling club where the boys fought with sharpened swords. The boys covered their faces and necks and wore long sleeves and gloves, but still, the swords were real. The rules were simple. They could swipe at one another, but never stab. Franz joined because he liked the idea of pretending to be a knight. He picked up a few cuts on the top of his head, but none on his face. What Franz did not know was that the Catholic Church had an edict outlawing dueling. When the club was discovered, he was caught. Church officials excommunicated him. He wasn't bothered by the edict. It was just part of church policy, he reasoned. His faith remained intact. But Franz felt ashamed for his mother when he heard that every Sunday for 6 weeks his name had been read aloud during Mass at the cathedral in Regensburg, among the list of the excommunicated. The embarrassment over, Franz began to tighten his focus solely on his goal to fly. During the weekends, he began flight training at the local airport. It was called Airline Pilot School, and its instructors taught Franz to fly motor-driven planes at no cost. The government paid for the training because they wanted pilots. Faced with the choice of sitting in a classroom to learn about flying or actually doing it, Franz dropped out of the university and completed his flight training. When Europe's largest airline, Lufthansa, offered Franz a job, he jumped at the chance. For 4 years and 2,000 hours, Franz flew for the airline. His job wasn't typical. Instead of flying commercial airliners, he flew navigators as an international route check pilot. His role was to establish the quickest and safest flying routes between Berlin and London and over the Alps to Rome and Barcelona. During these long hauls, Franz filled his logbook with passport stamps and flight times. In a glamorous age of air travel, when zeppelins, trimotors, and seaplanes roamed the skies, Franz had never been happier. But on this day, as Franz walked through the airport, past its Art Deco lounges, a German Air Force officer waved and approached him. The officer was dressed similarly in a blue-gray blazer with a black tie, except he wore a brown belt and flared riding pants tucked into tall black boots. 2 years prior, there had not even been a German Air Force. In fact, there had not been one for 17 years. Then one day in 1935, Hitler defied the Versailles Treaty with the sweep of a pen and reinstituted the German Air Force, the Luftwaffe. The officer gave Franz a tall, sealed envelope. "Your orders," the officer said, his face grim. "Your country needs your service." Franz had suspected this day would come. "You didn't decide when you became Air Force," Franz would remember. "They decided for you." This was why the government had trained him for free. After the Versailles Treaty had outlawed their air force, the German government had secretly trained scores of new pilots like him and funded the national airline, Lufthansa, so that the nation would have seasoned pilots to one day rebuild the air force. The routes and times that France had been devising for Lufthansa, no doubt, had also found their way into the hands of the Air Force. The officer informed Franz that he was to serve as an instructor pilot. He would teach new pilots how to fly long distances using instruments. Franz would remain a civilian, the officer assured him. He would fly his Ju-52 airliner under the banner of the airlines, although his missions would serve the Air Force. The officer promised Franz that they had the airline's blessing. "Where will I be flying?" Franz asked. "You like the routes to Spain?" "I know them." Franz knew why the Air Force would have an interest in Spain. A year before, the Spanish Civil War had broken out between the socialist-leaning Republicans and the fascist-leaning nationalists. Germany was unofficially sending volunteers to fight for the fascist side. "You think it's smart to train pilots by flying them into a war zone?" Franz asked. "There also may be supplies in the belly of your plane," the officer said. The officer looked to Franz for his response. Franz nodded and accepted the assignment, knowing he had never had a choice in the first place. A year later, summer 1938, Eastern Germany. 1,000 feet above the trees, the silver biplane flew in the evening light over the nature preserve within the suburbs of the city of Dresden. The pilots flew from two open cockpits, one in front of the other. The instructor sat in front, the trainee behind him. The plane was a perfect marriage of beauty and ugly functionality. Its radial engine was open to the wind, and its spokes stuck out at all angles of the clock. Its landing gear was obtrusively fixed downward. The plane's flanks were long and silver, and wore the large black cross of the German Air Force. Painted on its elegantly curved tail was the smaller, crooked cross of the party, the swastika. The plane was a Heinkel 72 Cadet, designed for the Air Force as a pilot trainer. Franz flew the plane from the instructor's front seat. In the cockpit behind him sat a student pilot. After Franz's successful missions to Spain, the Air Force had wanted him to keep training its pilots, and so he remained an instructor. Franz sought to return to the airlines, but no longer had a choice. The airlines had given him to the Air Force. In his new role, the Air Force made Franz a head instructor at their pilot school for officers in Dresden. Franz's students were called cadets, but they were the cream of the crop. Some were already officers, and those who were not would become officers upon graduation. On this evening, Franz was supposed to be off duty, but he had volunteered to take a struggling pilot up for some extra practice. The boy was one of the worst flyers of the 20 in his class. Beneath his gray canvas flight helmet, the boy had a strong jaw, but fleshy, childlike features. His dark blue eyes darted with nervousness. The boy's name was Gerhard Barkhorn, but outside of class, everyone called him Gerd. He was from East Prussia and well-mannered. A quiet 19-year-old, Barkhorn had told Franz he wanted to fly fighters someday. Franz thought it unlikely, but gave him extra practice to help him toward his goal. Franz taught the B, or second level of instructing. In A-level training, pilots like Barkhorn had learned the basics of flying and had soloed after 40 hops. Franz's job now, over the course of 5 months, was to teach cadets the finer points of flying, skills such as distance flying, navigation, how to handle emergencies, and advanced aerobatics. B school was serious. If a cadet washed out, there was no second chance. He would end up in the infantry. Germany was not yet at war, but everyone sensed the nation was building for one. As they flew, Franz wondered how Barkhorn had ever soloed successfully. He was jittery and panicky. "This kid is a horrible pilot," Franz thought. "He should be washed out." Franz had already pinpointed Barkhorn's problem. The young cadet was thinking himself into a knot. He had to detach his mind and fly by instinct. The HE-72 did not have a radio, so Franz turned and faced Barkhorn. "Relax," Franz shouted over the wind. "Feel the plane in your seat, in the stick, in your stomach. Let go of your worry." Barkhorn nodded, but Franz noticed his maneuvers remained rigid. Franz signaled to Barkhorn with hand motions to tell him he was taking back the controls. Barkhorn leaned his head against his seat back, defeated. Franz put the biplane into a hard turn and flew north toward the airfield. But he did not land. Instead, Franz kept flying until they passed over several small lakes nestled among a patch of forest. In the middle of the trees along a lake lay a series of wooden buildings. Franz banked and flew over the buildings. As he dipped the plane's wing for a better view, Barkhorn grinned. People ran out of the buildings, waving. They were all naked. Barkhorn knew he was looking down on the nudist camp that instructors sometimes flew students over as a reward. Franz reached into his cockpit and held up a roll of toilet paper he had placed there. Before the flight, Barkhorn had seen a roll of toilet paper on the floor of his cockpit too, but thought it was there should they land on some practice field and need to answer nature's call. Franz banked the plane around for another pass over the nudists. He threw his roll of toilet paper over the cockpit ledge as he flew across the camp. The nudists were accustomed to this and encouraged their children to run to catch the streaming white paper. Barkhorn and Franz laughed. Circling around, Franz lined up for another pass on the colony. Franz made a throwing motion. Taking the cue, Barkhorn tossed his toilet paper over the side and watched the roll spiral to the children as they ran in circles. Turning back for base, Franz wagged the plane's wings to the nudists. He gave Barkhorn the signal to take over. Barkhorn was so busy laughing, he flew smoothly, like a natural pilot. Franz enjoyed being a flight instructor. Every morning when he walked into his classroom, he oversaw 4 instructors, each of whom looked after 4 students. The Air Force let him remain a civilian. They paid him his airline salary, which was the equivalent to a major's wages, and gave him a major's authority. Franz's final report determined if a cadet earned his wings, and the higher Franz ranked a cadet, the more choice a young pilot would have in picking his next assignment to further training in either single or multi-engine aircraft. All the cadets vied for single-engine training because that meant fighters, whereas multi-engine aircraft could be bombers, transports, or reconnaissance planes. Franz ultimately gave Barkhorn good scores, and the young pilot qualified for single-engine school. The only thing Franz lacked in his new role was rank and the respect that came with it, because he was a civilian. Although most of his pupils were cadets who would be officers one day, some of Franz's students were officers who had been in the military for years and now had decided to become pilots. They presented Franz's biggest challenge. One day, Franz gave a class in navigation. All the while, a captain sat in the back of the room and read a newspaper, ignoring Franz. Franz had had enough. "Captain," he said, "would you come to the front and read the newspaper out loud, so we'll all know what's going on?" The captain folded his newspaper and walked up to Franz in front of the others. "You have no right to give me orders," the officer said. "You're just a civilian." Franz felt the back of his neck grow hot. He closed the class, dismissed the pupils, and went straight to the general who ran the school. The general was a hefty fellow and liked Franz because Franz flew him to Munich every Friday so the general could see his doctor. Franz explained the problem with his disrespectful captain. "Get your logbook," the general told Franz. "Now write 'Private' next to your name." Franz did so and looked at the general, confused. "I'll handle your enlistment papers personally," the general said. "You're now officially a member of the Air Force." Franz opened his mouth, but was at a loss for words. "As for the unruly captain," the general said, "now you can send him packing." Franz did, and expelled the captain from the school. The next day, the captain tracked down Franz to protest his expulsion. He fumed that a private had cast him out and would keep him from ever becoming a pilot. Franz now wore the blue uniform of a Luftwaffe enlisted man, with a tent cap atop his head, red collar tabs on his tunic, a silver belt buckle, and black boots. "If you, as a captain, do not know how to behave," Franz said, "how could we have made you into a good pilot?" The captain cursed Franz as he hauled his bags away from the school. Franz found that his new rank solved some problems, but being a private only got him so far. A few weeks later, while flying home from the doctor in Munich, the general asked Franz how he liked being a private. Franz said it helped, but so many of his students were majors and captains that they still looked down on him. The general was in a good mood, so, in the air, he promoted Franz to corporal. This audiobook is continued on Disc 2. A Higher Call by Adam Makos with Larry Alexander, continued. Disc 2. In early 1939, the cadet who would become Franz's most cherished student waited for him as Franz climbed from his plane after a lesson. Franz was shocked to see his older brother, August, standing before him on the tarmac. Franz knew August had enlisted in the Air Force against their mother's wishes, but the odds that he would be sent to train under Franz seemed incredible. Franz had not seen August since his brother had left for boot camp. August was on the path to become an officer. August had qualified for officer status, unlike Franz, who had not finished his university degree and would have to climb the ranks. The German Air Force was not as rank-conscious as other air forces, so even low-ranking airmen and corporals could be fighter pilots. He had already soloed with ease and passed Stage A. He would now spend 8 months under Franz's tutelage to earn his wings. Franz knew why August had joined. All young men were being drafted into the military, and August knew that by enlisting first, he could pick the branch of service he wanted. August had a lot to lose. He was engaged to the niece of a cardinal, a match their mother had made. August had his education, his job as a high school teacher, his family, his church, and his freedom. "Why risk everything?" Franz had asked him. August had said he was certain a war was coming, and he would be drafted. If he had to fight, he preferred to fly. To be impartial, Franz could have assigned August to another instructor, but Franz did not care what the other cadets whispered. He was burdened by the thought that his brother's survival in combat one day could hinge on his training. So Franz picked August as one of his personal students. For months, Franz taught August aerobatics, high-altitude flying, and emergency procedures. As their training period wound down, August told Franz that he planned to apply for a twin-engine assignment to fly aircraft that allowed a pilot to enjoy the ride instead of the diving and twisting dogfights of fighter pilots. Franz knew that August lacked the killer instinct a fighter pilot needed, but this was a good quality in Franz's eyes. With only weeks remaining that they could be together, Franz gave August extra lessons after class to hone skills a bomber pilot would need. Skills such as distance flying, night flying, and flying blind, by instruments only. Franz trained August harder than any other instructor would have. He demanded perfection. August earned a week-long vacation prior to his final exams. He decided to go home to spend time with his fiancée. It was a Friday, and that morning Franz had sent him on a long-distance training hop where August had followed his map from airfield to airfield. At each point he was to land and get his logbook stamped by the duty officer in the tower as proof. When August reported back to Franz that evening, along with the other students, Franz found that only one pilot was missing a stamp, his brother. August explained that he could not find the duty officer and left without the stamp. Franz knew his brother had been in a hurry. August admitted this was true. "Hurrying in an airplane can get you killed," Franz told him. In front of the other cadets, Franz tore up August's holiday papers and cancelled his leave. August was shocked and angry. Franz told his brother to go prepare an airplane for more training. August obeyed and left Franz's office sulking. The brothers took to the skies, Franz in front, August behind, to practice August's least favorite mission, flying blind. Soon after takeoff, Franz ordered August under the hood. August pulled a handle and a black cloth covered his canopy, locking him into a cockpit lit only by instruments. Franz flew the plane for a while to disorient August. Then he shouted orders between cockpits and told August which course to steer and for how long. Franz knew that August had no idea where he was going. An hour and a half later, Franz told August he was taking control of the plane. August asked to remove the hood, which was customary, but Franz denied the request. Franz landed the craft, taxied to a stop, and only then told August he could remove the hood. August started to give Franz a piece of his mind for keeping him in the dark for so long, but he stopped mid-sentence. Waiting for him by a hangar on the tarmac was his fiancée. August immediately recognized the airport, Regensburg. They weren't back at Dresden. They were home. August's fiancée giggled at the shock on his face. She knew what Franz had done. "I had called his girlfriend, his fiancée, and told her, 'We're coming home.'" Franz would remember. August embraced his fiancée and tried to rustle Franz's hair as Franz squirmed away. They were like boys again. During their week-long holiday, the brothers stayed at their boyhood home on a quiet street in Hamburg. While looking for August one afternoon, Franz wandered into his brother's bedroom. There, on August's desk, Franz found a stack of letters. Franz picked one up and read it. His hands began to tremble. The letter was a copy of "With Burning Concern," the Vatican's secretly composed message to all of Germany's Catholics. On Palm Sunday 1937, the letter had been read by every priest, bishop, and cardinal across Germany to their congregations, and 300,000 copies had been disseminated. Drafted by Munich's Cardinal von Faulhaber and Pope Pius XI, it told German Catholics in carefully veiled terms that National Socialism was an evil religion based on racism that stood contrary to the Church's teachings and every man's right to equality. It made reference to an insane and arrogant prophet without naming Hitler. When Hitler found out about the letter, he and the party roared in backlash, outlawing the letter and seizing monks, priests, and any press shops that had printed it. Franz's mind raced as he set down the letter. Franz wanted to burn it and the others. He wanted to run. Instead, he waited on the front steps for August to return home. Franz suspected the letters really belonged to August's fiancée, the cardinal's niece. The Catholic clergy of Germany were known enemies of the party, thanks to their sermons that reviled Hitler, his Gestapo secret police, and the early crimes of the Third Reich. Franz was certain that his brother's fiancée, via her uncle, was dragging his brother into something dangerous, opposition. When August returned, Franz confronted him, asking him what he was doing with such dangerous literature. August brushed Franz off and said he had found the letters and kept them as a curiosity. Franz reminded August that the letters were dangerous. "Do you want to wind up in Dachau?" Franz asked him. August scowled. They both knew of Dachau and the concentration camps that existed to concentrate in one place any Germans who had angered the party. The camps were common knowledge in most German households. The party wanted the camps to be known as a deterrent and had publicized Dachau as their model camp. The party had built Dachau in 1933. Any German, regardless of religion or background, could be labeled a political enemy and imprisoned there. A year after seizing power, in 1934, The party had passed a law that made a person's private or public criticism of the party a crime worthy of a camp sentence. The party went to great lengths to show their fellow Germans and the world that Dachau was a civilized camp. The party's private security force, the SS, ran the camps and even invited Red Cross representatives and American prison wardens to tour Dachau. The international visitors walked away impressed with what they saw. Well-fed prisoners who whistled as they marched to work details, tidy barracks, flower beds, and even a store where the prisoners could purchase tinned food. When the prisoners were released, the SS gave them back their possessions. This was the image of a concentration camp that the party had fed Franz, August, their fellow Germans, and the world during the 1930s. The camps were so well publicized that German mothers used to tell their children that if they were bad, they would be taken away to Dachau. The German civilians weren't the only ones misled about the camps. In a 1937 speech to the German army, SS leader Heinrich Himmler told them how the prisoners were treated. "The training of men is carried out in these camps in an orderly way. They live in clean huts. Only Germans are capable of such an accomplishment. No other nation would be as humane. Clothes are changed frequently. The men are trained to wash twice a day and to use a toothbrush, something which the majority have never known before." A later chapter will discuss when and how Franz would learn the truth about what was really happening in the camps. Seeing Franz's turmoil, August promised to dispose of the letters. Franz did not fault August for opposing Hitler. Franz knew their parents opposed Hitler too. They always said that Hitler was not their leader. In 1933, they had voted for the BVP, the Bavarian People's Party, the Catholic Party that had won 1 million votes, but still fell far short of the National Socialists' 44%. As a teenager, Franz had paid little attention to the 1933 election. He was apathetic about politics and not initially alarmed by the National Socialists' victory. Franz would remember, "Being Catholic and a well-educated family, we just did not buy into the propaganda. My family was anti-Nazi from the early days. I must admit that I was also very indifferent and thought it was all bullshit, to be honest." But now, as a 24-year-old man in spring 1939, Franz had come to think of the party differently than he had as a boy in 1933. He had come to realize that the party had turned Germany itself into a concentration camp. There were no elections, no freedom of press, no freedom of speech, no freedom to travel, no freedom to choose to serve in the military, no freedom to change things. In the days when possessing an outlawed letter could earn someone a sentence in a camp, the best Franz knew was to stay out of the line of fire, so neither he nor his brother would end up in Dachau. That summer, Franz pinned the wings on August's uniform when he graduated from flight school. August received his wings in time to wear them when he married his fiancée shortly thereafter. During the wedding ceremony, Franz could not bring himself to look upon his new sister-in-law with much affection. He was still worried. After the wedding, August went to twin-engine school, the path of a bomber pilot, and Franz returned to instructing. That autumn 1939, Franz's cadets approached him in the mess hall one morning, waving newspapers in their hands. The big Gothic headlines declared, "War with Poland." The young cadets were smiling and shouting. They wanted Franz's opinion. Would their training be hurried so they could get into the war? Franz did not share their glee. War was the last thing he wanted. But in the minds of the flight school cadets, the world's affairs were simple. According to the German papers, the Poles had threatened German farmers on the shared border. Polish troops had attacked a German radio station on the border in order to transmit slander against the Germans, and Hitler had no choice but to declare war. The cadets thought Hitler was right, just like they had reasoned that Germany's other neighbors, Czechoslovakia and Austria, had wanted to become part of the new German Empire. The annexation of those countries, that year and the year prior, had been bloodless. In reality, the Austrians and Czechs had no choice. Germany had been militarily rebuilt and seemed unstoppable, and the Polish troops who had raided the German radio station were actually German commandos wearing Polish uniforms. Hitler had ordered this. He wanted a war of expansion, and he lied to his own people to get it. What neither Franz nor any of the cadets could fathom was that Hitler had knowingly picked a fight with much of the rest of Europe, dragging Germany into a repeat of their father's war. Britain and France had pledged that if Poland was ever attacked, their empires would fight on the Polish side. Hitler attacked Poland anyway. His gamble would eventually cost the lives of more than 4 million German soldiers and more than 1 million civilians. World War II had officially begun. 1 year later, mid-October 1940. Franz worked alone at his desk in an empty classroom. His instructors were out, each training students for war. German troops now occupied all of Europe, from Poland to France, and had beaten the English back to their island. The Battle of Britain, as the British called it, was over. The battle had taken place late that summer when the Germans had tried to destroy the British Royal Air Force, RAF, in the sky, and to bomb their airfields on the ground. But before the German Air Force could succeed, a grievous mistake shook their focus. During a night raid, a German bomber mistakenly missed its target, an oil depot east of London, and bombed several homes on London's East End neighborhood. Hitler had given orders that British cities were not to be bombed. But a week later, another German bomber hit homes again. In response, the British sent bombers to attack Berlin, a raid that also missed its military targets and bombed the city's civilians. In a speech, Hitler warned the British to stop their attacks on German cities, but it was too late. Both sides had stepped over the line. Cities and civilians soon became fair game. From then on, both sides bombed each other's cities at night and called one another terror bombers. Franz knew that August was on the front lines, flying a Ju-88 bomber, a fast twin-engine plane with a 4-man crew. August and his crew had been assigned to Squadron KG-806 and were based in Caen, France, from where they bombed England at night. At first, their targets were airfields and docks. Then, they were ordered to bomb cities. Franz knew August would not have liked this, but would have had no choice. Franz looked up in surprise when he heard the door to his classroom open slowly. The cadets usually kicked it open in glee after a mission. Franz saw Father Joseph standing in the doorway. The priest was dressed in civilian attire, but still wore his large wooden cross. Franz moved toward him, his heart racing. Then he stopped. Father Joseph was not smiling. "Sit down, Franz," he said. Franz stayed standing, his feet frozen. Father Joseph was his father's best friend. Franz assumed something must have happened to his father. The priest's eyes welled with tears. Franz's legs became wobbly, as if his body knew the answer even before his mind made the suggestion. Father Joseph rushed to him and guided him into a seat among the many empty desks. "August is with God," he said. Franz would not allow Father Joseph to provide him with any details until the following day, when he was able to control his emotions. Father Joseph told Franz that August had crashed on takeoff for a night mission to London several days prior, on October 10th. August and his entire crew had been killed. The reason for the crash was unknown. It had happened at night, and all witnesses saw was a flash. There would be no funeral. August was already buried in Caen, France. Father Joseph gave Franz a letter written by August's commanding officer that said that August had died a hero. Franz tossed the letter aside. Franz blamed himself for August's crash. He had trained him. What could I have missed? He blamed the people who had built August's plane. Had they made a mistake? He blamed the war. He had believed what Hitler said, that Germany had attacked Poland in self-defense. Franz blamed the British. In his mind, they had turned a war between two countries into a world war. August had been flying at night from grass airfields in dangerous conditions because of them. Franz's grief chilled into hate. Before he could leave to go home and console his parents, Franz reported to the general. The general offered Franz his plane, but Franz refused so that he could ride back with Father Joseph. Franz thanked the general for being good to him, but said he was resigning. The general appeared shocked. Franz was his best instructor. The general reminded Franz that he could take as much time away as he needed. When he came back, he would always have an instructor job, far from the war. "Promise me you'll think about it," the general told Franz as he walked out the door. But the more Franz thought about it, the more he knew exactly what he wanted. 4. Fire Free. 18 months later, April 7th, 1942, the Libyan coastline. Low and fast, the 12-10 Messerschmitt Bf-109 fighters blasted over the white beaches of Libya. Climbing over the sea cliffs, the fighters soared above the ruins and Hellenic columns of the ancient Greek city of Apollonia. One 109, far back in formation, flew at an odd angle, banking. One wingtip pointed to earth. "Stiegler, straighten up!" barked the flight leader, Lieutenant Werner Schröer, across the radio. Franz righted his 109, the hottest German fighter of the day. The machine's body was sleek, except for an air filter that jutted from the side of the nose. Franz had not been so happy in ages. He watched over his shoulder as the ruins faded behind his tail. During his Lufthansa days, he had loved to explore the old world's ancient cities. "Buy a postcard," Schröer radioed Franz. The pilots were all rookies except for Schröer, who had flown in the desert already for a year. Schröer had 4 kills, or enemy aircraft destroyed, to his name. Franz was now a sergeant and a full-fledged fighter pilot, having graduated from boot camp and fighter school with a promotion. With more than 4,000 hours of flight time under his belt, he could have flown transports or air-sea rescue planes, or he could have stayed an instructor forever. But he had chosen fighters and asked to be transferred to a war theater. It was no secret why. He wanted revenge. A few days earlier, he had taken possession of his war horse from the factory in Munich where it had been built. He found it there, waiting on a ramp, already painted in its desert camouflage color scheme, with its white spinner, tan body, and belly the color of a blue robin's egg. The 109 was a new F model, nicknamed the Friedrich, the fastest 109 to date. The fighter wore no identification numbers on its flanks. Franz was told they would be assigned when he reached his squadron. On its fuselage and wings, it bore the large black cross with white outline, the mark of the German Air Force. Schröer had met Franz and the other rookies after they had flown to Sicily, the island at the toe of the Italian boot. From Sicily, he had led them across the Mediterranean to Africa. From Tunisia, Schröer swung east, and the pilots flew along the coast. Having passed Apollonia, Franz saw the Green Mountains, the Al-Jabal al-Aqtar range, appear below him. The mountains were a lush anomaly in craggy northern Libya. The flight motored over the ancient Islamic city of Derna, where the sun lit the 42 minarets of the city's mosque. Turning south, Schröer steered the flight into the dry desert, with its rocks, scrub brush, and gullies. When Franz first saw the desert, he thought of the Christian knights on their crusades for the Holy Land. At fighter school, the old instructors, themselves World War I aces, had told Franz and the other rookies that the black cross on their plane's wings and fuselage was an homage to the German Teutonic Knights, whose white shields bore a black cross. "You are their descendants," they told the students. The old World War I pilots were themselves called the Old Knights, and they talked of their code. It was unwritten and unspoken. It could only be witnessed and embodied. It was a battle code of honor and chivalry. When Franz arrived in the desert, he thought their stories were just the whimsical ideals of old veterans. But there, above the sands, he would learn otherwise. Ahead, on the white horizon, Franz saw the tan tent peaks of Martuba Airfield, his new home. Entering the traffic pattern to land, Franz was aghast. Martuba looked like a sprawling, isolated campsite. It had countless center-pitched tents in clusters, like villages, no hangars, and just a small, whitewashed control tower. A handful of mud-brick blast pens housed fighters along the flight line, but most of the planes sat naked on the sand, baking in the sun. Following Schreur down, Franz landed on Martuba's sun-bleached runway, with its scars visible from bombings. Taxiing, Franz found his canopy surrounded by blowing sand kicked up from his plane's Daimler-Benz motor. He stopped when a shirtless ground crewman approached through the swirling whiteout. The crewman climbed up onto his right wing and sat on the wingtip. The crewman motioned and pointed for Franz to pull ahead. With hand signals, he guided Franz to park alongside the other new arrivals. Franz shut down his engine, unbuckled his seatbelt, and hauled himself from the cockpit. He slid off the wing, his hands stinging from its hot metal. A darkly tanned crewman took Franz's parachute. Franz stretched to work out the kinks. He removed his leather jacket and felt the blazing African sun. Around him, other fighters on the flight line had victory marks on their rudders, white vertical bars, one for each aerial kill. Franz studied the hash marks. It took 5 to make an ace. Some of the planes around him had 4 times that. Schreur approached Franz. His face was V-shaped and serious, but his eyes were friendly and shy. When he removed his cap to wipe his brow, he revealed that he was balding and looked old for being a young man. He seemed unbothered by the sun, while Franz squinted. Schreur could see Franz's wheels turning, and told him it had once taken the magic 20 victories to earn the Knight's Cross. But now the benchmark was higher, at least 30 victories, thanks to the fighter pilots on the Eastern Front, whose high scoring against easy opponents was spoiling everyone else's dreams. Franz knew the Knight's Cross was Germany's preeminent award for valor, a medal worn around the neck inspired by the ancient Teutonic Knights. Schreur told Franz it was time to check into the war. He walked to the control tower, where a few Kubelwagens, the German equivalent of jeeps, were parked. Franz grabbed his duffel from the storage compartment in his plane's fuselage and followed. The tower, Franz would learn, was only for administration. The real ground-to-air coordination happened in an underground bunker next door. Hidden by dirt and marked only by the hum of a generator, Franz saw air crew and orderlies emerge from the bunkers and shield their eyes against the sunlight. This was the headquarters of Fighter Wing 27, Jagdgeschwader 27, or JG-27, the legendary Desert Wing, romanticized in the newsreels. JG-27 had just 120 pilots at full strength. They were the primary fighter force in Africa and served a strategic mission. The Germans wanted to take the Suez Canal in Egypt away from the British. Whoever controlled the canal controlled one of only 2 waterways into the Mediterranean. The fighting in North Africa had already been raging for a year. It was a pushing contest. The Germans would push the British 100 or 200 miles back toward the canal into sandy Egypt, then the British would push the Germans back the same distance into craggy Libya. The mission facing JG-27 was daunting. They were to keep the skies clear over the German army known as the Afrika Korps. Opposing JG-27 was the Desert Air Force, a mixed unit of English squadrons and those from all nations of the British Crown. The Desert Air Force outnumbered the pilots of JG-27 5-1. Franz entered the tower. The narrow room was fitted with wooden benches. High ceilings were held in place by thick beams. Hanging on the wall was a panel of yellow metal cut from a downed British fighter. Painted on the metal was the plane's nose art, a blue shield with a curved scimitar. Franz joined the other rookies in a line, at attention, when 3 officers entered and stood before them to announce the new pilot's assignments. The officers wore loose tan shirts and baggy green pants. Under their arms they tucked their white crush caps, like those worn by U-boat captains. One officer, a captain, had groomed his black beard into a sharp goatee. He was Captain Ernst Mach. Franz had never seen facial hair on an officer in Germany. He saw only sternness in Mach's face. The captain barked some names from his list, and the pilots called stepped forward. Mach told the pilots that they now belonged to Squadron 2. The room turned silent. Mach singled out one of his new pilots, an airman named Helmut Beckmann, and began to address him in a loud, sarcastic voice. "Did you manage to deliver your plane undamaged?" "Yes, sir," Beckmann said. "Did you land on your wheels or crash on your belly?" "We did not encounter the enemy," Beckmann said wisely. Franz found himself hoping Mach did not call on him. "Are you politically inclined?" "I was in the Air Force HJ, Hitler Youth, sir," Beckmann said. "I'm not interested in that," Mach said. "I'm asking if you are a member of the party." "No, sir." "Another big plus for you." Mach smiled. "Keep it up, and you'll do just fine." "Stiegler?" a first lieutenant said calmly, looking around. Shorter and slighter than Mach, the officer seemed serenely confident. He had thick black hair, slicked back, and a square, boyish face. His narrow eyes beamed a sensitive, concerned look. The Knight's Cross dangled from his neck, over the open collar of his crumpled tan shirt. Franz took one look at the thick, black cross as it hung from a red and white ribbon, and decided that he, too, would one day wear the cross. Franz clicked his heels and began to salute, but stopped when the lieutenant thrust forward an outstretched hand and said, "Welcome to Squadron 4. Follow me." Franz grinned. He shouldered his bag, relieved that he was not stuck with Mach. Leaning against the doorframe, Schröer wished Franz luck. Outside the shed, the officer flopped his faded white cap on his head. He introduced himself as Lieutenant Gustav Rödel. Franz would learn that Rödel was from Merseburg in eastern Germany, near Poland. They were the same age. Franz joined Rödel in his Kubelwagen for a tour of the base. An enlisted man drove, while Rödel explained to Franz that 3 months earlier the airfield had been owned by the British, before the Desert Fox took it back for the Germans. Franz knew the Desert Fox was General Erwin Rommel, the commander of the Afrika Korps. "Can I ask a strange question, Lieutenant?" Franz said. Rödel nodded. "What was Mach getting at by asking that pilot if he was a party member?" "Never heard someone in uniform speak so brazenly, huh?" Rödel said. Franz nodded. Rödel explained the rumors that had floated since the Battle of Britain that the party was going to send political officers to infiltrate Air Force squadrons to look for dissension. "Mach hates the thought of that, as we all do," Rödel said. "Let me ask you this. Are you a party member, Stiegler?" "No," Franz said. "I don't need a politician to make me go to war." Rödel smiled and nodded. Rödel, Mach, and the others knew that any fighter pilot who was a party member was a rarity, and most likely a fanatic. To be a Nazi in the German Air Force, one needed to have joined the party before enlisting or being drafted, usually at a very young age. Once a man joined the Air Force, the German defense law of 1938 forbid him from party membership. This was due to a German tradition called Überparteilichkeit, or impartiality, the separation of military from politics. German civilians could join the party at any time, as could the SS and the Gestapo. But in the German Air Force, a Nazi fighter pilot was a rarity. It was Rödel's philosophy, like Mach's, to spot such pilots right away, and to keep an eye on them. When Rödel's driver passed a group of 109s whose cowlings sported leopard heads and the faces of spooked natives surrounded by the outline of Africa, Ruddle indicated to Franz that the planes belonged to Squadron 3, home to Germany's most famous pilot of the time, Lieutenant Hans Joachim Marseille, the 22-year-old ace known as the virtuoso of all fighter pilots. He had already destroyed more than 50 enemy planes. "You've heard stories of him?" Ruddle said. Franz nodded. He had read everything he could about the Star of Africa, as the newspapers called Marseille. Ruddle told Franz the whispers of Marseille's free-spirited rebelliousness were true. Once, as a joke, Marseille ran over Schröer's tent with his Kubelwagen. Another time, when passed up for a promotion, he strafed the tent area of his squadron leader. And he had crashed more than one plane into the desert by flying on the edge. "But, despite all the trouble he creates for his commanders," Ruddle said, "he is simply too good to ground." The driver slowed the vehicle to a stop in front of a 109 marked like those around it, with a red and white crest on its cowling. Ruddle told Franz that these were the planes of their unit, second group. The crest on each plane was the logo of the city of Berlin, the unit's home city. The crest was white with a red outline, and in the center was a painted black bear, standing, with its tongue lapping. Ruddle explained that there were 3 squadrons in second group. There was his squadron, Squadron 4, as well as Squadron 5 and Squadron 6. Behind the planes, Franz saw their squadron's headquarters, a wooden shack, several large tents, and a flagpole, where a flag hung limply. Ruddle opened a small door and exited the car, indicating for Franz to remain seated. He told the driver to help Franz get situated in his new home. Ruddle walked to his 109, a fighter with a yellow number 4 painted on its flanks. Franz noticed that Ruddle's fighter wore no victory marks on its tail. With Ruddle strapping in and out of earshot, Franz asked the driver, incredulous, how Ruddle could wear the Knight's Cross but not be an ace. The driver grinned at the chance to put another rookie in his place. He told Franz that Ruddle had 37 victories, some gained in Spain during their civil war, some in Poland, some in Greece, some over the Soviet Union, and the rest in the desert, including one the day before. "He's one of our best," the driver said. "He just chooses not to flaunt it." The driver clunked the Kubelwagen into gear and pulled away. In the back seat, Franz suddenly felt very stupid. 2 days later, April 9th, 1942. The sand-caked tent rustled under a blast of frigid night air. Inside the tent, Franz lay on his cot, awakened by the flapping canvas. He fished for his cigarette lighter, flicked it to life, and read his wristwatch by the dull glow of the flame. It was 4 a.m. He huddled back under his blanket, shivering. The desert was bitterly cold until the sun arose. Franz remembered that he was due on the flight line at 6 a.m. for his first mission, having flown an orientation flight at the same time the day before. The aces of JG-27 liked to break in the rookies quickly, and Franz preferred this to sitting around. Quickly, he rose and donned his tan desert regulation shirt and black leather flying jacket. Showers were only permitted every few days, as water was precious, so Franz knew not to bother. He stepped into heavy, pale blue flying trousers with, on each thigh, a large map pocket that extended below his kneecap. He shook out his thick black leather flying boots to check for scorpions, but only sand poured out. He zipped up his boots and grabbed his rosary from a wooden crate that served as his nightstand. His mother had given Franz the rosary after his confirmation. A silver crucifix dangled from the necklace of small, rectangular black beads. Franz slid his rosary into his jacket's pocket, over his heart, and slipped out of his tent. In the pre-dawn darkness, he wandered through the Spartan tent city that was JG-27's desert home. All the tents looked alike. Locating the mess tent at last, Franz ducked inside the flaps and felt the immediate warmth of oil stoves and lively conversation as a handful of pilots ate oatmeal and drank hot coffee. Ruddle sipped his coffee in the tent corner while reviewing a battle map. Each squadron sat together, like a team. At full strength, a squadron mustered 16 pilots and planes, but quantities of each were always short due to losses. The pilots' morale remained high, however. They thought they could still win the war. After slopping his plate full of oatmeal and toast on the chow line, Franz sat down, his mess tin before him. After one bite, he was taken aback. His oatmeal tasted like dirt. His coffee tasted like sulfur. The cooks had used the usual brown water to make both. JG-27 had many Bavarians and Austrians among its pilots, so, like citizens of the same state, Franz found he could make small talk with them. Many of them had been in Africa for a year already. One of the veterans told Franz the standing joke. A captured Tommy pilot asked his German captor, "What do you want with Africa, anyway?" The German replied, "The same thing you do." Upon further thought, both men shrugged, not knowing what that was. The veterans roared in laughter. Franz faked a laugh. He did not understand where they were coming from, at least not yet. Franz had barely begun to eat when Ruddle stood and announced a phrase Franz would learn to dread. "Fire free!" It meant the men could smoke now, and that the mealtime was over. Everybody left the mess hall at once. Franz was the last to pick up his dishes. He went to the buffet, where a cook was cleaning up. "Listen," he said, "save something for me. Otherwise, I'll starve to death here." Ruddle waited outside for Franz. "What are you doing suited up? You don't fly until afternoon." Franz groaned. Nervousness had made him forget that the night before Ruddle had pulled him from a dawn flight and assigned him to a 2 p.m. mission. Afternoon missions were quieter and safer because it was the hottest part of the day when few wanted to fly. Franz paced around the base for several hours. By mid-morning it was already 100 degrees, but he couldn't handle the thought of going back to his tent and simply sitting around. He kept pacing, pausing only to put a t-shirt over his face to ward off swarms of black flies. After lunch, he reported to Ruddle at the squadron shack and found him suited up to fly. Ruddle said he would personally be taking Franz on his first mission, a free hunt, where the two of them would fly into enemy territory and look for trouble. Together, they walked toward the flight line. In the west, the Green Mountains looked yellow under the blazing sun. Upon reaching his fighter, Franz saw that a white number 12 had been painted on its flank. Suddenly, his girl had a name, White 12. Ruddle sat on the tire of Franz's plane, just in front of the wing, and told Franz to take a seat. Ruddle looked at Franz as a father might look at a son. "Every single time you go up, you'll be outnumbered," he said. Franz nodded, wishing Ruddle was exaggerating, but knowing better. "Those odds may make a man want to fight dirty to survive," Ruddle said, squeezing the bunched-up leather gloves in his hands. "But let what I'm about to say to you act as a warning. Honor is everything here." Franz shrugged, unsure where Ruddle was going with the talk. "What will you do, Stiegler, for instance, if you find your enemy floating in a parachute?" "I guess I've never thought that far ahead yet," Franz said. "If I ever see or hear of you shooting at a man in a parachute," Ruddle said, "I will shoot you down myself." The words stung. There was logic behind Ruddle's warning. When a pilot spared a defenseless enemy in a parachute, as was the unspoken practice in the Battle of Britain, if the enemy pilot returned to combat, he would be more apt to repeat the gesture. It was for this same reason that the British tried to treat captured German airmen well, housing them in POW castles and manors. The Germans would write home and tell of their good treatment, and hopefully the treatment of British POWs would improve in turn. "You follow the rules of war for you, not for your enemy," Ruddle said. "You fight by rules to keep your humanity." Ruddle slapped a glove against his palm. "Stick close, and we'll come home together." He hopped from the tire. The lesson was over. A ground crewman helped Franz strap into his parachute that sat on his seat in the cockpit. Shutting the square glass canopy hood, Franz felt a new sense of dread, as if he had shut his own coffin. Franz pushed the throttle forward and fired a thumbs up to two ground crewmen who spun the engine crank. The engine sputtered. The plane belched a snort of white smoke. The propeller began spinning. Height meant everything to a fighter pilot in the desert. There were few clouds to block the sun, so any time his opponent looked up, he was blinded. Franz wore sunglasses but still held a hand over his eyes, against his flight helmet, as he flew off to Ruddle's left wing. Ruddle's plane bumped in turbulence. The Berlin Bear on its nose seemed to dance. Franz looked out over the desert beneath his wings. The ground alternated in shades of brown and tan that indicated gullies and rocky promontories. To the north lay the scrubby green coastal hills, and beyond that, the pale blue Mediterranean Sea. The Desert Air Force's American-built Curtiss P-40 fighters usually motored along at 18,000 feet, so Ruddle led Franz higher, to 25,000 feet, meandering between favorite hunting spots. Franz followed Ruddle. Both pilots scanned the brown earth for the enemy aircraft's reddish-tan wings. They flew over the main battlefront, marked only by smoke wisps from exploding artillery shells. The line ran southward from the ocean into the desert. As they motored east, Ruddle's voice crackled over the radio. He pointed out the British port of Tobruk to the north. Franz saw the flat, white city nestled around the ocean in the hazy distance. Tobruk was the strategic prize of North Africa, a door from which supplies and fuel could flow from the sea to the front lines. "Indians, 12 o'clock low," Ruddle said, the code words for having spotted the enemy. Franz saw 4 Curtiss fighters below, gently weaving left and right in lazy S patterns as they flew on a reconnaissance mission toward the German lines. Desert Air Force planes were most likely flown by English or South African pilots, but the force also contained Australians, Canadians, New Zealanders, Scots, Irishmen, Free Poles, Free French, and even American volunteers. From far above, Franz could see the P-40's sharp red spinners and painted shark teeth with beady eyes, a frightening war paint the American Flying Tigers in China had borrowed from the Desert Air Force. Franz saw the red, yellow, and blue concentric circles on their wings that brazenly marked them as his foe. Ruddle radioed Franz and told him he was attacking and to stay close. He peeled off and dove toward the enemy. Franz followed, his heart racing. His task was dive, hit, climb, repeat. This was the fighting style of the 109, a plane that could not turn with its enemies in spiral dogfights, but could outrun and outclimb most of them. 7,000 feet below, the P-40 pilots spotted the diving 109s. Franz saw the pack of P-40s break formation and peel wildly upward, aiming their shark mouths directly at him and Ruddle. 1,000 feet passed by in a split second. The needle in Franz's altimeter whipped counterclockwise. 22,000 feet, 20,000, 18,000. Ruddle's plane obscured half of Franz's windshield as he flew just ahead of him. The P-40s seemed to swell as they climbed on their collision course. Franz had been told that going nose-to-nose with a P-40 was a fatal mistake because each carried 6 heavy 50-caliber machine guns, more potent firepower than the 109's 2 machine guns and single heavy cannon that fired from its nose. But Ruddle seemed to know otherwise. Ruddle fired first. Flames spit from the nose of his fighter. His cannon's roar startled Franz. The P-40's wings twinkled in reply. Franz knew that a combined 24 guns were now firing at him. He squeezed off a terrified, blind burst. In training, he had shot at fabric targets towed by biplanes, but never while diving toward the earth with the target racing up at him. Ruddle's shell casings whipped by his windshield like a rain of brass nails. A P-40 burst into flames. Flaming tracers from the P-40s whipped around Franz's canopy. He swore they were about to collide. Franz could take it no more. He panicked. Hauling back on the stick, he pulled his fighter into a screaming climb, up and away from the onrushing enemy. Aiming his plane's nose toward the blue, he ran for the heavens. Franz tucked his neck into his shoulders, bracing for the thud of lead on his armored headrest, but no bullets followed. "Herido!" Ruddle shouted over the radio. Franz knew this battle cry meant he had shot down an enemy plane and wanted Franz to visually verify its destruction. But Franz was too far away and unable to see a thing. Franz felt sick. His shoulder straps, the 109's cramped cockpit, his heavy leather jacket, and the sun's blazing rays all seemed to squeeze him. Lifting his neck from his shoulders to look backward, he saw a sight that allowed him to breathe again. The P-40s had not followed him. Instead, they orbited in a defensive circle a mile beneath him, covering one another's tails, expecting a dogfight that was not to be. As Franz leveled off, a new wave of sickness struck his stomach. He realized he had abandoned his wingman. Worse, his wingman was his leader. Even worse, now he was alone and disoriented, easy prey should the enemy come across him. The fight had ended in mere minutes, as they did in the desert. Franz turned white 12 in the direction of Martuba. Relying on the ocean as his northern compass point and the sun as his southern point, Franz reasoned that his base lay somewhere in the middle of the horizon. The sun cooked him through the cockpit glass. He strained his eyes and felt his head grow heavy from shame. Franz shifted his weight over his parachute. He felt something wet in his seat. His first thought was that his plane had been hit and he was feeling its engine coolant. Then he touched a warm, dark patch in his crotch. He had lost control of his bladder. Franz flew until he saw the Green Mountains. Somewhere below, he knew, was home. Navigating in a land without forests or railroads or streets was a challenge Franz had never anticipated when he was teaching cadets to fly. "There you are!" Ruddle's voice squawked across the radio. Franz scanned the skies and grimaced when he looked over his shoulder toward the sun. That's where Ruddle came from, by habit. A pilot could live longer by always approaching from the sun. Ruddle pulled up on Franz's left wing, the wingman spot. Ruddle could tell that Franz was scared by the way he flew, his plane bobbing and jittering. "You lead," Ruddle told Franz, and gave him a heading. Franz preferred to follow, but obeyed orders, and flew onward until glints of light blinked below from the arid earth. Squinting, Franz saw small planes lined up along a desert airfield. They were home. Franz landed first, and Ruddle second. Franz shut his own engine down and remained in his cockpit. The canopy flipped open. Closing his eyes, he leaned his head against the sweat-covered leather seatback. Lifting himself from his plane, Franz saw ground crewmen approaching, so he hurried away, scurrying for his tent, hoping to dodge any embarrassment at the sight of his wet pants. "Stiegler!" Ruddle shouted from behind. Franz stopped and approached Ruddle, head hung, bracing for a verbal lashing. But instead, Franz was met by a grin. "Today was a success," Ruddle said. "You survived. You brought yourself home. And if you think about it, you'll never be that scared again for the rest of your life." "I'll confirm your victory, sir," Franz said. "But first I need to change my pants." Many times pilots came home, myself included, and we had to change our pants, Franz would remember, and not just when we were new to combat. Ruddle laughed and slapped Franz on the shoulder. "You aren't the first one that's happened to." Franz opened the flap to his tent. A blast of heat hit his face. He flopped onto his cot, closed his eyes, and fell into an instant sleep. In the evening he went to the mess tent. He passed through the line and saw that dinner was the same as lunch, a tin of Italian beef his comrades called Mussolini's ass. Back home, Franz had been picky and would tell his mother, "I'll pass on anything that flies or swims." Little did he know how much he would come to regret those words. Franz sheepishly sat apart from Ruddle and the others. Before every bite, he tried to swat the flies from his food. Sneaking a glimpse at the other pilots, he saw that they ate without brushing away the flies, swallowing a few with each gulp of the tough, sticky meat. Franz was only a few clean bites into his meal when Ruddle stood and announced, "Fire free!" Franz looked at Ruddle, aghast, his fork frozen in midair. Ruddle saw Franz's wide eyes and full plate, then shouted a line he would use at every meal after that, needed or not. "Fire free, except for Stiegler." The other pilots laughed. A few whacked Franz on the back with friendly slaps as they departed. With relief, Franz finished his dinner in solitude, but knowing he was no longer alone. The P-40 that Ruddle had downed was the only German victory in Africa that day, but the rudder of Ruddle's 109 remained unmarked. 5. The Desert Amusement Park. 9 days later, April 18th, 1942. The sun blazed through the canvas of Franz's tent. His watch read just after 4 p.m. Franz lay on his cot trying to read the only book he had brought to the desert besides his Bible. It was about the lives of the Catholic saints, the heroes of the Church. Sweat fell from his forehead and onto the pages. Franz mopped his brow frequently. The flies bothered him more than the heat. They buzzed around his head no matter how hard he swatted them. The more he read, the more Franz was bothered by the hypocrisy of the war he had joined, of people who believed in the same God fighting one another. A persistent sound outside his tent distracted Franz. First Group's Squadrons 1, 2, and 3 were throwing a party in their tent cities to celebrate the 1-year anniversary of their time in the desert. Franz had no intention of going to the party, although First Group had invited all the other squadrons and anyone who served at Martuba. A tap on the fabric of Franz's tent interrupted his self-pity. Franz looked up as Lieutenant Ferdinand Fergel thrust his face inside, his dark, narrow eyes scanning the room and his thin lips curled in a mischievous smile. They called Fergel the Birdman, because Vogel means bird in German. Shrewd yet likable, Fergel was an Austrian and one of Squadron 4's top flight leaders. Fergel was also the squadron's black sheep, because he had black hair, black eyes, and a tendency to be dark-minded and quirky. Franz had yet to fly with Fergel, but he snapped upward on his cot as the officer entered. After 7 months in the desert, Fergel had scored 2 kills, on top of his 4 victories from the Battle of Britain. Like Franz, Fergel wore a light tan shirt and shorts, but instead of boots, Fergel wore sandals with socks. "The squadron's going to the party," Fergel said. "You're coming with us." "Would that be right, sir?" Franz asked. "I haven't been here long." "You've flown in combat, yes?" "Yes, sir, once." "Then get up," Fergel said. "You're one of us." Franz obeyed and followed Fergel outside. The two quickly caught up to the rest of Squadron 4 as the pilots walked toward the sounds of revelry. Ruddle was already there, somewhere in the thick of the fun. A circle of tents and booths had been erected in the center of the squadron villages. A sign greeted them, "Welcome to Neumann's Desert Amusement Park." Franz had heard of Captain Edu Neumann, First Group's colorful and beloved leader, more a father figure than commander. This party was his idea. If Franz had not known that he was sober, he would have sworn that he was drunk. Barrel-chested tankers and tired infantrymen representing the Afrika Korps had turned out, as well as mechanics in their greasy coveralls and even Stuka dive-bomber pilots. The festival's soundtrack boomed from a band of tankers loaned by the Afrika Korps. Franz tapped his hand on his thigh to the lively tuba and accordion beat and wished he had brought his own accordion from home. His mother had made him take lessons. A clanking, creaking old convertible rolled past, honking its horn. The car teemed with pilots who waved from the back seat, mimicking royalty. They wore pots on their heads, furs, fezzes, grass skirts, and goggles, their best imitation of lunatics. The vehicle had been hauled from a junk pile and brought to life again. Officers and enlisted men alike waited in long lines to ride in it. Neumann had instructed his men to let off steam, to be eccentric, and to forget where they were for one night. They took his words to heart. Neumann's group had been the first to arrive in Africa. They had Marseille and more aces than any other group due to timing and Neumann's leadership. He was an ace with 13 victories, but he led better from the ground, coaching, analyzing tactics, and planning missions. He knew when to push his men to bring out their best and when they needed a break. As Franz and the others strolled through the grounds, they saw pilots riding a flimsy merry-go-round brought in from a coastal city. Others waited before food stands that served tin cups of red wine and sausages flown in from Germany. Men bowled, knocking pins into the sand at homemade bowling lanes. The crack of rifles rang from men shooting at targets against a sand dune backdrop. Squadrons battled each other in a tug-of-war for a bottle of French cognac, and on a sandhill mechanics competed for the title of strongest man in a King of the Mountain-styled game called Knock Lucas Down. On the fringe of the party, Franz saw Neumann's famous headquarters, a circus wagon. The wagon rode atop 4 massive wheels. Neumann had first located the wagon while flying in the Battle of France, where the wagon had been abandoned by its traveling circus. Somehow, Neumann managed to have it shipped to Africa. The wagon had large windows with brightly colored shutters, and the words Neumann's Colorful Cabaret were painted on its sides in tall letters. Franz had never been inside, although he had heard stories that Neumann had a painting of naked native girls, and above each girl he had scrawled a pilot's name upon the man's entry to his unit. With each victory, Neumann would have his orderly paint a grass palm frond on the grass skirt of the pilot's girl. A horn's bellow brought the games to a halt. Neumann appeared and stood on a stage of crates. Dressed in his desert fatigues, the captain wore his black hair cropped short. He had calm blue eyes. His chin was small, and when he smiled, he scrunched his face in a happy, unassuming grin. Nowhere has it been demonstrated more plainly that no one person can survive without the other, as it has here in the desert. Neumann called out. Nowhere is the esprit de corps more important than here. The crowd bellowed a shout of agreement. Today is therefore declared a day of merriment, Neumann shouted. Today you can and should all paint the town red. Applause echoed between the bluffs. Neumann's men loved him. He was to JG-27 who Rommel was to the Afrika Korps. Everyone called Neumann Edu, a short clipping of his name, Eduard, although few knew his story. As a boy, Neumann had been orphaned and raised by his grandmother. His lonely upbringing imparted him with a sensitive demeanor, perhaps the very reason he was able to control Marseille and mold him into JG-27's finest fighting weapon. As the sun set, the men congregated on a hill to watch a variety show. At the back of the audience, Lieutenant Schröer served as the show's MC and narrated a play-by-play over a loudspeaker from a booth made of crates. A sign painted over his head identified his station, Radio Martuba. Behind Schröer, technicians adjusted glowing radio dials to transmit his radio show to nearby units. On the stage made of sand, pilots tried their hand at comedy, and soldiers tried theirs at vaudeville. Between acts, Schröer spouted dirty jokes. Neumann introduced Captain Mach, who presented Mach's World Show, a series of skits acted out by airmen dressed like belly dancers. The audience roared with laughter. At the climax of the show, Neumann took the stage wearing a genie costume and performed a slapstick magic show set to Schröer's music. A screeching sound from the speakers suddenly drowned out the sound of laughter. Schröer's music turned to static, and he pulled the headphones from his ears. The British must have heard their show, he announced to the crowd. They were jamming his transmissions. The mood grew somber. The men remembered what the games, costumes, food, and drink had tried to make them forget, that they were still at war. 3 weeks later, early May 1942. In the darkness, Franz stumbled over tent ropes and pegs as he ventured down a small hill into the wadi where Squadron 3 had pitched their tents. He spotted a tent, larger than the others, that served as the pilot's bar and casino. Schröer had told Franz to drop by the bar that night, and he would introduce him to Marseille. If the introduction went well, Franz planned to ask Marseille for an autograph. The Squadron 3 bar itself was a tribute to Marseille, bearing a sign just above the doorway that read, "The Star of Libya." The sign had been put there during the filming of a newsreel about Marseille, and no one wanted to take it down. As Franz entered the tent, the rhythm of rumba music blasted from a phonograph, even though such Americano music had been banned in Germany. Oriental rugs lined the floor. On the walls hung pictures of actresses and models who had written to Marseille. Franz had heard rumors that Marseille had slept with all of them. Schröer was there already, watching two men play chess. He spotted Franz and signaled him over. One of the chess players was Marseille, the thin, dashing Bohemian Berliner. He looked the way his French ancestry suggested he would, with an angular face, arching eyebrows, a sharp nose, and thin lips. He was young, just 22, and wore his long hair swept back over his ears. Had it not been slicked back, it would never pass regulations. He wore the Knight's Cross around his neck. The other player was a young African man with short, fuzzy hair who wore the same tan shirt and shorts as Marseille, but without shoulder boards of rank. He was the former Corporal Matthew Letuku, known to the squadron as Matthias. Franz had heard of him. Matthias had fought for the South African army before the Germans had captured him the prior summer. Somehow, Matthias had wound up re-employed by Squadron 3 as a driver and bartender for squadron parties, a far better fate for him than languishing in a POW camp. During duty hours, Matthias doubled as a sort of batman or butler for Marseille, doing odd jobs such as cooking and laundry. In off hours, Matthias and Marseille socialized and played chess. Matthias helped Marseille improve his English, and Marseille taught German to Matthias. In the process, they had become best friends. In Germany, this would have violated laws meant to keep races apart. But in the desert, Marseille and the pilots of JG-27 accepted Matthias as more than a prisoner. He was their friend. "Franz, pull up a chair," Schröer said. Marseille and Matthias pushed their game aside. Schröer introduced Franz to Marseille, who sat in a wooden armchair made from shipping crates, a gift from the supply men. Marseille and Schröer had been roommates in flight school and wingmen over the channel. Marseille had a bottle of French cognac on a nearby table and called for an orderly to bring a snifter glass for Franz. Matthias excused himself to let the pilots talk. Franz was surprised that Marseille was quietly charismatic and gracious, far from his boisterous reputation. "Franz is new to the unit," Schröer said. "Have you scored a victory yet?" Marseille asked. "Not yet," Franz said, embarrassed. Everyone knew it was JG-27's policy to try to get a new pilot his first victory within 10 missions. But for Franz, 10 had come and gone. "There's no reason to apologize for never having killed a man," Marseille said. He poured Franz a tall glass of cognac. "As soldiers, we must kill or be killed. But once a person enjoys killing, he is lost. After my first victory, I felt terrible." Marseille wrote a letter to his mother the night of his first victory that read, "I keep thinking how the mother of this young man must feel when she gets the news of her son's death. And I am to blame for this death. I am sad instead of being happy about the first victory." An empty cognac bottle later, Marseille and Schröer shared their secrets of combat and survival with Franz, who leaned in close, his eyes lazy from too many drinks. "Shoot from as close as possible, 75 yards or less, they told him. Drink lots of milk. It's good for your eyes. Stare at the sun a few minutes per day to build your tolerance. Strengthen your legs and abdominal muscles so you can take more G's. Franz nodded, forming a foggy mental checklist. Franz wanted to ask Marseille if all the stories he had heard were true, if Marseille had a flat where he entertained an Italian general's wife, if he had slept with a field marshal's daughter, and if he dated an American lady who worked as a newspaper reporter. But, although those tales of philandering interested Franz, one question burned hotter in his mind. Is it true you flew over a British airfield and dropped notes to them? Franz asked. Marseille knew what Franz was getting at, but he just shrugged with a guilty, thin grin. Franz had read and heard the story, but never had it corroborated. The legend went that Marseille had shot down a British pilot named Byers, who had been badly burned when captured. Marseille personally took Byers to the field hospital, where hospital staff told Marseille the prisoner's name and unit. That evening, Marseille flew through British flak to drop a note over Byers's airfield, addressed to his comrades. The note said that Byers was badly wounded, but was being cared for. 2 weeks later, when Byers died of his wounds, Marseille felt so badly that he flew back through the flak to the British field and dropped another note, notifying Byers's friends and sending deepest regrets. It was a gallant act that earned the respect of many in the Air Force, except for one, the second most powerful man in the party, who doubled as the Air Force's leader, Reichsmarschall Hermann Goering. Goering had once been an ace in the Red Baron squadron in World War I, but had since become known throughout the Air Force with disdain. Someone had nicknamed Goering the Fat One due to his heft, and it had stuck. Goering put out an edict that no pilot should ever again attempt a stunt like the one Marseille had. "Is the story true?" Franz said to Marseille. Schröer nodded slightly, for only Franz to see. "We only need to answer to God and our comrades," Marseille said. To Franz, this sounded like something Father Joseph had told him years prior. Curious, Franz asked if Marseille was a man of faith. Marseille revealed that he was a Catholic too. As their conversation grew in depth, Franz realized that he was drunk, more drunk than he had ever been. He was not accustomed to liquor, having been raised on Bavarian beer, and had never tried cognac before that night. Franz stood, wobbly, to excuse himself. He thanked Marseille and Schröer for their hospitality and tried to salute, but swiped his hand at the wrong angle. Marseille saluted back just as sloppily, with a grin. Marseille's salute was known for always being that bad, sober or drunk. Stumbling into the darkness as the breeze kicked up the sand, Franz realized he had forgotten to ask for an autograph. Several nights later, Fergal grew tired of hearing Franz talk in the squadron bar about his meeting with Marseille. "I want to show you something," Fergal told Franz, and pulled him outside. Franz did not feel like a walk in the blowing sand, but he followed his superior. Strolling by the silent rows of parked planes, they stopped at Marseille's yellow 14. Nearby, crewmen worked on another plane's engine by floodlights covered with heavy tarps. Fergal pointed to the rudder of Marseille's plane. "I have 12 kills, but this kid has 68, he told Franz. "Do you really believe that's possible?" Franz counted the hash marks silently. Franz had once seen Marseille fighting, alone in the distance while the rest of Marseille's squadron watched his aerial ballet. Franz believed. He also knew of Fergal's intense ambition. Despite being physically weak and the son of a postal worker, Fergal had somehow married the daughter of the German state secretary in Berlin. To Franz, Fergal always seemed to be trying to get somewhere. Rather than cross him, Franz said nothing. "I'm not trying to slander Marseille," Fergal said. "What I'm saying is that in combat there's seldom time to watch an enemy crash, so there's room for doubt. Marseille gives himself the benefit of that doubt. Slapping Marseille's rudder, Fergal skulked away into the darkness, back toward the squadron bar. 3 weeks later, May 31st, 1942. Franz settled his 109 down onto the hard desert floor and landed through the dust clouds stirred by Fergal's fighter ahead of him. The rising sun revealed their new home, a destitute, unfinished airstrip called Timimi that lay some 20 miles east of Martuva, close to the front lines. Rommel had summoned Second Group to Timimi. He was planning a big push, but first needed the Air Force's slow, antiquated Stuka dive bombers to soften up the enemy lines. To keep the Stukas from being blown out of the sky, he had called on JG-27. Franz and his comrades had lamented leaving Martuva's primitive comforts, but orders were orders, especially when issued by Second Group's new commander, Ruddle. Recently promoted, Ruddle now led the group's 3 squadrons, 4, 5, and 6. In leaving Squadron 4, Ruddle had given Fergal command due to Fergal's seniority, although Ruddle still had doubts about him. Grinning, Franz slid from the wing of his fighter. Fergal ran up and slapped his back. Fergal called the crew chiefs around and announced that Franz had scored his first victory. They had just flown a Stuka escort to a place called Fort Akroma, 17 miles behind enemy lines. There, with 7 109s, they had battled it out against 16 fighters of the Desert Air Force over a raging sandstorm. Just as Marseille and Schar had advised him, Franz had waited until a P-40 was close, so close its tail was as tall as a sail in his gun sight when he blasted it from the sky. Franz and Fergal hurried to Second Group's headquarters to check in and debrief. They encountered Ruddle as he ducked out of the tent's canvas door. Ruddle asked how the mission went. "I got my first kill, sir," Franz said. Ruddle's smile slowly disappeared. Franz wondered if he had said something wrong. "I got 2, Fergal added. Ruddle seemed unimpressed. He asked if there were any losses. 3, Fergal replied. Fluder, Krensky, and Gromotka. The missing pilots were from Squadron 6. Fluder had been the squadron leader and Ruddle's friend. Franz told Ruddle he had witnessed both Fluder's and Krenska's 109s exploding and was certain that both had been killed. "Then why are you both smiling?" Ruddle asked, his eyes emotional. "Because of his first kill," Fergal said. Ruddle dropped his arms to his sides. "You score victories, not kills," Ruddle told Fergal, frustrated. "Haven't you learned anything?" Turning to Franz, Ruddle added, "You shoot at a machine, not a man." Fergal muttered something and looked toward the horizon. Ruddle looked like he was going to say something more, but he shook his head and walked away. Fergal muttered that Ruddle had it out for him. He stomped away. Franz knew Fergal was trying to save face, but Franz also knew that Ruddle had reason to dislike Fergal. The previous day, Fergal had landed and claimed to have shot down 3 fighters within 14 minutes, his 8th, 9th, and 10th victories all in one fight. Fergal's wingman and sidekick, a pilot named Sergeant Karl-Heinz Bendert, had confirmed Fergal's story as a witness. But others in Squadron 4 doubted Fergal's claims. Marseille could knock down 3 planes that quickly, but not Fergal, they whispered. Ruddle had no proof to overturn Fergal's claims, so he forwarded the victories to Berlin. Franz sulked back to his tent, alone. He had achieved a fighter pilot's milestone and tasted revenge. Instead of feeling accomplishment, he suddenly felt very hollow. This audiobook is continued on Disc 3. A Higher Call by Adam Makos with Larry Alexander, continued. Disc 3. 6. The Stars of Africa. 1 month later, June 25th, 1942, Egypt. Moonbeams illuminated a circle of tents on the north edge of the Sidi Barrani air base. Franz, Ruddle, and a handful of pilots sat within the tent's circle on thick stones around a campfire. They bantered while Franz ate tinned sardines. He had learned to tolerate anything edible. To the south of their campsite lay JG-27's temporary airstrip, Sidi Barrani, its hard-packed runway glowing white in the moonlight. To the north, the sea sparkled near the coast, then faded to blackness in the distance. Behind the tents sat a small, crumbling desert fort. Normally campfires were forbidden, but Ruddle had approved the fire. He reasoned that if a British spotter plane saw the light, they would assume it was just a Bedouin campfire. There was nobody else for miles around anymore. Sidi Barrani lay within Egypt, just 40 miles across the border from Libya. Just a few days earlier, the airfield had belonged to the British, evidenced by the empty cigarette packs they had left behind when they retreated. Rommel's push had broken through their lines. He had sacked Tobruk, the British battle capital in the western desert, and had driven the British out of Libya and back into Egypt. Now he was 90 miles to the east, chasing the British deeper and deeper into Egypt while aiming for the Suez Canal. That month, JG-27 had followed Rommel like a nomadic herd, flying from a new airfield nearly every week. The men flew with renewed vigor, believing the end of the Desert War was just beyond the horizon. They also operated under a new, inspirational commander, Edu Neumann, who had been promoted to lead JG-27, all 9 squadrons. At night, the men slept under the stars. By day, the sight of the unit's fighters lined up on sandy runways reminded Franz of a holiday at the seashore. Between missions, mechanics propped small white umbrellas over the fighters' cockpits to keep the seats cool for the pilots. The pilots found time to sunbathe, and the ground crewmen worked on engines from the backs of trucks. Whenever Franz and the others saw the mechanics hurriedly collapsing the umbrellas, they knew it was time to go back to work. During one such mission, Franz lost his first airplane of the war. While attacking a desert fort, Franz's plane had been hit from ground fire. He had belly-landed within friendly lines and returned to his unit on a camel after a Bedouin tribesman rescued him. Franz's squadron mates had laughed when they saw him ambling the day after, still bow-legged from the bumpy camel ride. That night around the campfire, the sound of patrolling Ju-88 night fighters overhead promised Franz and his comrades that the skies were friendly. The sound reminded Franz of his brother, who had flown Ju-88s. Tears filled his eyes, but he brushed them away. A radio glowed on a crate behind the group. Cords led from the radio to a generator that hummed in the distant motor pool. The radio spouted music and military news. Other pilots wandered through. Among them were 2 of Ruddle's squadron commanders, Fergal and Lieutenant Rudy Zinner, who took seats around the fire. Zinner was short and unassuming, with a long nose that stood sharply from his calm eyes. He was an Austrian, like Fergal, and had begun his career in the Austrian army, tending horses that pulled cannons. Since those days, he referred to himself as just an ordinary soldier, even though he was a 7-victory ace. Ruddle had seen promise in Zinner, and had appointed him to lead Squadron 6, replacing the commander who had been killed on the day when Franz scored his first victory. With the radio chattering, a fire going, and tents to shield them from the desert wind, the men enjoyed a luxury they had lacked in weeks prior. They joked that for once they had it better than their British enemies, who they knew received regular rest and weekend leaves to metropolitan cities. They had heard captured British pilots tell them, "Should you chaps ever make it to Alexandria, the Cecil Hotel is your place, and if you find yourselves in Cairo, you must look up the Heliopolis Sports Club." "They're gentlemen," Zinner said. "You can't ask for a better enemy." The others agreed. Zinner related a story that Lieutenant Willy Kottmann, a JG-27 ace, had told him. "Kottmann warned me that you have to be careful with the captured Tommy pilot," Zinner said, "because he is always planning his escape back to his Pomeranian dog and gambling debts. He will not be comfortable as a prisoner until he has seen to both." Everyone laughed. Because the German pilots spoke English more readily than any other language, interactions between the two enemies were common. Once, when someone asked Marseille why he showed such interest in captured enemy pilots, he said, "I just like to talk to them." "Where is Kottmann now?" Franz asked. "He was killed last April," Zinner said sadly. Vogel scowled. He did not share the others' sporting respect for their enemies. He envied his enemies. They had more pilots and better planes now that their advanced Spitfire fighters were arriving. They did shorter tours and then rotated to England or Australia for quieter duty. Franz could tell that the hardened veterans around him could all use a break. Their clothes were sloppy, their faces gaunt, and their eyes weary. Ruddle told the others he was due for leave in a month, but was not looking forward to it. Everyone looked at him like he was crazy. At 9:50 p.m., someone tuned in Radio Belgrade, a station that beamed from the powerful German transmitter in Yugoslavia. Every night at the same time, the station played a recording of Lala Andersson, a German girl in her 30s, singing the song Lili Marlene. A German soldier named Hans Liep had originally written the song's lyrics as a poem during World War I. Thanks to Andersson's rendition, the song had become the German soldiers' anthem. Like many other homesick warriors, the pilots of JG-27 tuned in nightly. So did their opponents. In Egypt, the British pilots were listening to the same radio show, in silence, in their mess tents. At 9:55 p.m., on cue, Andersson's hypnotically sensual and delicate voice floated from the radio's speaker. She sounded gorgeous. Franz leaned closer, his ear glued to the radio. Andersson sang of a soldier who often met his girl under the lamp-post outside of his camp before he was called away to war. Time would come for roll call, time for us to part. Darling, I'd caress you and press you to my heart, and there, 'neath that far-off lantern light, I'd hold you tight, we'd kiss goodnight, my lily of the lamplight, my own Lili Marlene. As the song continued, Franz wondered to himself if Andersson were singing to the men on the steppes of Russia, or on the fields of Crete, or on the bluffs of France. Was anyone thinking of us in the desert? He wondered. Resting in our billets, just behind the lines, even though we're parted, your lips are close to mine. You wait, where the lantern softly gleams, your sweet face seems to haunt my dreams, my lily of the lamplight, my own Lili Marlene. Beneath the stars, far from home, Franz, like his comrades and enemies across the desert, had tears in his eyes by the time the song trailed to silence. Franz would remember, half of us were crying. I can't describe it. We felt left out of everything. 1 month later, July 26, 1942, Kotaifa, Egypt. Franz brought his 109 to a halt on the taxiway that paralleled the runway. Ahead, Ruddle powered up his plane in morning's yellow light. A vortex of sand blew from beneath the machine's belly. Ruddle's fighter's bare rudder flapped left and right, his pre-flight check. His rudder should have borne 45 victory marks, but still remained unmarked. Their mission that day was the same as many days prior, Stuka escort over the front lines that lay just a 10-minute flight away. A month earlier, JG-27 had come to Kotaifa, a scorching, flat airfield halfway along the Egyptian coast. British bombers had hit the base only 2 days earlier. Craters now gave the field character, at least. Before, it had been a blank swath of white sand. Even with the ocean nearby to the north, the heat hovered like a mirage. Rommel had ordered JG-27 to this awful place. He had pushed the British back, but not far enough to win the war in North Africa. When his advance had petered out, the Germans found themselves staring at the British from across trenches that ran from a coastal train station called El Alamein, deep into the desert. Rommel's great progress would be his undoing. He had stretched his forces far from their ports and supply lines, while pushing the British closer to theirs. As British ships steamed into their port at Alexandria, Carrying fresh pilots and planes to regenerate the Desert Air Force, the Germans flogged the same pilots and planes harder, sending them on Stuka escorts, often 3 times a day. The tiresome missions wore JG-27's pilots to the bone. The turning point in the Desert Air War had arrived. In the weeks prior, Franz and Ruddle had flown together almost daily. On one mission, Ruddle had downed 3 Spitfires, and Franz had bagged 1, his 3rd victory. Franz's 4th and 5th victories followed soon after, and he became classified as an ace. But Franz kept his rudder bare in an effort to emulate Ruddle, who had grown larger than life to him. Ruddle gave a fist-forward gesture to show Franz and the others in his flight that he was taking off, a silent signal in case the British were eavesdropping on the radio channel. He began his takeoff roll, his plane's prop blast showering white sand onto Franz's windscreen. Ruddle's fighter raced down the runway and shrunk in the distance. But either Ruddle in his fatigue or the crewmen who had swept the runways after the bombing raid had failed to notice a piece of debris that lay in the path of Ruddle's fighter. Ruddle was at full takeoff speed when he hit the jagged debris. His plane veered off the runway and cartwheeled through the sand. Franz radioed the control bunker to send firefighters quickly. He and the others cut their engines and sprinted toward Ruddle. They never expected to see Ruddle emerge from the plane, but he did, and ran toward them, shouting, waving his arm and pointing east. When the men met Ruddle, his glare stopped them in their tracks. He clutched his ribs with one arm. His head was bleeding. "The Stukas!" he shouted at Franz and the others. "You don't stop for one man!" Franz's smile faded. The flight of Stukas was headed unescorted toward the British lines. It was too late to catch up. When medics arrived, they calmed Ruddle down, insisting he lie on a stretcher in the shade of their ambulance. Franz stood by as the medics loaded Ruddle into the truck. "Damn it! Now I have to go home," Ruddle said with resignation before the medics slammed shut the doors. Franz knew Ruddle did not want to go because he did not trust any other officer with the lives of his men. Before Ruddle departed, he appointed a temporary successor from his 3 squadron leaders based on the only standard he knew they would agree on. He picked the top ace, the man with the most victories. Fergal, with 20 victories, got the nod. Ruddle's gesture of impartiality would soon prove one of his biggest mistakes. As the blistering hot month of August arrived, life at Kotaifia reached a low point. The men lived like animals. They no longer slept in tents or under the stars. To avoid British strafing, Franz and the others slept in graves, 6 by 6 foot holes hacked into the earth, with a sheet of canvas overhead. Here, each man kept his cot, blanket, and belongings. The days of showering in fresh water were over. Everyone stank. When the men snuck away once a week to bathe in the ocean, they came back with their skin crusty with salt. Franz existed with the salt and sand caking his face, lining his hair, and sticking to the dried sweat on his back. The heat at Kotaifia was often 125 degrees Fahrenheit or hotter. Franz and his comrades developed chapped lips and sores that would not heal, sores the flies loved. Worse was whenever a flight taxied past and blew grains of sand into the men's bloodshot eyes and open cuts. On some days, sandstorms rolled in that settled over the airfield, choking Franz and his comrades with a white, hazy cloud. At night, Franz and the others drank to forget the day. Then they stumbled carefully through the graveyards, careful not to step on the poisonous asps and cobras that came out in darkness. After checking his grave for snakes, Franz said his prayers with his knees in the sand. Then he slid under his blankets and pulled them over his head, so spiders would not crawl across his face. At Kotaifia, Franz began dreaming of his mother's cooking, of eating his favorite dish, Leberkäse, a pan-fried Bavarian meatloaf made from finely chopped corned beef, pork, bacon, and onions. He imagined bowls of fresh vegetables, a taste he had long forgotten. Red cabbage, spinach, potato salad, and potato pancakes appeared in his dreams. Then he would awake with his stomach cold and twisted, regretting that he had ever said, "I'll pass on anything that flies or swims." Within JG-27, it was common knowledge that a man could only endure 6 months of desert torture before his health fell to pieces. Life at Kotaifia accelerated that breaking point. Even the desert fox, Rommel, had to return to Germany after the desert knocked him out with a sinus infection. Franz knew Fergal and others had somehow withstood 8 months of the desert's torture, some 240 days' worth. But he would soon discover that even the bravest of men could crack. There were few options to escape the desert's misery, among them death, wounds, insanity, and the passing of time. But one man had revealed the only other avenue of escape: victories. Marseille's high scoring saw him flying home to Germany every 2 months to receive new decorations added to his Knight's Cross. First miniature oak leaves and then miniature swords, each signifying higher degrees of the cross. Franz, Fergal, and their comrades all watched Marseille leave and wanted to go with him. At a time when desert life was grinding JG-27 to a halt, the competition for victories intensified. Due to wear and tear from the countless Stuka escorts, the squadrons that once had 16 fighters each now had, on average, just 4 planes operational. There were no longer enough planes to go around. When a perfectly good 109 arrived from Germany, the mechanics converged on it like cannibals and stripped its parts to keep several other planes flying. A new question arose in each squadron: who gets to fly? As the leader of both 2nd Group and Squadron 4, Fergal made that call. Because Ruddle had crashed his fighter before Fergal could inherit it, Fergal had taken one of Squadron 4's planes for himself. That left 3 planes for him to pass around among the squadron's 16 pilots. He assigned another to his wingman and longtime sidekick, Sergeant Karl-Heinz Bendert. Bendert was a veteran too, and was known as the squadron's most ambitious pilot. He had a baby face with tiny, pouty lips, and was quick to snicker. Fergal gave Franz a plane because he considered him a friend. As if to spite the others, Fergal gave the squadron's 4th and last plane to a replacement pilot, the squadron's new arrival, Sergeant Erwin Schwalisch. Schwalisch was an old hare, seasoned in age and experience, with 18 victories to his name, most from the Eastern Front. Fergal took Bendart as his wingman and assigned Franz to Schwalisch, but warned Franz, "Schwalisch is an expert, but watch out. He is ill in the head." Fergal said this because Schwalisch had rotated home for instructor duty as a reward, but instead requested duty where the fighting was roughest, the desert. Without any say in the matter, Franz had become a member of Fergal's inner circle, a group his peers would call the Fergal Flight. Franz met Schwalisch when the ill pilot introduced himself at Franz's grave. Schwalisch had a strong face, a bulbous nose, thick cheeks, and a toothy smile. In talking, Franz discovered that Schwalisch was straight, or honest and professional. Schwalisch, too, had flown in the Spanish Civil War, but as a fighter pilot, and had scored 3 victories. The two bonded over memories of wine, tapas, and senoritas. Several days later, August 4th, 1942. At night, Schwalisch entered Franz's grave, obviously disturbed. In a hushed tone, Schwalisch said he had to tell Franz something in secret. Franz had not flown that day, due to maintenance on his fighter, but Schwalisch told him what he had missed. Schwalisch had flown twice that day, first at dawn when Bendert had summoned him to escort a reconnaissance plane with him. Together, they had attacked a dozen P-40s, and Schwalisch had knocked one from the sky. But on the way home, Bendert said he got one too, and told Schwalisch to confirm his victory, one Schwalisch never saw happen. That afternoon, Schwalisch flew with Bendert again. This time, Schwalisch shot down a Spitfire, and again Bendert claimed he had downed a Spitfire too, one that Schwalisch had not witnessed. Schwalisch was disturbed and asked Franz if loose scoring was the way of the desert. Franz said it happened. He had been there when everyone questioned Fergal's 3 claims in one mission, the victories that only Bendert would confirm. Franz and Svalich agreed they had no choice but to give Bendert the benefit of the doubt. In the week that followed, the Fergal flight flew and fought the group's only battles because Fergal ensured that they had the best missions and the planes to fly them. A pattern developed. Whenever the men landed and claimed victories, Bendert always claimed something, and if others claimed a victory, Bendert claimed the same or more. Then came August 10th, the day that broke the camel's back. That morning, Franz and Svalich scrambled to intercept British fighters that had been sighted over El Alamein. There, among the thick clouds that bordered the sea, Franz and Svalich attacked a pack of P-40s and Hurricanes. On their first dive, each claimed a P-40. On the second dive, Franz claimed a Hurricane. But as Franz pulled up to climb and repeat, he saw a terrifying sight behind his tail. Instead of the P-40s breaking into a defensive circle like they always had, they were chasing him. With Svalich flying ahead of him and unaware of the danger, Franz radioed him with alarm and told him to run. They were being chased. Svalich radioed back, "Nonsense." Franz saw the thick clouds along the sea and ran for them. But instead of fleeing with Franz, Svalich doubled back and flew toward him, flying over Franz's head. Seeing this, Franz thought, Fergal was right. He is ill in the head. Franz steered for the safety of the clouds, but kept checking his tail. There, he saw an incredible sight. In a tan streak, he watched Svalich fly head-on into the formation of P-40s, his guns firing. The P-40s peeled in all directions. Svalich plowed through the melee and somehow emerged on the other side. Franz saw black smoke and knew that someone had been hit. He cursed Svalich for not escaping with him. Franz blew out a heavy sigh as the cloud's floating tentacles wrapped around his canopy, enshrouding him in mist, turning the daylight into dimness. Banking westward, he wove through the heavenly white river, following his compass until he popped into the blue, alone, above his desert home. After landing, Franz found Svalich circling his parked fighter, checking it for damage. Relieved, Franz shouted, "You never go tooth to tooth with a Curtis." "In the East, we don't run from Ivan." Svalich chuckled. "Why start now?" Franz realized the ill pilot's antics were actually his odd brand of bravery. Franz reached out his hand, and Svalich shook it, flashing a big, toothy grin. Around noon that same day, Fergal and Bendert returned from their flight and found Franz and Svalich in their mess tent. Franz told Fergal that he and Svalich had each bagged 2 planes. Fergal and Bendert said that they, too, had each knocked down 2 planes. Desert Air Force Squadron diaries would later reveal that Fergal and Bendert had shot down none of the fighters that they claimed that day. South African Air Force Squadron 2 would report, "Dogfight with 2 109s, no results." And Royal Air Force Squadron 80 would report, "On 2 occasions, 2 Me-109Fs were seen. These made dive attacks, but they were ineffective." Franz and Svalich gritted their teeth. When Fergal and Bendert had departed, Svalich and Franz agreed that their group leader and his wingman were up to no good. In the evening of August 14th, Fergal delivered a message from JG-27's commander, Neumann, to Franz and Svalich. Neumann had ordered the Fergal flight to assemble on the flight line the next morning. Franz immediately thought that someone was in trouble. When Franz and Svalich plodded to the flight line the next day, as ordered, Svalich was sullen. He was certain that Fergal and Bendert were going to drag him and Franz down with them. But when they reached the flight line, they found Neumann and his staff waiting with photographers. Neumann congratulated the men and said he wanted to celebrate their recent successes. In the weeks prior, the Fergal flight had kept Neumann's orderly busily painting palm fronds on their girls. In 15 days, they had scored a squadron's worth of victories. Franz had chalked up 9 victories, upping his total to 14. Svalich had added 15 victories, doubling his score to 30. Fergal posted 6 victories and now had 26 overall. Bendart added 16, bringing his total to 34, elevating him among the ranks of Marseille and Ruddle as one of JG27's top 10 scorers. With Marseille on leave, the Fergal flight had become the new Stars of Africa. Fergal arrived wearing a white officer's hat like Ruddle's and black sun goggles atop its brim. Despite the heat, Bendart wore a fancy green jacket. Franz and Svalish just wore their everyday attire. The photographers steered the group to Svalish's plane because Svalish had unique victory marks. His rudder bore 30 hash marks and the black silhouettes of 2 ships that he had sunk on the Eastern Front. Fergal joked to Franz that no one would want to be seen by his naked rudder and ordered Franz to paint it up. Franz nodded with reluctance, while wondering what Ruddle would think. The photographers arranged the men in a lineup along the plane's rear fuselage, but Svalish let his arms hang, looking dejected. "Laugh," a photographer urged. "Tell a joke," the other said. Franz said something to Svalish to make him laugh as the shutter snapped. When Neumann shook each pilot's hand, Franz and Svalish knew this was their chance to reveal their suspicions of Fergal and Bendart, but they said nothing. They knew it was too late, and they were already guilty by association. As other pilots walked past the photo shoot, their glares did all the talking. That night, while Neumann's orderly painted palm fronds, in the squadron bars around the airfield, the unit's pilots debated the Fergal flight's meteoric rise. Among the squadrons of First Group, Marseille's group, some pilots gave the Fergal flight a mocking new name, the Expert Flight. They, too, knew that victories were the key to the Knight's Cross, fan mail, and a ticket home. At the time, Germany had no bigger heroes than her fighter pilots, and even the heroes had a hierarchy according to their scores. The First Group pilots saw the Fergal flight's soaring claims as Fergal's underhanded attempt for his group to compete against theirs. Had Marseille been there, he might have told his comrades otherwise, for he was the master at scoring multiple victories day after day. But he was on leave in Germany. In his absence, a few First Group pilots decided the Expert Flight was cheating and had to be stopped. One day later, August 16, 1942, over El Alamein. When the Fergal flight plunged into combat in the early morning of August 16th, they did so to answer another flight's cries for help. 2 planes from First Group had radioed in distress. The leader of Squadron 2, Lieutenant Hans Arnold Stahlschmidt, a 21-year-old ace with 45 victories, and his wingman were badly outnumbered in a dogfight against as many as 38 enemy fighters. Although Stahlschmidt was a rival, the Fergal flight scrambled to his aid with a 5th plane in their formation instead of the usual 4. That day, Fergal had invited along a rookie, Corporal Ferdinand Just, who had recently arrived with a plane of his own. Fergal was good to the new guys because they were black sheep like him. After 15 minutes of fighting, the Fergal flight and its rookie turned for home, victorious. They had saved Stahlschmidt and his wingman, while claiming a combined 11 victories. Even the rookie, Just, had scored his first victory. But it was not what they would claim that would seal the Fergal flight's fate. It was what they did next. At 3,000 feet over friendly lines, Fergal radioed Just and asked for his ammo status. Just replied that he was about full. Fergal decided to give the rookie some target practice by playing a game called Shoot the Shadow. Franz appreciated Fergal's concern for the new guy, but he knew the skies were unsafe, and asked Fergal if this was wise. Fergal dismissed Franz and told him, "Stiegler, you can play the shadow." Franz hated being ordered to play a game when he should be watching for enemy fighters. Svalish promised he would keep an eye out. Franz flew ahead and positioned his plane so its shadow flew in front of him on the sands. Fergal ordered Just to get on his wing as he dropped down to 1,000 feet. "See the shadow?" Fergal asked Just. "Kill it." But the young pilot did not understand. "Strafe the shadow on the sand." Fergal clarified. Franz flew straight and level to keep his shadow flat. He heard Just's gunfire crackle beneath him, then saw geysers of sand rip through his shadow before Just's 109 peeled off to reform with Fergal. Franz flew onward, sweating out the silly game. Fergal ordered Franz to make things challenging. Franz rolled his eyes. He began snaking right and left, using just his rudder, so his shadow stayed flat as it made lazy S patterns. Fergal ordered Bendart and Svalish to attack the shadow as examples to Just. Both veterans wove along with Franz, mirroring his moves. When they passed beneath Franz, they cut loose with what ammo they had remaining. Each veteran's bullets perfectly tracked the shadow, tossing sand and obliterating rocks. The Fergal flight was having so much fun in their mock dogfight that they failed to see two black specks paralleling them in the distance by the ocean. The Fergal flight landed, claimed their victories, and headed to the squadron tent to celebrate their most momentous day yet. But their rival, Stahlschmidt, had already landed. He and his wingman had marched straight for Neumann's headquarters, now an above-ground bunker after his circus wagon had been destroyed. The next day, a rumor ran rampant throughout the pilot camps. The Fergal flight was going to be stripped of their victories. Franz and Svalish could not believe it. They asked around and learned that Stahlschmidt had reported seeing the Fergal flight in mock dogfights, emptying their guns into the sand. Stahlschmidt believed that this was the secret behind the Fergal flight's victories. They would pretend to fight and come home with their ammo exhausted to lie about what they had done. A day later, Fergal spotted his squadron leaders entering Neumann's headquarters. When Fergal asked why he had not been invited, Neumann's orderly told him, "It's a private matter." Svalish took the news hard and grew melancholy. "It's an omen," he told Franz. A fighter pilot since 1936, his victories were his resume and his life. He was a professional flyer. The hash marks were all he had to show for his 6 years of dueling with death. Now he had heard that the pilots of the Fergal flight would be stripped of all their victories. It was no longer their 2 weeks of combat being questioned, but each man's honor. A day later, August 19th, 1942. At dawn, Neumann's orderly delivered messages to Franz, Svalish, Fergal, and Bendart, summoning them to report to Neumann's headquarters that afternoon. Svalish ran to Franz's dugout, distraught. He was certain that Fergal and Bendart had destroyed them. "We're to be court-martialed," he said. Franz's stomach sank. Fergal and Bendart were dressed in flight gear when they found Franz and Svalish moping. Fergal said they were answering a scramble mission and wanted Franz and Svalish to come. Bendart was glib as usual. Franz admitted he was not in the mood to fly, and Svalish agreed. Fergal knew what was eating them, and reassured Franz and Svalish that Neumann would see that Stahlschmidt was wrong when they presented their side of the story. Fergal and Bendart departed to fly. Franz did not fear a court-martial. He feared a court-martial going wrong, and them taking the blame for any loose claims since JG-27 had arrived in the desert. After the midday meal, Franz felt overwhelmed by worry. He lay on his cot in his grave and stared through cracks of light in the canvas ceiling. Around 1:00 p.m., he heard noise above and saw Svalish peel back the canvas. Svalish said he was taking a plane up for a maintenance test flight before the meeting with Neumann. Franz thought nothing of it. Many times he had gone flying to clear his head. Before leaving, Svalish told Franz that regardless of the meeting's result, he would always think of him as the best of comrades. Franz knew Svalish was scared because he had no clout with JG-27 and no relationship with the powers that would be judging him. Franz promised Svalish that he would ensure their names were cleared. Svalish smiled and departed, the canvas flap swinging behind him. Franz fell asleep. An hour later he opened his eyes with distress when the realization hit him. Why would a 33 victory ace undertake a maintenance flight? That's a rookie's job. Franz's heart screamed with alarm. but he was an hour too late. Sváliš never came back from his maintenance flight. Neumann canceled the meeting. The next day, on the shores north of Cortaifia, German sentries found Sváliš's body, carried to land by the tide. Some said his plane had malfunctioned, but Franz knew otherwise. Sváliš had wanted to disappear. That's why he had flown out over the sea. There he had committed suicide, diving into the water, rather than live to see his victories and honor wrongly stripped from him. On the day Sváliš died, Fergal and Bendart landed from their scramble. Fergal claimed one victory, and Bendart another 2. 11 days later, August 30th, 1942. A month after his crash, Ruddle returned to the unit. Franz found him moving his belongings into his hole in the earth. Ruddle had resumed control of Second Group, sending Fergal back to Squadron 4. Ruddle told Franz he had spent only a week at home in Merseburg, and the rest of the time traveling there and back. "I prefer it here," Ruddle admitted, a comment that Franz found odd. Franz tried to explain what had happened with the Fergal flight, but Ruddle cut him off. He had already talked with Neumann, who told him the matter was closed. All the victories in question had been confirmed and sent to Berlin. Franz looked at Ruddle with disbelief. Ruddle explained that Neumann decided not to pass judgment because he had not been there, flying with them in life-and-death combat. Neumann had decided to give his men the benefit of the doubt. Franz told Ruddle that there had been a breach of honor. Ruddle asked Franz if it was worth reopening a closed case. Ruddle explained that during the month in question, Bendart had scored his 30th victory, Magic 30, and had been nominated for the Knight's Cross. But Franz told Ruddle he had promised Sváliš he would see their names cleared, and there would always be doubt unless the truth was told. Ruddle agreed to look into the matter, but knew it would get ugly. "You could have saved us a lot of trouble if you had just taken a stand," he told Franz, who nodded in silent agreement. "I'm afraid you won't be here to see the results," Ruddle said. Franz did not understand. "You're going home," Ruddle said. "It didn't do me any good, but you might enjoy it." For a moment, Franz reacted like Ruddle had after his crash. There was something about the simplicity of the desert life, even its hardships, that made him not want to leave. During the first week of September 1942, Franz found himself sitting on a lonely bench at the far end of the airfield, where Ju-52 transports delivered the unit's supplies. Franz had his orders: hitch a ride on a transport to Libya, then fly to Sicily, then Italy. From there, he would take a train to Germany. Every so often an old sergeant emerged to tell Franz that a Ju-52 was due any minute. The windsock hung limp. There were no eager rookies checking in for a great adventure, just mechanics linking ammunition belts, while orderlies inventoried supplies. Franz had said goodbye to Ruddle, his comrades, and even Marseille, who had just returned from leave. Franz had found Marseille lounging around, strangely reluctant to return to the cockpit. Marseille no longer displayed photos of actresses and models in his dugout, and had replaced them with just one framed picture of his girlfriend, Anneliese, a schoolteacher. "We just got engaged," Marseille told him. "On my next leave, hopefully at Christmas time, we'll be married. If not, I'm waiting until next Christmas. It's the best time for a wedding." When Franz suggested that Marseille would never be as much fun, the Star of Africa proved otherwise and recited the latest dirty jokes he had learned. Marseille recommended restaurants Franz could visit in Berlin. "Tell them you're my friend," he told Franz, "and they'll throw you out before they'll seat you." From his airline days, Franz knew the sound of a Ju-52 by heart. In the distance, the plane landed through a wave of heat. High above, its 109 escorts circled the transport, their duty not completed until the plane had unloaded, reloaded, and was flying back the way it had come. The Ju-52 taxied to a stop, but kept its engines running as crewmen erected a ramp up to the plane's side fuselage. They wheeled barrels from the plane's belly. Franz shouldered his bag as a Kubelwagen screeched to a stop behind him. Ruddle climbed out. "I always see my pilots off," Ruddle reminded Franz. "I'm just glad we're not talking through a slab of wood." Franz tucked his hat into his sweaty armpit. Dropping his sea bag, he went to salute Ruddle, who instead stuck out his hand, just like when they had first met. They shook hands, both serious. They knew there was no guarantee that Franz's plane would make it across the Mediterranean, and Ruddle had just checked himself back into hell. The Ju-52's loadmaster grabbed Franz's shoulder and pointed toward the waiting plane. The plane's pilots stared through their windows at Franz, annoyed, eager to get as far from the front as possible. Franz entered the plane and sat uncomfortably in the back, not used to riding. The plane carried him away. The next day, he would leave the dark continent on a Ju-52 loaded with wounded, groaning Afrika Korps soldiers. As the plane passed over the African coast, this time, Franz did not look out the window. 7. The Homecoming. A week later, early September 1942, near Amberg. Franz approached the door to the pub. He smoothed his grayish-blue blazer and pulled its yellow collar tabs. His crush cap sat straight on his head, so he cocked it at a jaunty angle like the other veterans did. A tan cloth band encircled the left cuff of his blazer and read Afrika, a badge that only men who had fought there could wear. He cinched his black tie. The tie was not just for special occasions. The Air Force fashioned itself as Germany's most gentlemanly military branch. Everywhere but in the desert, German pilots wore ties, even when flying. Inside the pub, Franz strolled up to the brewmaster's daughter, the girl of his teenage dreams, whose blonde hair and busty influence had helped steer him away from the priesthood. Franz beamed a wide smile and removed his hat, revealing his hair neatly slicked back, with the sides and back cropped short. The girl emerged from behind the bar, looked him over, and stopped an awkward foot away from him. Franz gazed at her. She slapped him hard on the cheek. Smarting, Franz looked at her wide-eyed. "Aren't you ashamed to be here?" The girl snapped. "What's wrong?" Franz asked, his eyes wide with surprise. "Get out! Get out! Get out!" she screamed. Franz hesitated and asked again what he had done wrong. The girl threatened to call her father. Franz ran for the door. That night, Franz sat with his mother as she sipped a beer. Every night, without fail, she always drank a beer. Franz confessed his woes with the brewmaster's daughter. His mother shrugged with a guilty grin. Franz realized she was somehow behind the slap he had received. He asked his mother what she had done. His mother admitted that when Franz had departed for Africa, he had left so many girlfriends behind that each wrote to her, seeking for news of him. She did not reply, so the girls wrote again and again. Then they started coming to her door to ask about Franz. Annoyed, Franz's mother wrote a letter to each girl that said, "Franz is married, leave him alone." Franz broke out laughing at his stern old mother. He knew she probably still prayed he would come to his senses and become a priest. Franz's holiday was supposed to last 8 weeks, but he found himself wanting to return to the desert sooner. When he biked around Amberg, his friends' parents told him where their boys had been deployed. Every morning, when he rustled open his newspaper, the headlines revealed bad news from the African front. JG-27 lost 40 Victory Ace Sergeant Gunther Steinhausen, and a day later, 59 Victory Ace Stahlschmidt, both killed. 3 weeks later, the headlines screamed in big black letters that Squadron 3's hero of the desert, Marseille, was dead. Franz read the story in shock. It said that Marseille had died bailing out of his fighter after a combat mission. But Franz knew there had to be more to the story that no one was saying. The Desert Air Force could never kill Marseille. As his leave wound down in October, France's orders changed. He was told not to return to his unit because JG-27 was withdrawing from the desert. Africa had become a lost cause for the Germans. The British had launched an attack from El Alamein, a push that Rommel was unable to stop. In early November, as the Germans retreated, a new foe landed behind them in Casablanca, the Americans. When the first American flyer was captured, Neumann invited the pilot to join him for breakfast. Neumann was amazed that the American, a major, wore only a one-piece olive-green flight suit. Neumann looked upon the enemy flyer with great worry as the American happily ate his breakfast. He knew that behind that one man stood the might of the American industrial empire. Neumann lost his appetite. Around the table with his father and Father Joseph, Franz came to the same conclusion, and worse. They agreed that the war had already been decided, ever since June 1941, when Hitler attacked the Soviet Union and opened a two-front war. Hitler had told his people that Stalin was about to attack them, but the truth did not matter. The older man had already lost a war in 1918 and knew how a nation's doom played out. They knew at that moment, in November 1942, that Germany was going to lose the Second World War. "What do I do now?" Franz asked his elders. "You're a German fighter pilot," Franz's father said. "That's all there is to it." Father Joseph nodded, having been a fighter pilot himself. Although he never spoke of his war stories, he told Franz something he would never forget. "Don't worry," he said. "We fight our best when we're losing." 8. Welcome to Olympus. 6 months later, April 13th, 1943, Northwest Sicily. Hidden in the shade of an olive tree, the white nose cone of the gray Bf-109 began to spin, its black blades catching the midday sunlight that snuck through the branches. The engine whined, coughed, and belched white smoke before settling into a powerful rhythm. Franz sat in the cockpit, a pipe clenched in his teeth. He wore just his tent cap, no flight helmet, no ear protection, and worked the throttle of the new 109. Mechanics in oil-stained T-shirts and baggy khakis watched from the side of the spinning prop. Sicily was as hot as the desert, but unlike Africa, Sicily had trees, flowers, and streams around which high scrub bushes grew. At Trapani Airfield, the Squadron 6 mechanics preferred to work in the shade at the south corner of the base, far from the big target hangars on the north end. The lead mechanic leaned into the cockpit and studied the gauges. "She's still running hot," Franz insisted to the mechanic, who listened in to hear Franz's words. Yellow 2 was a new Gustav, or G4, model, fresh from the factory. With its new camouflage scheme, the fighter looked like a sleek gray shark as it vibrated in the olive grove. The plane's flanks and wings were gray, its belly was white, and along the fighter's spine ran a wavy swath of molted black. A yellow 2 stood starkly from its camouflage. Franz shut down the plane and hopped out. The mechanic insisted that Franz must be imagining problems. Franz reminded the mechanic that a G model had killed Marseille. Franz had learned the story of Marseille's death when he reunited with the unit. When JG-27 had been issued the new G models, Marseille had refused to fly his and had barred his pilots from doing so because the plane's new, more powerful Daimler-Benz engine was prone to failure. After General Albert Kesselring heard that Marseille was casting doubt on the G, he ordered Marseille to fly the new plane anyway. That's how Marseille died. He had been flying home from a mission when a gear in his G model's engine shattered and broke the oil line. Smoke billowed into his cockpit, blinding and disorienting him. Marseille failed to notice that his plane had slipped into a dive. When he jumped, instead of falling beneath the plane, the airflow sucked his body into the plane's rudder. The same rudder that had borne his 158 victory marks had smashed Marseille's chest, rendering him unconscious and unable to deploy his chute. Marseille's friends had watched helplessly as he fell to earth. His comrades later returned to the airfield in a Kugelwagen with Marseille's body resting across their laps. In a palm grove, they displayed his casket in the bed of a truck. After burying Marseille, they gathered in a tent and listened to his favorite song, Rumba Azul, on his gramophone. A month later, they had to be removed from combat due to shattered morale. The mechanic promised Franz he would take a look. His men reached for their tools, propped up the engine cowlings with rods, and began ratcheting off the engine cover. Franz departed, darting across the runway with his life preserver in one hand and his flight helmet in the other. Small silver flare cartridges lined the tops of his boots like bullets. The flares were a necessity now that he regularly flew over water. Across the runway to the north lay the small village of Milo, with its flat white roofs. Beyond it stood the massive, dusty-looking Mount Erice, which looked like it belonged in the American Badlands. Ruddle kept his headquarters there, in a cave just below the summit. Atop Erice, an ancient, abandoned Norman castle clung to the mountain's eastern lip. Called Venus Castle, the towers and walls had been built over an ancient temple to the Roman goddess Venus. Franz often envisioned ghostly knights staring down on the airfield from the ramparts. A month earlier, the group had deployed to Trapani airfield from Germany. Ruddle had promoted Franz to staff sergeant and placed him in Squadron 6 under Rudi Zinner, thinking the humble pilot a better influence than Fergal, whom Ruddle had dispatched to lead a detachment in Africa. Franz ambled along the flight line where the new 109s of Squadron 6 sat in gray brick blast pens held together by white mortar. Squadron 6 was nicknamed the Bears because they had made the Berlin Bear their mascot and painted it on their patches. Franz saw his comrades lounging in the grottos behind their planes. The pilots sprawled in white lawn chairs and sipped herbal tea and iced limoncello. Franz felt the cool breeze of the ocean and thought how Sicily seemed a far better place than Africa. Franz stopped in his tracks. The wind carried a rumble that Franz had come to dread in the days before. It was the deep hum of a swarm of metal wasps high above. Thump, thump, thump. 3 bursts of anti-aircraft fire exploded on the edge of the airfield, the signal for air raid. Pilots ran from the grottos for their 190s. Franz sprinted toward his plane. His heavy, fur-lined flying boots pounded the dry earth, and Franz wished he wore slim cavalry boots like the pilots had in the Battle of Britain days. The droning grew louder. Franz glanced up between strides and saw 20 or 30 little white crosses at 15,000 feet on the southern horizon, flying toward him. His fears were confirmed. They were the 4 motors, the planes the Americans called the B-17 Flying Fortress. Still running, Franz neared the mechanic's grotto. He saw the lead mechanic emerge, waving his arms. "She's not ready!" the mechanic shouted. Franz cursed his new 109. Wheeling, Franz decided that if his own plane was down, then he could borrow someone else's. At the first blast pen, he found a 109 fueled and ready, its cockpit open. A crewman waited with the starter handle, ready to crank the plane to life, while another waited on the wing root to help a pilot strap in. Franz grabbed the handhold behind the cockpit to haul himself up, but another hand pulled him back down. A voice shouted at his back, "She's mine, Franz!" Franz turned to see Lieutenant Willi Kinch pull himself up and onto the wing. Willi looked more like a pale Italian teenager than a fighter pilot. His black eyebrows drooped like arches over his lazy eyes. Short, slight, and scrappy, Willi was just 22 years old, but already had 17 victories, the same as Franz. Franz cursed and ran to find another plane. Although Franz and Willi were tied for victories, they were not rivals. Willi was Franz's best friend in the squadron, and Franz knew he had the right to claim his plane. At the next 109, Franz got as far as the wingtip when another pilot shouted, "Don't even think about it," as he tossed his helmet up to the crewman and climbed aboard. A red flare arced through the sky across the airfield. the signal for everyone to hide in a bomb shelter. From a slit trench behind the blast pens, a mechanic shouted for Franz to take cover. Franz could see the trench was full already with mechanics who watched the sky. Franz kept running. The next 109 that Franz reached had taxied out before he could commandeer it. Farther down the line, another 109 taxied away. Beyond that, one pilot cut his motor, hopped from his plane, and ran, his self-preservation instincts kicking in. Another pilot saw this and followed, then another. Franz looked up. The B-17s were now large white crosses in a line. He counted 26 bombers. Slowly they turned to make a run over the airfield. They were almost overhead. Franz swore he could see little black holes in their bellies, their bomb bays open. Willi and his wingman took off down the runway past Franz, adding insult to injury. It was too late to get to a plane. Franz knew he needed to get as far from the airfield as possible. He spotted a distant patch of trees where he had seen men digging a shelter the day before, and he ran in its direction. He spotted the slit trench and slid in, knocking away a round wooden pole that spanned its length. When his boots squished into the earth, Franz knew why the trench was unoccupied. It was not a shelter. It was a latrine. The pole had been there for the men to steady their rears upon. Luckily, the latrine was new and only looked to have been used a few times. Repulsed, Franz tried to climb from the latrine, but the sound of bombs whining from above chased him back in. He scurried to the end of the trench and peered over the edge. The earth shook as the first plane dropped its bombs on the runway. A second barrage followed, a third, a fourth. Franz buried his face into the island's sandy dirt and clutched the rosary in his shirt pocket. Explosion after explosion detonated, each a brilliant 500-pound flash. Fighters along the flight line evaporated in bursts of flame that erupted from the revetments. The earth upheaved, spitting dirt. Steel fragments flew in all directions, chopping trees in ragged halves. Franz clutched his ears, but this only made the concussions hurt worse. He grabbed his throat as each blast sucked the air out of his lungs. He closed his eyes from the painful flashes of light. He wanted to vomit as his equilibrium spun. The bombs cracked time and again, each a supersonic wave that pounded Franz like a lightning storm slapping the earth. Then, just as suddenly, the earth stopped shaking. Silence arrived. The B-17s had dumped their payloads and droned away. The attack was part of the Allies' new offensive, Operation Flax. The Americans and British knew that Hitler had refused to evacuate the Afrika Korps from the desert, and that the only thing keeping Rommel from collapse was his supply line from Sicily. Operation Flax was the Allied plan to slice that umbilical cord of bullets, fuel, and food. Franz's ears rang. As he pulled himself from the trench, he lost his balance and fell face down. Through his orbiting vision, he saw fires on the flight line. In the blast pens, cracked wings and upturned tails protruded where 109s had once perched. Squinting through the spins, Franz peered toward the mechanic's grotto. There, through the smoke, Franz saw yellow too. His Gustav still sat, proudly intact and on its gear, while others all around the field burned. Franz slapped the earth with joy. That same evening, Franz and Willi drove the Squadron 6 Kubelwagen up the winding road that climbed the side of Mount Erice. The road was rough and full of hairpins. Franz kept the car in low gear, its tires kicking up yellow dust. Below the summit, the mountain became smooth. Franz pulled into a small roundabout where other Kubelwagens sat at the mouth of a cave, with camouflaged netting draped over them. Rock piles spewed from the cave, a sign of home improvements to the unit's mountainside headquarters. Franz and Willi walked to the cliff to soak in the majestic view. On many nights the pilots congregated there to smoke. They felt more at home above the earth than on its face. At their feet lay Milo. Farther south sat the airfield, with its runway shaped like a bone and a circular turnabout at each end, where planes could warm their engines before takeoff. Above them loomed the stark walls of Venus Castle. To the east lay clusters of Mediterranean farms and olive groves that vented from the day's heat. Beyond the farms lay brownish-gold fields of Durham wheat, still golden in the fading sunlight. To the west lay the ancient coastal city of Trapani. It was built around a half-moon bay, and the city came alive at sunset, as Mediterranean villages did when their oil lamps were lit. Vili always acted unimpressed by the scenery, and instead bragged about the skiing near his hometown, Kisleg, where he had been a master skier before the war. When he wasn't bragging about the mountains, Vili boasted about his small town's domed church. It was built along a lake where people would stroll after Mass. Franz sensed the innocence of Vili's hometown pride as he looked at the young pilot, whose white officer's crush cap always looked like he had borrowed it from his father. "Welcome to Olympus," Ruddle shouted as he sauntered from the cave that doubled as his headquarters. Franz had known he would be there. The airfield below was Ruddle's kingdom, and the mountain and its castle his estate. His squadrons, 4, 5, and 6, were now the Knights of Sicily. Outfitted with new planes and refilled with new pilots, the squadron's new mission was to defend the island and the supply convoys to Africa. With only 42 planes, Second Group was shouldering a mission meant for all of JG-27. Due to the broadening war front, the wing had splintered and would never operate as one again. Instead, Neumann, who operated from an airfield in the center of Sicily, was dispatching some of his squadrons to France and others to Greece. For support, Ruddle had the Italians, whose pilots were brave but known for their outstanding acrobatic flying rather than their fighting prowess. He also had the 3 ghost squadrons of Fighter Wing 53, JG-53, whose battered planes sat derelict at the northern end of the airfield, their pilots at home, resting from African duty. Relaxing around the Kubelwagen, Franz, Vili, and Ruddle lit up and swapped stories. Franz pulled out his pipe and bag of tobacco, a new habit. He tamped the tobacco into the pipe with the brass of a spent machine gun shell. Ruddle and Vili lit cigarettes. They talked about the raid that day and lamented the loss of 8 fighters, bombed on the ground. Vili had caught up to the 4 motors north of the island and knocked one down, a significant accomplishment. A bomber victory carried bonus points that brought a pilot much closer to Magic 30 and the Knight's Cross. A fighter victory was worth 1 point, but a bomber victory was worth 3 points, because a bomber was a more challenging adversary. Invariably, their conversation steered back to the old days in Africa. Vili had barely known Franz there, but he knew of the Fergal flight. Ruddle explained that he himself had been dragged into the controversy. Just days after his return, Ruddle had scored his 53rd victory, when someone started a rumor that he, too, had inflated his victories. Secretly, Ruddle had taken action. When Fergal and Bendart claimed new victories, he sent out the unit's camera-equipped 109 and Fieseler Storch reconnaissance planes to the spots where they said their vanquished foes had crashed. When the searches found nothing, Ruddle confronted Fergal and Bendart. He knew they had entered combat. There were witnesses to that much. But both claimed victories that could not be verified. Ruddle would remember, "I do not think that it was a matter of intentionally lying about their victories, but it was proven to have been gross negligence in claiming victories simply because a pilot shoots at an aircraft, maybe getting hits, but not confirming the crash or the pilot getting out. The situation stained all involved in the group and that flight, and even Stiegler and I were questioned. Bad business, really." Ruddle could have hung Fergal and Bendart out to dry, but he knew that exposing them could have turned JG-27 into the laughingstock of the Air Force. So, Ruddle dealt with them privately. He kept them on the flight roster and gave them a second chance to repair the damage they had done. He allowed Fergal to retain his leadership of Squadron 4, and he did not interfere with Bendart's Knight's Cross nomination. But as punishment, Ruddle kept both men in the desert as long as he could. After Ruddle confronted them, Fergal scored only once more, and Bendart stopped scoring altogether. But Fergal and Bendert became team players once again, flying mission after mission without victory claims. They fought harder than before, as if driven to make amends for what they had done to Svalish. By the time JG-27 left the desert, their month of bad judgment had been forgotten. Without fail, Franz's evening talks with Ruddle took on a negative tone. It seemed that the longer Ruddle looked at the horizon, the more haunted he became by the vision of the horrors still happening in Africa. "We are next," he said between drags on his cigarette. "It's impossible to succeed here." Franz drew deeply from his pipe, its embers glowing. They all had heard the rumor that the enemy now had 5,000 planes in Africa. In silence, the men looked past the beautiful Sicilian sunset and to the southern horizon, where darkness overtook the skies. 3 days later, April 16th, 1942. Spiraling upward in their 109s through scattered clouds above the airfield, Franz and Willi saw smoke rising on the other side of Olympus. The gray plumes bellowed from the port of Palermo on the island's north coast. The 4 motors had bombed the docks and power stations there, sinking 2 ships. Franz, Willi, and 21 of their comrades had scrambled too late. The skies were otherwise empty. It was 4:30 p.m., and the 4 motors had just spoiled the dinner dates Franz had lined up for him and Willi in Trapani. From Olympus, the controllers radioed the flight to alert them that P-38 fighters had been sighted above the Gulf of Palermo. Franz had never seen a P-38, but he had heard the name the boys in Africa gave the new American fighter, the Fork-Tailed Devil. The P-38 was rumored to spit a hose of fire from 5 machine guns and a cannon, all packed in its nose. Supposedly it could snap from level flight into a loop in a blink. From his fighter, Yellow 3, Willi radioed Franz and said he had a hunch where the bombers were. 2 days before, after the B-17s had obliterated the airfield, Willi had caught them north of Sicily, turning west to reverse course and skirt the island on their way home to North Africa. Willi wagered that now the 4 motors would be flying the same route. He told Franz they could intercept the bombers west of the island if they hurried. Franz liked the idea of pursuing the herd, as the bombers were called, instead of the Fork-Tailed Devils. The call was Willi's. He was leading the flights because their squadron commander, Zinner, had been banged up several weeks earlier after a crash landing on the airfield. Despite the fact that Willi was younger than him, Franz respected Willi's rank and courage. Willi steered the flights west and poured on the coals. Their G-models seemed to surge with joy at the chance to run open throttle. As the flights motored across the island and over the sea, the clouds revealed their speed. The G's new motor had 120 more horsepower than the F. Its propeller blades were broader, and it was faster, capable of 400 miles per hour at altitude. The G was still poor for dogfighting. Its faster speed made its turning radius even wider, and the G was a killer on takeoff. If a pilot applied too much power too quickly, it would torque roll, flipping onto its back and into the runway. "There's the herd!" someone shouted across the radio. Willi was right. Ahead, Franz saw them, the 4 motors. Like a black cloud, they flew at 24,000 feet over a tiny fisherman's island called Marettimo. They were B-17s of the 97th Bomb Group. Willi led the squadron in a gentle turn behind the bombers until they were flying in the same direction at the same altitude. The pack of 109s spread out into a trail formation, each flight of 4 following the one ahead of it, as they gained ground on the heavies. Franz squinted through the illuminated ring of his gun sight. The 4 motors were several miles ahead, flying toward the late afternoon sun. He could make out their mustard-brown bodies and white bellies. They flew in a box formation, an arrangement of 21 planes that stacked diagonally like steps toward the heavens. This allowed the bombers' gunners to lend fire support to one another. Franz's heart pounded. He found his plane rising and dipping with the shaking of his hand, and he noted the irony that he was flying like a rookie again. Through his bulletproof windshield, a welcomed improvement of the G model, Franz watched Willi lead the 109s ahead of him into their attack run. Franz's flight was next in line. Although the bombers were lighter and faster without their bombs, the fighters slowly crept up on them from behind, using their 100-plus mile-per-hour speed advantage. As Willi's flight approached the bombers at 600 yards distance, gunners on all 21 bombers opened fire. A stream of tracers converged around and in front of the tiny fighters. Willi's flight panicked and returned fire too soon, leaving a dirty gun smoke trail in their wake. They broke away and dove for safety, all too eager to let Franz's flight try. Suddenly, there were no 109s in front of Franz, just smoke-stained air between him and the bombers. He had no experience in attacking bombers and was unsure of the right way to go about it. Franz radioed his flight, instructing them to fall behind him. They would simply attack one after the other. He was too scared to think of any last advice or words of bravado. "Let's go," he simply said. One of his pilots confirmed his transmission. The other two said nothing, too scared to speak. Starting at 1,000 yards from the bombers, Franz turned onto his gun run. He was alarmed to discover that attacking from tail was agonizingly slow. He knew to fire at 100 yards, then break away, but flying the first 900 yards to reach that point would take 18 long seconds. Franz aimed for the lowest bombers, so he and his flight could make the quickest getaway possible. He passed 900 yards in 2 seconds, then 800, then 700. At 600 yards, he could see that the bombers' flanks displayed white American stars surrounded by yellow circles. The bomber crews could see him too, and their tail and ball turret gunners opened fire, 84 guns, tracking him in the lead like a spotlight on a stage actor. Each gun spit 7 sharp 50-caliber bullets per second. At 500 yards, with tracer bullets zipping past his canopy, Franz realized the awful truth of the tail attack. You cannot do this and not be hit. At 400 yards, he saw the massive wingspan of a B-17 fill the ring of his gun sight. He squeezed a burst of his cannon for 1 second before he lost his nerve, snap-rolled his fighter inverted, and broke away. The pilots behind him did the same, some firing, but others too scared to squeeze a trigger. When Franz pulled out of the dive, he looked up through the canopy roof and saw the bombers' white bellies high above him, motoring upward and away, unscathed. Franz wondered how he had missed the bombers. The enemy's wings had filled the ring of his gun sight. But, like Willi before him, Franz had failed to recognize a new variable. The massive 104-foot wingspan of a B-17 was far different than the 40-foot wings of a fighter. It filled the gun sight faster, although it was farther away. That day, all of the 109 pilots' shots fell short. They had yet to learn that a bomber's wingspan needed to extend beyond the ring of the gun sight before it was time to shoot. For the young American bomber crews, it had been a resounding, although exaggerated, victory. They would report being attacked by 40 enemy planes, without loss, and would later write simply, "Enemy aircraft fired at bombers from distance." This audiobook is continued on Disc 4. A Higher Call by Adam Makos with Larry Alexander, continued. Disc 4. Willi pulled up on Franz's wing as their flights reformed behind them. Willi jokingly asked if Franz wanted to try again. "I'd rather be a coward for 7 seconds than a long time dead," Franz said. So Willi radioed the others, "Mission complete. Return to base." The attack had carried them southwest of Maritimo Island, so Willi steered northeast toward the island. Not a minute had gone by before someone radioed, "Fighters, 11 o'clock low." Franz leaned forward against his straps and peered ahead of his left wing. He saw green silhouettes just 2,000 feet below him. At 16,000 feet, they motored in the opposite direction, toward Africa. Franz's eyes went wide. Each fighter had 2 engines, one attached to each large wing. The engine's booms extended back like fork blades connecting to a small tail. They were P-38s, 10 of them, the fork-tailed devils of the 82nd Fighter Group. The Americans called their planes Lightnings. Eager to redeem himself from his botched run on the bombers, Willy radioed Franz to say he was attacking. Willy knew no bounds when it came to pushing his luck, so Franz agreed to cover him. Willy dismissed his flight, as did Franz. It was like the desert again, 2 experts against many. Franz followed Willy into a dive toward the P-38s. Both knew they had to hit them from astern or from behind, anywhere but from the front. Head on, the Lightnings had them outgunned. Franz would remember, one cardinal rule we never forgot was avoid fighting a P-38 head-on. That was suicide. Their armament was so heavy and their firepower so murderous that no one ever tried that type of attack more than once. The P-38 pilots spotted the 109s too late. With height, speed, and surprise on their side, Franz and Willy swept across the P-38 formation from above, their guns blazing. Willy riddled a P-38 from wingtip to wingtip. Franz's bullets stitched the right engine of another. Round and round they danced with the P-38s. Willy's bullets hit another P-38 that spun from the sky. But the P-38s seemed reluctant to duel. After each joust, they steered back onto their original southward course. All at once, they leveled their wings toward Africa and ran from the fight. Convinced he and Franz had routed the P-38s, Willy began to chase them. But Franz warned Willy that the P-38s would only lead him out to sea, where he would run out of fuel. Willy reluctantly abandoned his pursuit. Franz tipped his wing and looked down on the P-38 he had wounded. It was circling downward, its engine coughing black smoke. Suddenly, the hood of its canopy tumbled away in the slipstream. The pilot stood in the cockpit, then dove toward the rear of the wing. The draft sucked his body under the fork tail. He free fell from 12,000 feet, passing through the clouds. "Pull it!" Franz shouted at the American, urging him to open his chute. When the pilot's parachute finally popped full of air, Franz felt relief. The pilot drifted lazily downward while his P-38 splashed into the sea. Franz flew lower and saw the P-38 pilot climb into a tiny yellow raft against the Whitecaps. Franz radioed Olympus to tell them to relay the Americans' position to the Italians. He guessed they were 70 kilometers west of Marettimo, and asked if the island could send a boat to pick up the man. For a second, Franz considered hovering over the man in the raft like an aerial beacon to steer a boat to the spot, but he shook the thought from his mind. It would put him at risk. If a prowling flight of enemy fighters found him, Franz knew he, too, could be shot into the sea. Franz and Willy departed the scene, leaving the pilot in his raft to fate. As they flew away, Franz wished the man a strong westerly wind. The American who looked up from the raft was Second Lieutenant Conrad Benslin, a young man from a large Swedish-American family in St. Paul, Minnesota. He was quiet and hard-working, having taught himself English in high school. He had paid his way through the University of Minnesota by working for the government's Civilian Conservation Corps program, cutting fire breaks in the forests of northern Minnesota. Among his buddies of the 82nd Fighter Group, Benslin was known as the smartest guy in the unit. Far from shore, Benslin floated alone. A day later, another flight of P-38s flew over him, and, through a hole in the clouds, saw him waving his arms from a raft. But he was in the middle of the sea, and they could do nothing. Benslin would never be seen again. Conrad Benslin had a younger brother, Karl, who would become a navigator on a B-24 that would be shot down over Vienna. Like Conrad, he became missing in action and never would return. When Conrad was shot down, his sister Betty was 16. For years after the war, Betty always looked for him in crowds. When Franz and Willy landed at Trapani, they hurried to fill out their victory claims in the operations shack. Willy claimed 2 P-38s and Franz 1. Willi was cheerful because they had chased away an entire flight of fork-tailed devils, but Franz felt a sense of regret. He had seen his enemy in the raft. He mentally put himself in that man's shoes, floating alone as the sea grew choppy and storm clouds rolled in, without water or food. "That's war," Franz told himself as he lit a cigarette, another new habit. With each drag of smoke, he put the American pilot farther out of his mind. He scrawled his signature on the paperwork so he and Billy could go celebrate in Trapani, where black-haired belladonnas and bottles of sweet Marsala wine were calling. 9. The Unseen Hand. 2 weeks later, late April 1943, Trapani, Sicily. Franz and Willi waited nervously in the courtyard of the villa on a hillside overlooking Trapani Bay. The high-noon sun cast sharp shadows on the dried fountain that languished in the courtyard's center between a cluster of palm trees. Willi flicked his cigarette nervously. All Rudel had told them was that General Adolf Galland had ordered that they report to the villa, the general's new headquarters. Franz and Willi knew Galland's face from postcards, the news clips before cinema films, and from the boxes of cigars he endorsed. He was a national hero, a 94 victory ace, and Germany's youngest general at age 31. All of Germany's fighter pilots fell under his command. Franz and Willi had pressed their tropical dress uniforms, tan blazers with white caps, and had assumed Galland either intended to decorate them with some awards or wanted their report on the disastrous supply convoys to Africa. In the week prior, Franz and Willi had flown to Africa daily, escorting transports with supplies for the doomed Afrika Korps. They had seen the Allies' aerial blockade and had watched as the seas grew covered with the burning wreckage of German transports and floating men. Allied fighters were shooting down 30 Ju-52s per week, and the Germans had begun naming days after big losses, such as the Palm Sunday Massacre, followed by the Holy Thursday Massacre. One of the transports that managed to escape Tunisia carried a pilot Franz knew well, his old squadron leader, Fergal. But Fergal did not leave Africa on his feet. On April 19th in Tunisia, his fighter had collided with another on takeoff. Badly burned, Fergal was sent home. He would recover slowly and later lead a pilot training school for the remainder of the war. Rudel opened the tall wooden doors of the villa and ushered Franz and Willi inside. Rudel nervously raised his eyebrows to Franz, as if to say, "Be prepared." Franz had not seen Rudel since the shake-up when Galland had named him the new leader of JG-27. Neumann was gone. No one knew if he had been promoted or replaced, but he had had to leave his beloved JG-27 to work on Galland's staff in Germany. Rudel chose Schröer to take his spot and lead second group. Passing through a vast room beneath a high ceiling with wooden beams, they found Galland outside on a patio, relaxing after his lunch at a small circular table. The sea lay behind him. Galland's thin smile beamed from beneath his black mustache. His slicked black hair and black eyebrows gave him a dark, menacing quality. A bad crash had made his face more rugged. The crash had flattened his nose and sunken his eyebrows over his eyes. Still, Galland remained a dashing ladies' man and unrepentant bachelor. He wore a tan, short-sleeved shirt that made his black knight's cross dangle boldly. Across from Galland sat his deputy, Colonel Gunther Lützow, also a legendary pilot at only 31 years old. Lützow was known as the Man of Ice because he showed so little emotion, on the ground or in the air, where he had scored 104 victories and earned the Knight's Cross. Slender in build, his face was scrunched by a thick nose, and his small eyes always looked serious, either deep in thought or piercing with worry. Only a few people had ever seen him smile. Lützow had another side that few witnessed, in which he was a family man who cherished his wife, small son, and daughter. Franz and Willi saluted the seated general and colonel, and remained at attention as Rudel took a seat at Galland's table. The stiff-armed Nazi salute would not be mandated until summer 1944. Instead, The Air Force men saluted like any other nation's pilots, but with a heel click. Rudel and Gallant were old friends, going back to the Battle of France, where Rudel had been Gallant's wingman on the day when Gallant scored his first victory. Gallant lit up a thick cigar, a trademark affectation he had discovered while flying in the Spanish Civil War. Gallant loved cigars so much he had an electric cigar lighter installed in his 109. Gallant's 109 was legendary for other reasons. France had never seen the plane, but Gallant was said to have customized it with extra machine guns and had his personal nose art, a custom-designed cartoon of Mickey Mouse, painted alongside the cockpit. Turning to Franz and Willy, Gallant told them in his soft, proper voice that he had come to Sicily to manage the African debacle and more, to investigate a threat far greater to Germany, the four motors. Gallant confirmed what all the pilots knew, that American heavy bombers were pounding Germany from one direction, England. But if they attacked from the Mediterranean too, such a two-pronged attack would be impossible to defend against. "They have to be stopped here," Gallant said. Gallant turned to Franz and Willy. "You are the pilots who shot down the P-38s on April 16th, yes?" "Yes, General," they replied. "Then why did you run from the bombers to go and battle against fighters?" Gallant asked. Franz and Willy were lost for words. Gallant reiterated the record for them. The heavies had bombed Trapani on April 11th, 12th, and 13th, yet only one four-motor was knocked down. On April 16th, the heavies returned, and 23 pilots flew against them and scored nothing but P-38s. Gallant told them that Goering received every mission report by teletype and had seen their claims himself. "The Reichsmarschall always asks for the victory figures first, and losses second," Gallant said. "This says what he thinks of his pilots." Gallant's voice carried a tone of disdain. Gallant and Goering had been at odds since the Battle of Britain, when Goering first accused the fighter pilots of cowardice. Goering had once asked Gallant what he needed to improve his pilots' fighting spirit, and Gallant had replied, "An outfit of Spitfires for my squadron." It was a verbal insult that Goering never forgot. Lützow's face grew cold at the mention of Goering's name. Lützow had, in fact, given Goering his Air Force-wide nickname, the Fat One. Lützow hated Goering because he was an ignoble man who now sat at the head of the once noble Air Force. Gallant would remember, "It was as if he, Lützow, never exhibited any emotion except anger, and ironically, this was usually directed at Goering, and never the enemy." Goering had led the 50,000 brown shirts, the party's thugs, who had monitored the polling booths during the 1933 elections, intimidating voters and suppressing opposition. Rudel interrupted Gallant to remind him that Second Group was still fresh to the theater and that Lieutenant Kinch had the unit's first success against a B-17. Prodded by Rudel, Willy told the story of downing the B-17. He shocked everyone by confessing that the B-17 he had destroyed had actually been a straggler. Hit by flak, it fell from formation, and he finished it. Franz suddenly wished Willy could filter his thoughts with as much talent as he flew with. Gallant assured Rudel that he was not questioning his leadership. Rather, he simply needed answers from his pilots. Gallant got to the point and asked Franz and Willy again, "Why did you let the bombers escape?" "Because we fired from too far away, because of their defensive fire," Willy admitted. "Ah," Gallant said. "Goering calls that cowardice, but I personally believe it is a matter of tactics." His ire raised at the hint of cowardice, Franz interrupted the general and said, "Sir, it's the tail approach that's the problem. It's all we're taught, and it's stupid." The three Knights Cross holders at the table turned toward Franz. Willy looked straight ahead like a ghost. Gallant leaned across the table, his cross dangling like a threat. The rumor was that Gallant's cross was so heavy due to its 24 embedded diamonds that he needed to wear a woman's garter under his collar to support it. Gallant let a smile curl and said, "It's about time someone agrees with me. But tell me, why do you hold this opinion of yours?" "The tail approach will only get us killed," Franz said. "It is too slow. We need to attack from the front, with speed." Gallant banged his fist on the table. "I told my group commanders the same thing. Lead your men from head-on in close formation. But they said the new approach would be too fast." "A good pilot will find a way," Franz said. Gallant's eyes lit up, and he agreed. He was a brave pilot and valued that characteristic in others. Gallant gave his cigar another light and seemed to mellow. Seeing the general satisfied, Rudel motioned for Franz and Billy to leave. They saluted Gallant. Before departing, Franz wheeled and asked Gallant a question that had been burning in his mind since the Spanish Civil War. "Sir, is it true that in Spain you flew in your bathing suit?" Gallant laughed and nodded. Franz explained that he had heard the rumor when he was flying transports into Spain. "We delivered your bullets," Franz said. Gallant smiled. "Pull up a chair," he ordered, motioning for Franz and Billy to sit. "Seems we've got an old comrade here," he said to Lutzow, with a grin. Although Gallant had summoned Franz and Billy to call them on the carpet, by the end of their visit he had offered Franz a cigar and told Franz to call him Dolfo, as his friends did. Franz discovered that he and Gallant had a common bond, albeit tragic. Both had lost a brother in the war. Gallant told a story of how he and his two younger brothers, Paul and Woutz, loved playing with electric trains as boys. Both of his younger brothers became fighter pilots and were stationed together in France when Gallant commanded Fighter Wing 26, JG-26. Gallant cleared an outbuilding of his chateau headquarters, bought a set of electric trains, and called his brothers together. Like small boys, they set up the trains and played long into the night. Gallant's brother Paul had been shot down and killed the autumn prior to his meeting with Franz. Woutz still flew FW-190 fighters, and Gallant worried about his safety. Lutzow mentioned he had a brother in the Navy, and said that he had no idea where he went wrong. When Gallant laughed, Franz realized Lutzow had been telling a joke, although his face remained stone-cold. He had not always been a stone-faced man of ice. Lutzow had once been a scholar, a track star, and a pilot whom his comrades affectionately called Franzel, because he was popular with all ranks because of his easy charm and warm personality. In Spain, he had been the first pilot ever to score a victory in the 109, then a new machine. But when he came home, he saw the values of the party and how the 44% had taken over Germany. Lutzow wrote in his diary, "The omnipresent primitive antisemitism in the Reich pisses me off." Lutzow became conflicted. He had been raised in a Prussian military family. His father was an admiral and had taught him that a professional soldier should separate himself from politics. So Lutzow continued to fly and fight until June 1942, when a dark event on the Eastern Front led to the end of his combat career. Only Gallant knew of the dark event that haunted Lutzow. Lutzow had been the commander of Fighter Wing 3, JG-3, on an airfield outside of Kharkov in the Ukraine, when SS soldiers came to commandeer his services. They wanted Lutzow to lend them any non-flyers he could spare to help them round up people they called undesirables. Lutzow knew the reputation of the SS, and knew that whatever they were planning, it could not be good. When Lutzow refused to help them, the SS threatened to go around him. Lutzow called his entire wing to the tarmac in dress uniform, the pilots, the orderlies, and even the mechanics. Lutzow told them what the SS had asked of him, and said he would remove his Knight's Cross and resign from the Air Force if any of his men complied with the SS's request. When the party learned of Lutzow's speech, rumors circulated that he would be court-martialed, and perhaps even shot. Galland heard this and was worried for his friend. He removed Lutzow from command of the wing, probably saving his life. The general put Lutzow on his staff and under his protection. Galland agreed with what Lutzow had done, and would thereafter call him a man above all others. A week later, May 8th, 1943. In rickety lawn chairs, Franz, Rodel, and Schreur lounged in the mid-morning sun in front of the airfield's operations office. Spent cigarettes piled up in ashtrays beside them, the product of waiting to greet Fighter Wing 77, JG-77, which was due to land at any minute. The ops office sat at the airfield's north end and looked like a roadside fruit stand, a strange contrast to the bombed-out hangars nearby. From the office's open door, Franz heard the excited voices of the JG-77 pilots across the radio. They had sighted Sicily, were entering the traffic pattern to land, and sounded like men who had just been given a second lease on life. They had just escaped Africa. Rodel and Schreur were obligated to greet JG-77, but Franz was not. He had just landed from a flight and had stuck around, eager to see the reinforcements arrive. Second Group desperately needed them. Nearby, in JG-53's tarmac space, mechanics were still mending the unit's battered fighters, using manpower to hoist off wings and lower propellers to Earth. On paper, JG-53 had transferred 3 squadrons to Trapani, but their lineup was so depleted they resembled just one squadron. Each plane in JG-53 wore the same crest on its nose, a white diamond with a black spade set within it. For that reason, they were known as the Ace of Spades wing. Rodel recounted the little-known story of JG-53. During the Battle for Britain in spring 1940, Goering had discovered that the wife of JG-53's commander was Jewish. So Goering made the commander and his staff strip the spade crests from their planes. In its place, Goering made them paint a red stripe, a mark of shame. To get back at Goering, the commander and his staff painted over the swastikas on their tails and flew that way all summer. Finally, Goering could stand it no longer. He sacked the commander and replaced him, but he allowed the commander's men to repaint the spades on their planes. Only then did they agree to put Goering's swastika back on their tails. Franz smiled at Rodel's disdain for Goering, even though he knew Rodel was taking a risk in even telling such a story. The party had ears everywhere. An orderly stuck his head from the door and reported that JG-77 had entered the circuit to land. Franz knew for certain the battle for Africa had been lost when he saw the battered 109s of JG-77 touch down. They taxied to the open pens, where he and the others sat. The plane's tan bodies and blue bellies were riddled with bullet holes and covered with oil, sand, and gunpowder residue. Rodel spotted the plane of JG-77's commander, Major Johannes Maki Steinhoff. The plane had forward-facing arrows on its flank instead of numbers. Alarmed, Rodel ran to the plane, with Franz and Schreur following. JG-77's commander slid from the plane's wing. Steinhoff was tall and lanky and had a lean, tired face. Above his high cheeks, his light blue eyes hung sadly, and his nose curved gently downward, compounding his look of worry. Those who knew Steinhoff looked up to him as a father figure, although he was only 32. Steinhoff embraced Rodel, his old friend from flying school, then hurried nearby to one of his unit's fighters that had rolled to a halt. Bypassing the plane's pilot, Steinhoff darted behind the wing and fiddled with the wireless radio hatch in the fuselage, where the black cross had been painted and the first aid kit was housed. He opened the hatch and leaned into the fighter's storage compartment. Steinhoff reached, struggled, then pulled a man out of the plane by his feet. The man hugged Steinhoff, then fell to the ground and kissed the dirt. As the propellers of the other planes wound down to stillness, Steinhoff rushed to another fighter and popped the hatch, freeing a man inside while the plane's pilot buried his face against his gun sight, exhausted. Steinhoff's pilots had left their tools, bullets, and spare parts in Africa, But they had not abandoned their mechanics. Instead, the pilots had helped the mechanics crawl into the dark, claustrophobic confines of the fighters' bellies. There, they rode out a 45-minute flight from hell. No room to wiggle, no parachutes, no hope of escape. Franz, Schröer, and the men of JG-27 quickly realized what was happening. They rushed to help Steinhoff get the weary JG-77 pilots and mechanics to shade. Mechanics hugged one another and slapped one another on the back. A few cried tears of joy. A few vomited in the bushes. Some were bloody and bandaged. From one fighter they pulled 2 mechanics. On the wing of another they helped the pilot stand, his nerves frayed. Ambulances raced to the scene. "So much for reinforcements," Franz said to Schröer as they steadied a mechanic, his arms over their shoulders. JG-77 had flown from the Cape Bon Peninsula, where the Germans and Italians were making their last stand in Africa. They had raced low over the waves to Sicily. A few 109s had been shot down during the crossing, each crash costing 2 lives, as the pilots bravely stayed with their planes rather than jump and leave their mechanics. Steinhoff would write of the route to Sicily, "Columns of smoke from shot-down aircraft marked our course." Only 40 of JG-77's 120 planes made it out of Africa. Having cared for his men, Steinhoff trudged over to Ruddle to formally report his unit's arrival. From Ruddle's side, Franz saw that Steinhoff wore a haggard grin and looked like he was about to collapse. He knew Steinhoff's name. The man was a national hero with 134 victories, almost all won on the Eastern Front in ugly battles like Stalingrad. He wore the Knight's Cross with oak leaves and looked stern. But when Steinhoff spoke, his voice was calm like a storyteller's, and his words were articulate. Steinhoff had studied the history of languages at the prestigious University of Jena, hoping to become a professor, but when he could not find a teaching job, he had joined the Navy. Instead of making him a sailor, the Navy had trained him to fly, then handed him to the Air Force when their plans for German aircraft carriers fell through. Steinhoff had not flown with a mechanic in his plane that day. A tragic story from his past explained his unwillingness to lock a man within his fighter's inescapable storage compartment. Ruddle had heard the legend, whispered only in wing leader circles, and later told it to Franz. In April of the previous year, while flying over the Soviet Union, Steinhoff and his wingman, Lieutenant Walter Krupinski, a colorful figure everyone called the Count because of his love for women and wine, had entered a swirling dogfight against Soviet Yak fighters. Steinhoff was leading their group and had shot down 2 Yaks and damaged a third, blasting it from nose to tail. As it burned, the Yak flew straight and level. Steinhoff and the Count pulled up alongside the plane and saw its pilot banging against the canopy glass. He was trying to escape, wanting to jump, but his canopy was jammed. Flames spat from the engine like a blowtorch, and gray smoke billowed into his cockpit. The Soviet pilot's plane had become an oven. The pilot pressed his face against the canopy glass and looked at Steinhoff in terror. Steinhoff decided he needed to do something. The man was being cooked alive. He told the Count to depart and lead the unit back to base, where he would meet him later. The Count watched Steinhoff drop back behind the Soviet fighter. The Soviet pilot sat back in his seat and looked at the Count. He knew what his enemy was about to do, and why. The Soviet pilot nodded his head to the Count. The Count nodded in return and peeled away. The Count glanced back one final time toward the Yak. It had become a cloud of black smoke and falling pieces, destroyed by a blast of Steinhoff's cannon. On the ground, the Count found Steinhoff behind the wing of his fighter, crying. For days afterward, Steinhoff avoided conversations with his friends, other than to issue orders and fly missions. He never spoke of the incident, other than to tell the Count, "If I am ever in that situation, please do the same." The Count told Steinhoff that would never happen, but if it did, he would show him the same mercy. Those who knew Steinhoff before the incident and after said he was never the same. That one day over Russia made him old. As Steinhoff surveyed the weary men and the destruction that surrounded him at Trapani airfield, he said to Rudel, "It's a good day to be alive." His voice carried a tinge of optimism, as if he knew something the others had forgotten. A month later, June 10th, 1943. Franz and Willi ate their dinners on the steps of the Squadron 6 alert shack. It was evening, around 6 p.m. From the door behind them hung a small wooden sign that read, Lieutenant Willi Kinch, Squadron Captain. 2 weeks prior, Rudel had promoted Rudi Zinner and transferred him to Greece to oversee JG-27's expansion. In Zinner's place, Rudel made Willi the leader of Squadron 6, because he was next in line rank-wise. Schröer ran to the shack, looking worried. He told Franz and Willi that Olympus had just called him with a distress message from the Italians. A flight of their Maki fighters had just been shot into the sea north of Pantelleria Island. Franz and Willi knew Pantelleria. They had been in combat there earlier that afternoon, when Willi had shot down 2 Spitfires while Franz covered his tail. The island lay halfway between Africa and Sicily, and was swarming with Allied planes. 3 weeks earlier, the Afrika Korps had surrendered, handing over 275,000 POWs to the Allies. Now, Pantelleria's Italian garrison was the last obstacle preventing an Allied seaborne invasion of Sicily. Schröer said that an Italian seaplane was taking off any minute from Marsala, just down the coast, to rescue any survivors. Franz joked that they should send 2 seaplanes, one to rescue the Italians and another to rescue their seaplane. Willi agreed. The mission was suicidal. The Allies had been bombing and strafing Pantelleria for 5 days, sending so many planes that they were seen circling, waiting in line for a chance to attack. Schröer removed his hat and scratched his head. Looking to Willi, he broke the news. "The Italians can only put up 3 fighters," he said. "So Squadron 6 is going with them." Willi cursed. Franz shook his head. He knew the Italians as the same pilots who once attacked a narrow island off the coast of Trapani, thinking it was an enemy submarine. Schröer explained that the orders were Rudel's, not his. Rudel had ordered a rescue flight of 10 fighters to take the Italians to Pantelleria and back. Willi complained to Schröer that he had already been there that day and was not in the mood to go back. "Then send your pilots who haven't seen the enemy," Schröer said. Franz set down his mess tin and began to stand. "No," Willi said, tugging Franz's pant leg. Willi told Schröer he could give him 6 pilots who had not been in combat that day. Schröer said he would find 4 others and took off running. Willi looked sheepishly at Franz as he stood to get his roster. 2 weeks prior, Willi had surpassed Magic 30, triggering his nomination for the Knight's Cross. Suddenly, he had something to live for. Fan mail, girls, an inevitable celebration in Kislev. Knowing the cross was coming made Willi more cautious. Franz had reason to be more careful too. 3 weeks earlier, his G model had caught fire during a practice flight over Sicily. Franz had bailed out of the plane, slightly burned, and lost his second fighter of the war. For 3 weeks he was grounded to heal. From the steps, Franz and Willi watched the 10 pilots run to their planes. As they took off into the darkening skies, Franz told Willi he had a bad feeling. Half the pilots of the rescue flight had no victories. Their leader, Lieutenant Hans Levis, was a fresh-faced kid himself. As the greatest gun among them, Levis had just 3 victories. "We should be with them," Franz said. Begrudgingly, Willi stood and reached for his life preserver. Franz grabbed his. Together, they ran for their planes. 45 minutes later. The purple night sky slowly smothered the orange sunset as a lone 109 flew low over the sea towards Sicily. A cloud of vapor trailed the plane's wake. Metal pieces tumbled from its wings and body in the wind. The plane was falling apart. Behind the controls, Franz wrestled with the plane's shaking stick. Bullet holes dotted the cockpit around him. The bridge of Franz's nose bled from a tracer bullet that had pierced the canopy glass and grazed him. Franz clutched the broken stem of his pipe between his teeth. A bullet had exploded the pipe's bowl. Near his right knee, the Mediterranean Sea was visible through a fist-sized hole in the cockpit's skin. In the distance, the Sicilian coast came into view, a gray smudge above the blue-green sea. Franz's eyes flared. He talked to the plane, urging her to keep going. His 109 bucked and groaned. Franz tapped the oil pressure gauge with his finger. Its quivering needle told him the plane was bleeding fluids and dying. Every minute she flew was 3 miles closer to land. Franz wanted to call Olympus, but 50 caliber bullets had punched holes in his radio. The holes matched those along his wings and through his tail and cowling. Franz and Willi had caught up with the rescue flight just in time to experience disaster. They had spotted the seaplane by the bright red crosses on its wings. Ahead of the seaplane, they found their comrades, with the 3 Italian Mach 202 fighters nestled behind them. The formation flew at wave-top level, without a fighting chance. 16 American P-40s were waiting, hoping someone would come looking for the Italians they had shot down earlier. The pilots of the 79th Fighter Group were said to have whooped, hollered, and rocked their wings when they saw the enemy formation. Then they flew with deadly seriousness. "What got the boys mad," their PR man would write, "was the way the 3 Italian fighters were hugging the German formation, as though their own safety was assured by the presence of the 12 Me-109s around them. Something had to be done about that. Something was done." The Germans and Italians would call the next 10 minutes a slaughter. The Americans would call the same event one of the most spectacular air victories of the North African campaign. The P-40s dove. Burning Italian fighters hit the water first. The 109s splashed into the sea one by one. The seaplane joined them, hit by a trigger-happy P-40 driver. Franz's fighting ability was useless. Bullet after bullet hit his plane. Only his flying skill kept him alive. He last saw Willi and 2 109s running for Sicily with P-40s on their tails. He gave chase, but was unable to keep up. Franz found himself flying alone. Glancing at the sea, he tugged his safety straps. He had decided he would ditch before he would jump again. Like every German pilot, Franz knew his parachute straps were made of hemp, which was known to often snap and drop a pilot to his death. The Air Force was said to be developing new nylon parachute harnesses. 3 miles from Sicily's shore, the engine of Franz's fighter gagged without oil. With a jolt, the engine quit. Franz felt strangely relieved. The engine's painful struggle had been fraying his nerves. He steered the dead 6,000-pound fighter down like a glider from his boyhood. The sea below resembled a grass pasture. As he neared the waves, he saw that the water was green and undulating. Franz lifted the plane's nose to stall and hit the waves flat. The fighter slapped down. Instead of melting into the sea, the plane skipped from one wave to the next. As the plane lost speed, its nose grew heavy, and it dove into the water. Franz's body slammed forward before his straps pulled him back. The canopy glass held. From 6 feet underwater, Franz looked up and saw the waves above him. The sea poured in through the hole by Franz's knee. Streams of water spouted from the instrument panel and the holes in the canopy. The fighter sank, still flying into the depths. 7 feet deep, 8 feet deep, 9 feet deep. Franz's ears popped. Water poured over his shoulders. Franz unhooked his seatbelt and tossed off his parachute straps. He tugged a red knob on his left to release the canopy. Nothing happened. He tugged again without effect. Panicking, he stood and tried to push the canopy upward with his shoulder. The water pressure held it down. Franz had neglected to follow procedure and jettison the canopy before hitting the water. The plane flew deeper. Light faded. The water in the cockpit climbed to Franz's chin. The window! The words screamed in Franz's mind. Grabbing the side window pane, he pulled it back toward him and inhaled a lungful of the cockpit's last oxygen. A deluge of water rushed in, equalizing the pressure. With one hand on his life raft and the other on the canopy's metal frame, Franz kicked from his seat and flipped the canopy open. The dark sea squeezed him with a cold grip. Franz pulled a tab on his life preserver to release its compressed CO2. The vest inflated instantly, its buoyancy hauling him up. Franz clawed for the surface. He kicked furiously in his heavy boots. Desperate for oxygen, his lungs constricted. Just when he was about to gasp and inhale the sea, Franz popped out from the wave and splashed back down. He floated in the gentle swells, panting. Franz could see the shore and a beam from the lighthouse at Cape Granitola on the island's southwestern tip. He inflated his raft and slid inside. Getting into the life raft was the hardest part. I inflated it, tried to climb into it, and found I couldn't. I kept trying, but every time the blasted thing would slip out from under me. Finally, when I was almost exhausted, I had sense enough to partially deflate it. After that, I climbed in easily and pumped it up again. Franz would remember. Clinging to the raft, he remembered my rosary. Franz patted his chest and found his pocket still buttoned. Opening the pocket, Franz pulled forth the black beads and silver cross. Clutching his rosary, he rolled onto his back. The gently rocking raft drifted toward land. Franz looked up at the inky sky. He thought about Billy and his friends. He knew many of them were now blue and lifeless, because he had seen so many 109s crash. Who had died, he did not yet know. Seabirds flew for the island, slowing just to glance on him with pity. Barefoot and soaked, Franz dragged his raft onto Sicily's rough shoreline under the day's last light. A flight of 109s flew overhead toward Trapani. Franz knew they had been searching the seas for his comrades, a search that had to end with darkness. Franz wandered the shore until he discovered an old fisherman tying up his boats. He startled the old man, but slowly convinced him to give him a ride back to his base. Franz rode to Trapani, sprawled on sacks of grain in the truck's bed. 2 hours later, when the truck pulled up to the airfield, the gate guards were shocked when their flashlights shined on Franz. He looked more dead than alive. At the operations shack, as his comrades helped him down from the truck's lift gate, Franz asked if Billy had made it. "Billy's okay," they said. He had crash-landed on the field and was in the infirmary. Franz asked who else had made it back. "So far, just you," someone said. Franz's comrades gave the fisherman cans of food in thanks. The next morning dawned on the airfield, revealing 12 empty pens where 109s once sat. No joking or laughter echoed from the squadron shacks. A truck delivered the body of Lieutenant Hans Levis, who had washed up at Marsala. The men lowered him in a cloth bag into the Sicilian dirt. On Pantelleria, another pilot's corpse rolled onto the island that day, but the Italians would not report this for several days. They were busy laying out white sheets across the island to surrender to the Allied bombers above. A week later. Franz was reporting to the squadron shack after a flight when Billy approached him, grabbed his arm, and pulled him out of sight. Pushing Franz up against the shack's side wall, he told him in a hushed voice that the blackcoats were waiting inside. "They want words with you," Billy said. The blackcoats were the Gestapo. Franz thought it was a joke until he saw Billy's eyes. They were genuine with fear. Everyone from a private to a general knew the party's secret police force operated with unchecked authority and brutality. The Gestapo had initially come to the airfield looking for Franz's superiors, unaware that Rudel and Schröer worked from Olympus. Impatient, the Gestapo asked around, and someone had pointed them to Billy. "What did you get yourself into?" Billy asked. Franz said he had done nothing wrong. He thought back and admitted he had snuck into the Colosseum on a leave in Rome, but nothing worse. Franz told Willi he would confront them. Even if he thought the party was bullshit, he never said it in the wrong company. Franz entered the shack with Willi behind him. 2 Gestapo agents were waiting for him. They wore shoulder holsters, although they dressed like accountants in white shirts and ties. One was the rank equivalent of a captain, Kriminalinspektor, and the other was an enlisted man. The Gestapo captain ordered Willi to leave. Franz found himself alone with them. The captain said they were from a regional Gestapo office. The door to the shack swung open. Steinhoff, the commander of JG-77, entered. The Gestapo captain asked him to leave, but Steinhoff asked for the captain's rank. "The last time I checked, a major outranks a captain," Steinhoff said. Folding his arms, Steinhoff leaned against a wall behind Franz, his presence and dangling knight's cross adding weight to Franz's defense. Steinhoff and JG-77 had returned to Trapani a few days prior, on June 13th, to relieve JG-27, so the unit could begin to rotate home. Willi had found Steinhoff and summoned him to Franz's aid. Steinhoff had always hated the party and had dealt with the Gestapo before. In Russia, they brought their inquisition to his unit, then Fighter Wing 52, JG-52, to investigate the supposed Jewish backgrounds of a few of his pilots. Steinhoff had declined to assist them and had said to the Gestapo leader, "You'll be lucky if you leave Russia alive." The man asked if the skies were that unsafe. Steinhoff said, "No, it's because you just made enemies of 40 fighter pilots who have never added a Ju-52 to their victory list, and I think that's yours sitting on my runway." The Gestapo captain told Franz what he already knew from the newspapers. 3 months prior, they had captured the White Rose Group, an anti-party cell of students in Munich. The White Rose men and women were young intellectuals who had spread leaflets spurring opposition to the party. The arrest and execution of the White Rose Group had sparked a Gestapo witch hunt for anyone who had spoken out against the party in any manner at any time. With Steinhoff present, the Gestapo men behaved in an unusually restrained manner. The captain asked Franz if he knew any of the White Rose members and read the names of the young people involved. Franz told them he had never heard of such people, because he truthfully had not. The captain asked if Franz had followed the church sermons of Cardinal von Faulhaber, or Bishop von Galen, or any of the clergy who had spoken out against the party. Von Faulhaber and von Galen were leading anti-party voices in Germany. Franz said everyone had read the writings of von Faulhaber and von Galen. This reply made the Gestapo agents glare. Von Faulhaber had authored With Burning Concern in 1937, and in 1941 von Galen had spoken out so vehemently against the party and the Gestapo that the British had copied his sermons and dropped them from planes across Europe. German soldiers, civilians, and occupied peoples read them, including the future Pope John Paul II, who found a flyer in Krakow, Poland. On July 13, 1941, from the pulpit of St. Lambert's Church in Münster, von Galen had said, "None of us is safe, and may he know that he who is the most loyal and conscientious of citizens cannot be sure that he will not someday be deported from his home, deprived of his freedom, and locked up in the cellars and concentration camps of the Gestapo." The Gestapo captain reminded Franz to watch his words. Under the party's 1938 Subversion of the War Effort law, any words or actions that the Gestapo deemed as undermining military morale could be punished by death. This included speaking out against the party, or even saying that Germany was losing the war. The Gestapo had convicted the White Rose members under this subversion law and killed them by guillotine. The Gestapo assured Franz that they had evidence that his brother was connected to known traitors, and they had reason to suspect Franz was too. A flurry of memories rushed through Franz's mind. He remembered the With Burning Concern letters he had found in August's room, and his suspicions of August's wife, the cardinal's niece. Franz knew why the Gestapo agents were questioning him. Worse, they probably had good reason to connect him with people identified as traitors. Thinking quickly, Franz told the agents that his brother was long dead, and he, personally, had nothing to do with the clergy or the Catholic Church itself. "I was excommunicated long ago," he told them. Franz knew this was only partially true. He still had his faith. He just had been banned from participation in his church. Under Steinhoff's stare, the Gestapo agents accepted Franz's explanation. "They were finally convinced that I did not know anything, and they left. I never heard anything else about it." Franz would remember. After they had departed, Franz thanked Steinhoff, who nodded and departed as quietly as he had arrived. Franz knew Steinhoff had taken a great risk in siding with him. The man had never even asked if Franz was innocent or guilty. He had just waded into the fire. Franz vowed he would figure out exactly why the Gestapo had come looking for him, although he knew the answer lay close to home. 1 month later, July 30th, 1943, southern Italy. The sun rose across the Adriatic Sea as Franz, Willi, and their comrades gathered with their bags over their shoulders along the small Italian airfield of San Vito. They watched their mechanics walk the flight line. The mechanics carried gray cloth tarps. The group had fewer than half of its fighters remaining, just 17. At each fighter, 2 mechanics stopped and draped a tarp over the plane's canopy. The day before, with the swipe of his pen, newly promoted Major Ruddle had relinquished the planes to the Ace of Spades wing, JG-53. Franz and his comrades had tried to defend Sicily when the Allied invasion came 2 weeks prior, on July 9th, but had been driven away by endless waves of Allied fighters. Franz had been shot down for the first time by Spitfires, but not before bagging one as a victory. He had bailed out and landed behind friendly lines, but had lost his 4th fighter of the war. Before Franz and his comrades boarded the trucks that would take them to their train for home, some JG-53 pilots showed them a memo that their commander had issued them. It was from Reichsmarschall Goering, a teletype sent from Berlin. It was addressed to all fighter pilots of the Mediterranean, and read, "Together with the fighter pilots in France, Norway, and Russia, I can only regard you with contempt. I want an immediate improvement in fighting spirit. If this improvement is not forthcoming, flying personnel from the commander down must expect to be remanded to the ranks and transferred to the Eastern Front to serve on the ground. Goering, Reichsmarschall." When Ruddle came to say his goodbyes, he told Franz and his comrades that he was not going home with them. Instead, he was heading to Greece to oversee the formation of JG-27 with its new 4th group. Ruddle must have thrown Goering's angry memo in the trash, because he never issued it to his men. Ruddle knew Goering, the leader who wore a red toga at his home in the Alps and smoked from a huge porcelain pipe that touched the ground. Goering, the violent morphine addict who painted his fingernails. Goering, who recorded his rants against his pilots on records that he shipped to his men on the front lines so they could hear his rage. In Ruddle's eyes, the Allies weren't the enemy. They were merely the opponent. On that day, Ruddle knew who the enemy was. He resided in Berlin, and something had to be done about him. As Franz and his comrades rode the rails north, their spirits improved with each passing mile. From a knee, Willi led the others in singing songs to Italian girls in the cars around them. He had scored 24 victories in the campaign, the most of the group's 3 squadrons. Willi was certain his hometown would throw a party for him, his own Oktoberfest. Franz promised he would attend. Franz was in a mellow frame of mind. He had registered just 2 victories during the Sicilian campaign, bringing his total to 19, although he had downed other planes without witnesses. Leaving the Mediterranean alive after 2 bailouts and a crash into the sea was good enough for him. All he wanted was a sound night's sleep in Germany. At a train stop, Franz picked up a German army newspaper from an Italian paperboy. The headlines made his eyes open wide. Willi picked up a paper and became mesmerized. Another pilot grabbed a paper, then another did, until the whole platform was filled with pilots with their noses in papers. In northern Germany, British bombers were systematically incinerating the city of Hamburg with firebombs, night after night, while the Americans dropped iron bombs on the city's factories by day. The paper tried to put a heroic spin on the tragic news, calling a one-sided catastrophe the Battle of Hamburg. They refused to mention that the bombs had produced a 1,000-foot-high tornado of fire that had swirled and swallowed 8 square miles of the city. They neglected to describe that the tornado had melted the city's streets and sucked the air from bomb shelters, killing in 1 week 42,000 men, women, and children. Sir Arthur Harris, the leader of the British Bomber Command, considered the bombing of Hamburg as payback for the German Blitz bombing of British cities that had cost the lives of 40,000 Britons. Hitler's Minister of Armaments, Albert Speer, would write in his memoirs, "Hamburg had suffered the fate Hitler and Goering conceived for London in 1940. Hitler refused to ever visit Hamburg after it was destroyed." Franz and Willi looked up from their papers and at each other with dismay. In Africa and Sicily they had fought for nothing, for meaningless sand and sea. Now, with the front lines over their own soil, it suddenly struck them. They were going home, to fight for everything. 10. The Berlin Bear. 2 days later, August 1st, 1943, Regensburg train station. When Franz jumped from the train, he saw other servicemen greeted by their sweethearts on the platform. But when they cleared out, no one stood waiting for him. He hired a driver to bring him home to Amberg. On the front steps of his home, he did a double take when his mother opened the door. Her hair had turned gray, and she seemed to have aged 20 years in the 5 months since he had last seen her. Franz knew the hardships of wartime life, of losing a son, and the poor quality of rationed food had done this to her. Franz's father was away, but Franz had expected this. The army had drafted his father to train horses. Due to fuel shortages, the army needed horses more than ever to pull equipment. Franz thought it ridiculous to call a 64-year-old World War I veteran back into service, but he knew his father had had no say in the matter. Franz's mother showed him a recent photo of his father, who also looked much older than Franz remembered. His father tried to hide this by cropping his hair high above his ears and trimming his mustache short. That night, as his mother drank her evening beer, Franz asked her why the Gestapo had come to question him. She said the Gestapo had come to see her too, because of August's involvement in the anti-party movement. Asked about the personalities in Bavaria's anti-Nazi movement, Franz would remember, "I did not know any of those people, but my brother did know some of them to some degree. He was very anti-Nazi, as was my family. He had been one of the first anti-Nazis as a young man." Franz's mother suspected that his name had been found among old letters and correspondence of other suspects the Gestapo had recently captured. The fact that August was long dead did not matter, as the Gestapo investigated his next of kin. Franz shook his head in disbelief. He told his mother that August would have told him if he was involved. They shared everything. "You were flying the world," Franz's mother said. "How do you know what he was doing?" Franz admitted he had found the "with burning concern" letters in August's room, but said he was certain the letters had come from someone else. "What makes you think he was afraid to take a stand, quietly?" Franz's mother said. "Because he was Air Force," Franz said. "Did he have a choice?" Franz's mother asked. "Did your father? Did you?" Franz looked away. "They made your brother fight," Franz's mother said, "but he was master of his own decisions." A week later, the town of Wiesbaden, Western Germany. Franz, Willi, and the pilots of Squadron 6 clung to the fence of the Wiesbaden town pool as they watched adults and children laugh, shout, and dive into the cool waters. Franz and his comrades stood with towels around their necks in mismatched bathing trunks. Willi held a basket full of bottled beer. Franz and the others were sweating, but the pool manager shook his head and folded his arms. He said he had nothing against the pilots, but could not let them swim because they had brought their bear. He looked at Franz as he said this. Franz held the leash that encircled the neck of a 300-pound black bear named Bobby. "We need to take him swimming," Franz said to the manager. "Look at him in that heavy coat. He's hotter than us." Bobby panted, confirming Franz's sentiments. Germany was wrapped in a heat wave, the same one that had dried out Hamburg and made it burn from the bombing raids, unlike any city before. "He'll bite someone," the manager insisted. But Franz and the others assured him that Bobby would not bite because he had been raised by pilots and loved people. Willi explained that Bobby was a gift from the Berlin Zoo to his squadron. "How do you know he can swim?" the manager asked. Franz promised him that Bobby swam at the zoo. The manager knew the pilots flew from the airfield just 2 miles east of town, so close it was almost an extension of the town. Wiesbaden had not yet been heavily bombed, and if it stayed that way, he knew it would be thanks to the young pilots before him. Some children came to the fence to see the bear. Franz let Bobby walk up to them. The children reeled back in fear. Franz promised them the bear did not bite. "He only licks." One little boy stuck his fingers through the fence and squealed when Bobby nuzzled them. Seeing this, the manager laughed, shrugged, and from that day onward, the pilots and the Squadron 6 bear were allowed to swim. The pool water seemed to turn the pilots into kids again. They shouted to their friends before jumping from the diving board. Willi and others talked to girls at the pool's edge. They all smoked. A few pilots drank beer while floating on their backs in inner tubes. Bobby swam around as children laughed and paddled away from him. Everyone who encountered Bobby became a fan. Franz had met Bobby when he reported to the squadron. Before Franz arrived, Bobby lived in a pen at night. But then Franz saw him being bitten by flies, so Franz allowed Bobby to move into his apartment with him. As squadron commander, Willi authorized this. He wanted Franz to care for the squadron mascot so he could be free to chase girls. Caring for the bear gave Franz something to do while his leave, the 30-day gift of life from the Air Force, wound downward. Franz set his beer aside and scampered up the platform to the diving board. From the board, he whistled to Bobby, who followed him, gingerly climbing the same steps, paw after paw. Before Bobby could step onto the board, Franz ran and jumped, pulling his knees into a cannonball. Treading water, Franz looked up and saw Bobby gallop off the board. In a massive splash, Bobby landed a foot from Franz's head. Bobby never cleared the landing zone before jumping, Franz would remember. Willi and the others laughed when they realized Franz had almost been squashed. The pilots, their girls, and the townspeople applauded as Bobby swam, his nose in the air. The sight made Franz melancholy and put a thought in his mind. How long can this last? A week later, mid-August 1943. When Squadron 6 began combat operations, every day at dawn a truck would pick up Franz and his comrades at their apartments in Wiesbaden. During their commute, the truck would stop at a deli, where the men bought horse-meat sausages and filled their canteens with coffee. Bobby always rode to work with them. The trucks carried them past the farm fields that surrounded the airstrip at odd angles, their crops planted in rows of varying colors that from the air appeared to zigzag and camouflage the airfield's one long runway. On most mornings, the ground was covered by a ghostly mist, a thin ground fog of frost that sparkled in the sun. Bobby always jumped from the truck first and ran ahead to the briefing room. Wiesbaden Airfield seemed new and clean. Straight white sidewalks lay between the tower and the squadron buildings. Fresh leafy trees bordered the sidewalks. The hangars were spotless and gently curved around a half-moon of concrete where the squadron parked its planes. Even the 109s were factory-fresh G6 models. Each plane wore the latest camouflage scheme, with wavy, dark green paint on top so the fighters would blend in with Germany's forests if seen from above. The planes' bellies were painted white to meld with the clouds if seen from below. Willy had claimed Yellow 1, and Franz had taken Yellow 2. The pilots called the new G6 the Bulge, because the plane had bulging metal blisters on either side of its nose, just ahead of the cockpit. Behind the blisters were superchargers, added to help the fighters operate faster at higher altitudes. Every other day the routine was the same. Franz and his comrades would soar up to 36,000 feet above the earth to battle the 4 motors that flew from England. When the squadron was airborne, Bobby would stay with the mechanics, riding around in their trucks. When Franz and the others returned, the bear became excitable and would lean its mud-covered paws on them. During Willy's debriefings in the squadron room, when female Air Force orderlies walked past, Bobby would bolt after them because the swishing sound of their synthetic stockings drove him wild. Bobby would chase the women until they climbed onto tables screaming. Willy loved when Bobby did this because it allowed him to be a hero and rescue the women. Bobby was a light-hearted distraction from the harrowing new mission facing Franz and his comrades. They saw their job as simple, to stop the bombs from dropping and killing the German people, and never could Franz have imagined that such a simple mission would soon pit him against his nation. This audiobook is continued on Disc 5. A Higher Call by Adam Makos with Larry Alexander, continued. Disc 5. 11. The Farm Boy. Earlier that summer, low over West Virginia, United States. The B-17's olive-drab paint blended with the lush green mountains as the bomber flew at 2,000 feet. The plane rattled as it bounced in the turbulence from warm air rising off the mountains. 2 young men sat at the bomber's controls. They could have been mistaken for teenagers who had stolen the plane had they not been wearing olive flight suits with silver wings on their chests and garrison caps on their heads with radio headsets over top. The young men had opened the cockpit side windows, and their clothes flapped in the breeze. On their left shoulders sat the blue circular patch of the American Army Air Forces, a white star with a red center and bright yellow wings sprouting from it. The plane's pilot sat in the left seat. Although he was only 20 years old, he wore the gold bar of a second lieutenant on his tan shirt collar. His face was square, and his brown eyes gazed up beneath short, flat eyebrows. His name was Charlie Brown. Charlie's eyes looked worried, although a smile spanned his thin lips. He always looked this way, even when things were going well. His looks were ordinary, his build thin to average, but Charlie was a thinker. For his age, he was emotionally deep and quite happy to talk silently to himself, the best companion he had ever known. Charlie's smile reflected his rough and humble upbringing on a West Virginia farm, like those below his wings. Down there, he had milked the cows before school and lived without electricity. Down there, he had never missed a day of school and had worked as the janitor at the local elementary school every night. On the weekends, he had served in the National Guard to earn money for his family. After high school, Charlie had transferred to the full-time Army, where he found himself behind the controls of a B-17. Charlie gripped the W-shaped control yoke, while his newly assigned co-pilot, in the right seat, ignored his yoke to study a map. Charlie's co-pilot wore gold-rimmed aviator sunglasses that looked small on his round, full face. He was a second lieutenant named Spencer Pinky Luke. Behind his glasses' green lenses, Pinky's eyes appeared small and closely set. Pinky was from Ward County in desolate West Texas, where he had been a mechanic before the war. He and Charlie were still getting to know each other, but Pinky refused to say where he had picked up such an unflattering nickname. Charlie guessed it stemmed from Pinky having a goofy demeanor and growing up in hardened cowboy country. Somehow the name followed him to flight school. Pinky clicked a white button on the yoke's handhold to talk over the plane's intercom. His throat microphone, like a rubber collar, picked up his voice and beamed it to Charlie's earphones over the cacophony of aircraft noise. Pinky gave Charlie a new heading that would turn them away from their easterly course. Instead, they would head south, directly toward Charlie's hometown of Weston, West Virginia. The detour was Charlie's idea. The flight that day was the final mission of B-17 training school for him and Pinky. Their instructors at their base in Columbus, Ohio, had assigned their final training flight with one stipulation: stay in the air for 7 hours to simulate a mission over the Pacific or Germany. As a reward, they let the pilots plan the route. Charlie turned his B-17 toward the new heading. He had been flying for 5 hours already, but nervous energy kept him sharp. Through the cockpit side window, he watched the 50-foot wing tilt upward. 2 massive, round, Wright Cyclone engines spun black propellers just feet from his face. Ahead, the B-17's nose looked stubby to Charlie because most of the plane sat behind him. She was a B-17F model, 75 feet long nose to tail. After this mission, Charlie would fly to Texas with Pinky to pick up the other 8 men of his crew. There, they would mount 11 machine guns in the bomber, turning her into a flying fortress. Until that day, Charlie liked to think of the gentle plane by her other nickname, the Queen of the Skies. Charlie leveled the bomber with the horizon. Through his windshield, he saw the West Fork River gleaming in the sun. He knew the river's bends would lead him home. Charlie's eyebrows lifted when he looked west of the river and out Pinky's window. There, a collection of lifeless green barns bordered a grass airstrip. "That's the state 4-H camp," Charlie told Pinky. "Beyond it is the airstrip where I took my first airplane ride." Charlie explained that when he was young, a Ford tri-motor airplane stopped there while touring the country, offering rides for a fee. He lacked the money to buy a ride, but the pilots took sympathy and made him a deal. If he washed the plane, they would pay him with a free flight. "Is that how you got hooked on flying?" Pinky asked. "Not quite," Charlie said. He told Pinky that he had originally been a soldier in the 7th Infantry Division at Fort Ord in Monterey, California. As a form of self-improvement, he had entered the base's boxing tournament in the lightweight class. "That's where I met the opponent who changed my life," Charlie said. He told Pinky that a skinny old soldier had stepped into the ring to fight him, a man with gray hair and arms so spindly his boxing gloves looked cartoonish. Charlie said he had planned to go easy on the old-timer, to pull his punches, and had even smiled at the man to let him know he would not hurt him. "The referee had barely blown the whistle when all of a sudden he slapped me upside the head 2 or 3 times, Charlie said. "I didn't even see his arms move." Pinky looked unsure if he should laugh or groan. "The old-timer was actually an old pro," Charlie said. "I knew then and there that I was in the wrong place at the wrong time." Charlie told Pinky that the man had knocked him out of the fight in the first round, then visited him at his stool. The old-timer said something he would never forget. "You're too nice a kid for this army. Check out the Air Corps." Charlie turned to Pinky, grinning. "I did check out the Air Corps, and he was right," Charlie said. "Flying fits my personality far better than fighting." Pinky laughed. Charlie secretly knew that Pinky fashioned himself a fighter, although he was really the non-confrontational type. He had told Charlie that he wanted to fly fighters, and had only accepted B-17s with reluctance. Charlie thought bombers suited Pinky's personality too, but did not want to say so. A small town came into view, with buildings on both sides of the teal-colored river. Charlie banked the aircraft and orbited over a flat gray bridge. He told Pinky that he was looking at Weston, his hometown. Pinky looked intrigued. The town was tiny. The bulk of its brick buildings sat east of the river, and none were larger than 2 stories. Charlie pointed out east of the town to the town's glassware factories, which he said made 1/3 of the country's glassware. He showed Pinky the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum on the west side of the river. The asylum resembled a haunted mansion. Charlie said that during his stint in the National Guard he had guarded patients there after the asylum caught fire and needed to be evacuated. Charlie tipped the bomber's right wing toward a gray bridge over the river that ran through town. Old men sat and fished from the bridge, hoping to catch bass hiding under its shade. "I was almost killed on that bridge down there," Charlie said. He told Pinky that he had been riding in a car driven by his older sister, one of his 5 older siblings, when another car hit them head-on. He had flown face-first into the dashboard and broken his nose badly. "That's why I get nosebleeds," Charlie said. Pinky nodded, having witnessed Charlie's nosebleed during high-altitude flights. Charlie knew he was lucky that Pinky had told no one about his nosebleeds, or else their instructors would have banned him from flying. In the town's center, Weston's citizens walked from their shops and homes to congregate in the streets and marvel at the sight of the world's most advanced aircraft circling their town. Children jumped and pointed, amazed that such a large airplane could fly. Steering the bomber south, Charlie told Pinky he had one last sight to show him. He followed the curving river several miles until veering east over farm fields. Charlie drew Pinky's attention forward. There, on Pinky's side of the plain, was a run-down house with a gray tin roof on a small farm. "Is your family down there?" Pinky asked as they flew past the farmhouse. "Nope," Charlie said, "but that was my home for most of my life. We moved out after my mother died." Charlie explained that he was 12 when his mother, Myrtle, had died from illness. She had been the family's guiding light. Her loss crippled his father, who fell into a depression, and they moved to a smaller house. It took years for his father to recover, but he did. While Charlie was in the army, his father was elected as the local justice of the peace. Charlie turned the bomber westward, back toward the river and on course for their base. Pinky asked Charlie if his dad was still living. Charlie said he was. "Do you think he's ever seen you fly?" Pinky asked. Charlie admitted he had no clue. He said he had tried calling his dad but could not reach him. Secretly, Charlie wanted his father and everyone else in Weston to see him and know he was no longer the farm boy bringing in the cows, no longer the janitor scrubbing toilets, no longer a PFC in the back ranks of the local guard unit. He was a B-17 pilot. With an eager grin, Pinky asked, "What do you think about buzzing the town?" Charlie said it was a good idea and a bad one. They both were aware of the Army's rule that forbids flying beneath 1,500 feet over a city. But Charlie also knew Pinky had always wanted to fly a fighter plane, until the Air Corps shot down his dream. Despite carrying a grudge against the brass, Pinky never resented Charlie for sitting in the lucky seat. Charlie knew the town's layout like the back of his hand. He also knew if they flew fast enough, people would be unable to discern the call letters on the bomber's flanks. Without catching their letters, no one would be able to call the Army and report them. Charlie rotated the control yoke to the right and steered the plane north, locking once again onto the river as a course. He smiled to Pinky and told him to close his eyes so he could deny witnessing anything illegal. Pinky jokingly held his hands over his eyes, just for a second, then leaned forward in his seat. With his right hand, Charlie pushed the 4 throttles forward. The bomber surged with power. The wind whipped faster through his side window, trying to swipe away his cap. Charlie pushed the control column forward, and the bomber dove toward the river, where he leveled off, just feet above the teal water. Outside Charlie's window, the trees on the riverbank blew past in a green blur. The bomber thundered over fishermen in their canoes, who ducked with terror. Without the weight of bombs or a crew, the bomber raced along at 250 miles per hour. Pinky smiled with delight at flying like a fighter would. The control yoke vibrated in Charlie's hands. Ahead, he spotted his target, the flat gray bridge at the center of the town, where the old men fished. The fishermen must have seen the bomber racing toward them. They ran, shouting. Other citizens looked toward the bridge. One man had never left the sidewalk from the moment the bomber had first been heard overhead. He was a short man with gray hair, and his black judge's robe hung from his frail shoulders. He had been waiting, hoping the bomber would reappear. He knew Weston had a lot of boys in the service, but only one was flying B-17s. He was Charlie's father, Charles Miller Brown, and he knew his son was looking down on him. Charlie jerked the yoke back, just enough to lift the bomber's nose above the bridge. The plane blasted over the bridge with a thunderous roar. The small brick town flashed past Pinky's window, and he waved at the town's startled residents. Outside Charlie's window, the asylum's white clock tower whipped by his window. "I was so low that I was level with the clock," Charlie would remember. Looking back, it was an incredibly stupid move. The force of the blast blew the river water over its banks and billowed the dust in Weston's dry streets. "Who is that crazy son of a bitch?" a man in the street shouted, while leaning around a corner to confirm that the bomber was gone. Charlie's father heard this, clenched his fists, and walked up to the man. "You can't talk about my son that way," he said. The man shirked away. Charlie and Pinky were so busy looking over their shoulders at the effects of their low pass that when Charlie's eyes turned forward, they bulged with alarm. A towering green mass filled the bomber's windscreen. He had forgotten about the mountains north of town. The bomber's blistering speed made everything come closer more quickly. With both hands, Charlie and Pinky gripped their control yokes and pulled them toward their stomachs. The B-17 lifted skyward as the G-forces slid their maps and bags back along the floor. Only after the blue sky filled the windscreen did Charlie and Pinky push the yokes forward and level out. Together they pulled the throttles back. Charlie breathed a sigh of relief. Pinky panted and swept beads of sweat from his forehead. Charlie turned the bomber west for Ohio and asked Pinky if he still wanted to fly fighters. "I'm happy right where I am," Pinky chuckled. Charlie smiled in agreement. 12. The Quiet Ones. Several months later, September 1943, West Texas. Under the burning late-day sun, a rider sat atop a horse on a dry desert hilltop. His horse began to whine and stir. The rider grabbed his wide-brimmed hat and doubled his grip on the reins. The crusty soil below the horse's hooves reverberated. The rider looked upward as a B-17 thundered over him, its landing gear hanging down, its prop blast swirling the dust around him. Downhill from the rider, the bomber drifted onto the runway of the sprawling Army Air Base called Pyote Field, a place known through the Army Air Forces as Rattlesnake Bomber Base. The rider galloped away. Charlie would remember, it was a true cowboy town, and people on horseback used to come out to watch us fly as if they sensed some strange kinship between their horses and ours. The bomber's tires hit the runway with a chirp, chirp. The plane rolled and slowed. Its engines blew a cloud of tan dust from the white runway. The bomber taxied behind a seemingly endless line of B-17s parked wingtip to wingtip, opposite 5 hangars with elegantly arcing roofs. At the bomber's controls, Charlie leaned his head from his side window. Ground crewmen guided him with hand motions. The B-17 spun 90 degrees to park alongside the other bombers. Ground crewmen pulled up in 2 trucks with open beds. They parked one truck at the bomber's nose and another at its tail to pick up its crew. The mechanical ticking sound of hot metal echoed from beneath the plane's wings. A hatch swung down beneath the bomber's nose, the officers' quarters. A canvas flight bag fell to the ground, followed by a parachute in its olive-colored padded pack. An officer in a green flying suit, his sleeves rolled back, dropped from the hatch, his heavy brown boots landing with a thud. He wore sunglasses and a crush cap with a gold eagle on the front. His cap was crumpled like a veteran's, even though the man had not yet been in combat. He was Charlie's new navigator, Second Lieutenant Al Doc Sadok. Doc hailed from New York, although he looked like a Texan, with the face of the Marlboro Man, a strong jaw, small nose, and permanent squint. Doc had been to college, unlike anyone else on the crew, and was well-spoken and sometimes cocky. He rode in the nose of the bomber with the bombardier, Second Lieutenant Robert Andy Andrews, who dropped to the ground next. Andy was a lanky kid from Alabama, with a narrow face, pointy ears, and slender dark eyes that sloped downward, giving him an analytical look. He followed Doc everywhere, although the two could not have been more different. Andy spoke with a soft southern drawl, never drank and never swore. Doc spoke with a Yankee twang and did not mind drinking and swearing. Andy was sensitive and Doc headstrong. But together in the bomber's nose, they made a balanced team. Charlie and Pinky were the last to swing from the hatch. At the rear of the bomber, Charlie's gunners carried their machine guns and handed them up to ground crewmen who stood in a nearby truck bed. Charlie had received his crew at Pyote 2 months earlier and had flown training missions with them every day since. The mission that day had been like so many others. Charlie had followed Doc's course out to the base's 13,000-acre range, where Andy dropped practice bombs on white X's that had been painted on the desert floor. All the while, the plane's gunners shot at wooden targets that stood on bluffs. Charlie's top turret gunner, Sergeant Bertrand Frenchy Coulomb, approached him. Frenchy looked like a boxer, with eyebrows that hung low over his eyes, a small flat nose, and a square chin. Quiet and tough, Frenchy was from Massachusetts, but often broke into a Creole-style French accent to amuse the crew. He doubled as the bomber's flight engineer, the expert in the plane's vital systems. He was also the gunner's spokesman. Frenchy reported that the men were loaded up and ready to depart. Charlie gave his permission for them to leave. By the plane's nose, Doc and Andy waited in the truck. They helped Pinky aboard. Before Charlie could reach for a hand, a noise stopped him, the sputtering of engines twice as angry as those of his B-17. A green, cigar-shaped bomber on tricycle landing gear pulled up and parked alongside his B-17. The plane was a twin-engine B-26, the hot rod of all bombers. Charlie grinned. He had long wanted to fly a B-26. The B-26's massive four-blade prop wound to a halt. Charlie saw the short, stubby wings that made the B-26 dangerous to fly, but capable of fighter-like speed. Her pilots referred to the B-26 by a variety of nicknames: the Widowmaker, the Flying Prostitute, the B-Crash, and the Baltimore Whore. The Army preferred to call her the Marauder. A pilot dropped from the B-26's belly. He wore a seat-pack parachute and an unusual white flight helmet and blue coveralls. Charlie walked toward the B-26 to talk with him, then stopped in his tracks, jaw-dropping. When the bomber's pilot removed his helmet, shoulder-length brown hair with curls tumbled forth. The pilot was a lady, and a pretty one. It was a strange-looking pilot, a very attractive female, Charlie would remember. It sort of shocked me, but it was a very pleasant shock. Charlie turned mid-step and scurried back to the truck. Leaning over the side railing, he asked his officers if they had seen what he had seen. They nodded eagerly. Charlie asked Pinky to come with him to talk to the girl. With a look of dread, Pinky shook his head. Charlie turned to Andy. "No way. I'll screw it up," Andy said, unblinking. Andy and Pinky looked to Doc. "Sure," Doc said to Charlie. Charlie faked a smile. He had never planned on asking Doc. Charlie had heard Doc tell stories about his girlfriends. It seemed he had a few on every base he visited. Sweat dripped from Charlie's cap as he approached the female pilot. At his side, Doc chewed a toothpick. The female pilot turned to greet them with a friendly smile on her bright red lips. Her face was oval, her nose turned upward, and her dark eyes almost disappeared as she squinted. "That's a beautiful aircraft," Charlie said. The girl asked Charlie and Doc if the B-17 was theirs. With a reluctant tone, Charlie said it was. "There's nothing wrong with the Fortress," the girl said cheerily. Looking back at her plane, she added, "The Marauder is no prize. With its small wing surface, it has a tendency to drop out of the sky. On approach, you've got to land really hot." Charlie nodded, his eyes fixated on the enthusiasm that poured from her face. "This is our skipper, Charlie Brown," Doc said, introducing Charlie. Charlie chuckled, having forgotten such pleasantries. The girl wiped her hand on her flying suit, then shook Charlie's hand and Doc's. She introduced herself as Marjorie Ketchum. She was a WASP based out of Romulus Army Airfield in Detroit. Charlie said he had heard of the WASPs, the Women's Air Force Service pilots. They were the girls who flew planes from factories to training units and deployment points to free up male pilots for combat. Marjorie was a graduate of the first WASP class, the Trailblazers. Charlie asked Marjorie what planes were her favorites. She said she flew whatever the ferry command gave her, but enjoyed big planes like C-47 transports and B-24 bombers. "The best part about flying them," she said, "are the looks I get from my co-pilots when they discover they have to fly with a woman. Usually it's a stare that says, 'Oh my gosh, don't tell me she is my pilot.'" Charlie was about to ask how long Marjorie had been flying when Doc cut in. He reminded Charlie that the crew was waiting and suggested that Charlie and Marjorie continue their chat at the officers' club. Charlie agreed and looked to Marjorie. "I'd enjoy that," she said, smiling. She and Charlie made plans to meet that night. As Charlie and Doc walked to the truck, Doc whispered, "You did good, but you've got to hold something back to keep them coming back." Charlie nodded, but had no idea what Doc was talking about. At the truck, Charlie climbed in first and gave Doc a hand up. Andy and Pinky tried to act like they had not been watching the two Casanovas. As the truck carried them away, Charlie looked back and saw Marjorie shoulder her parachute and walk toward a separate truck. Charlie could not stop smiling. He was very shy, and a date was a rare thing for him. "Thanks, Doc," Charlie said. Doc just gave Charlie a nod, then pulled his crush cap down over his eyes. Charlie and Marjorie sat at a table in the center of the dimly lit officers' club. Charlie wore his green dress blazer and Marjorie a rich blue skirt and jacket with a gold pin affixed to either collar that spelled WASP. A row of pilots conversed loudly at the bar. Every time Charlie looked their way, he caught sets of eyes looking at Marjorie. Over drinks, Charlie told Marjorie how nice she looked. She said with a laugh that her uniform had cost her a fortune. Charlie looked confused. "Doesn't the military equip you?" he asked. Marjorie explained that WASPs were considered civil service employees and were required to buy their own uniforms. "If I die in a crash, my fellow WASPs will have to pass the hat to pay for my funeral," Marjorie said. "Since I'm outside of the military, my coffin can't even have an American flag on it." Charlie shook his head in disbelief. Marjorie said that some people considered WASPs to be expendable. "When I pick up a plane from a factory, it's supposed to have been checked out and flown for 15 minutes by a test pilot," she said. "But due to the high volume of aircraft production, some test pilots just run the plane for 15 minutes on the ground and log that as flight time. When we fly a new plane, often it's for the very first time." Marjorie asked Charlie about himself, how old he was and where he was from. He said he was from Weston, and told a white lie, that he was 24. Marjorie groaned and said she was 25. Charlie tried to look nonchalant. Really, he knew he could not tell her his true age, or she would walk out. He was 20. When he had been introduced to his crew, he had padded his age so his men would not panic at the notion of flying under a pilot so young. Now he had to stick to that story. Charlie told Marjorie about his crew, whom he called his adopted family. He never made his men salute him on the ground, but in the air he made certain they knew who was in charge. "The other crews call us the quiet ones, because we've never been caught doing anything out of line," Charlie said. Marjorie told Charlie about her pilot class. Each of the 23 girls had been a civilian pilot with an average of 1,000 hours of flight time before enlisting. Charlie and Marjorie lost track of time until a waiter interrupted them and handed Charlie a folded note. Marjorie looked at Charlie with concern. He read the note aloud. "Crew in trouble. Need help. At the front door. Eki." Eki was his tail gunner. Charlie cursed his luck. Marjorie faked a smile and told him to go look after his men. Charlie reluctantly stood to leave. He knew Marjorie would be laying over at Pyote for 3 more days, bringing the B-26's new crew up to speed on the plane before returning to her base. He asked her if she would meet him at the O Club the next night at the same time. "Yes," she said with a good-natured grin, "if you get going." Outside, under the stars, Charlie found Sergeant Hugh Eki Eckenrode pacing back and forth. Eki was the crew's shortest and quietest gunner, with a face that looked sad even when he was happy. Charlie and the rest of the crew loved Eki, a simple kid from the hills of central Pennsylvania. Eki apologized for spoiling Charlie's date, but said that 2 of the crew, Blackie and Russian, had gotten into a brawl in town. The MPs were questioning them and going to lock them up. Charlie suspected Eki was involved because liquid drenched the front of his shirt and tie. Eki led Charlie toward an idling jeep. Charlie's left waist gunner, Sergeant Lloyd Jennings, sat in the passenger's seat. His head leaned back. He hopped from the vehicle and saluted when Charlie arrived. Of the quiet ones, Jennings took the prize for silence. His face was square and his chin thin. His tiny lips seldom parted, but when they did, he spoke in a proper, polite manner, as if he were British. Charlie saw that Jennings's lip was bleeding, and knew he must have caught a stray punch, because Jennings was a teetotaler, and, like Eki, the last person to fight back. "Lloyd, go get some ice on that," Charlie told Jennings as he steered him out of his way. Jennings nodded and wandered off. Charlie jumped in the passenger's seat. Sergeant Dick Peschow, Charlie's radio operator, sat behind the wheel. Peschow was from Connecticut and had a slender face and small but plump lips that defined his face. "Drive," Charlie ordered. Peschow raced toward Pyote, just minutes north of the field. Along the way, he tried to apologize for disturbing Charlie's date. Charlie cut him off. "Dick, I know you weren't involved, so don't bother." Charlie knew Peschow was a techie from Connecticut who loved his radio so much he would have preferred to stay in the barracks examining its tubes and transistor chips rather than go hell-raising on the town. Pyote resembled the set of a Western film. The main street held a dozen buildings, each separated by vast empty lots. The buildings all had covered walkways and railings where horses could be tied. Charlie imagined that cowboys once rode down the center of the street, shooting up the place. Now, servicemen stumbled between saloons, steadied by their buddies. Charlie spotted a bar with 2 MP jeeps parked out front at odd angles, as if they had been parked in a hurry. Charlie hopped out and told Eki to stay, and Peschow to keep the jeep running. He bolted onto the porch outside the bar and stood aside as an MP barreled out the door, leading an airman who held a raw steak over half his face. A sobbing girl followed the injured man. Inside, Charlie hacked from the gray cloud of cigarette smoke that rickety fans pushed down from a high ceiling. He spotted 2 MPs questioning Blackie and Russian in a corner. Nearby, a flipped table rested on edge. Charlie was not surprised to see Blackie sitting there smirking, even as the MPs questioned him. Sergeant Sam Blackie Blackford was Charlie's ball turret gunner, a talkative Kentuckian whose face was always scrunched by a mischievous grin. Thanks to his backwoods upbringing, Blackie was a Davy Crockett type, as rough and tough as he was personable. No one wanted Blackie's job, to operate the twin guns slung in a metal ball beneath the bomber's belly, except Blackie. But everyone wanted Blackie down there because his dark eyes were the sharpest among the crew. Charlie pushed his way through the crowd and stepped cautiously over broken glass. When Blackie saw Charlie approaching, his eyes lit up. When Russian saw him coming, he leaned his head back against the wall and stared at the ceiling. Charlie knew Russian was better than such behavior, and Russian knew it too. Sergeant Alex Russian Yelisenko was a tall, burly kid from Pennsylvania whose Russian-looking features reflected his ancestry: a sharp, downturned nose, a strong chin, and big, balled-up cheeks. Russian looked like a grown man compared to the others, and was the crew's right waist gunner, probably because the waist was the only spot in the bomber big enough to hold him. The crew liked Russian because he was tough but kind. Charlie liked him because he was usually mature. Charlie approached the two uniformed MPs and tapped the senior-most MP, the one with the sergeant's stripes, on the shoulder. The MP and Charlie saluted each other. Standing ramrod straight, Charlie said in his most authoritative tone, "I'm placing these men under arrest." The MPs looked at each other confused, having never heard of a pilot apprehending his own crew. Before the MPs could object, Charlie shook a finger at Blackie and Russian, and in his most enraged tone snapped, "Exit this facility immediately!" Blackie and Russian quickly stood up and left the bar, while looking back to see if Charlie was joking. Turning to the MPs, Charlie said, "Thank you, gentlemen." He then spun and walked away. The MPs watched him leave as their minds tried to catch up to what had just transpired. Outside the bar, Charlie pushed Blackie and Russian toward the Jeep's back seat. Jumping into the passenger's seat, Charlie shouted to Peschow, "Drive!" As Peschow put the Jeep in gear, Charlie purposely did not look back, in case the MPs had changed their minds and followed him out. Blackie and Russian rode in silence, while Eckie held on to Russian to keep from falling out. During the drive, Charlie asked the men, "Was it over a girl?" He was waiting for them to say yes, and was prepared to pounce on them with a lecture about how their skirt chasing cost him his date. "Yes and no," Blackie said. Charlie turned, perturbed, his glare asking for a straight story. "Eckie went to the bar for a beer and made the mistake of standing near two drunks showing off for their girls," Blackie spouted. "One of them spilled half his beer on Eckie, and he came back all wet." Charlie looked to Eckie, who nodded. "It wasn't that they spilled it on him," Russian said. "It was that they didn't apologize or buy Eckie a beer." "So, we made him apologize," Blackie said with a grin. Charlie turned forward to hide a smirk. He asked the men what happened to Jennings. "Jennings helped us, sir," Russian said. In fighting for one man, they were really sticking up for the entire crew's honor, Charlie would remember. "I couldn't condone that behavior and give them the wrong idea, but I was proud of them." Charlie smiled in the darkness as the Jeep pulled through the airfield's gate. The perfect record of the quiet ones was still intact. Charlie and Marjorie met the next night and spent much of the ensuing 2 days together whenever Charlie was not flying. They grabbed lunch, went on walks, and met for drinks in the O Club. "I was a gentleman and didn't try to get her in bed or anything like that," Charlie would remember. "It was really a pleasant, old-fashioned relationship." On their last night together, Charlie walked Marjorie to her quarters. On the porch of her barracks, under a light that swarmed with bugs, Marjorie handed Charlie an empty matchbook. Looking inside, Charlie saw she had written her address at Romulus Army Airfield. She asked Charlie to write to her so they could see each other again someday. Charlie grinned and promised he would have his first letter in the mail before her wheels touched down in Detroit. They kissed, and Charlie walked away into the dark. A month later, late October 1943, Chicago. From the train car on the tracks of the train yard, Charlie and his officers peered through a window. Eerie street lamps lined the deserted platform. Charlie and Pinky sat across from Doc and Andy. They all held Cokes in bottles. Their enlisted men sat in cars farther back on the tracks. In his pocket, Charlie carried his crew's orders to a staging camp in New Jersey called Camp Kilmer. From there, he and his officers assumed they would sail by ship to Europe. A whistle tooted. Steam rose up outside their window. The men knew the train was aiming eastward, but only when the train's pistons began pumping and its wheels cranking did they celebrate. "Europe!" they shouted, backslapping one another. No bomber crews wanted to go west to the Pacific, where too much water lay between tiny island airfields. Charlie in particular feared the Japanese after hearing stories of the atrocities they committed against captured airmen. Charlie and his crew debated their ultimate destination. Charlie hoped they were headed to England and to the unit from the newsreels, the 8th Air Force. Pinky hoped they were headed to the Mediterranean, where the Allies had recently invaded Italy. "There's plenty of Germans to bomb there," Pinky said. "And the best part is, you don't have to fly over Germany to do it." The men debated Italian wine versus English beer, London versus Salerno, Italian mud versus English fog. The debate abruptly ended when someone said, "What about Black Thursday?" The men grew silent. They had all heard the rumors leaking from bases in England. Only weeks prior, on Thursday, October 14th, the 8th Air Force had lost 60 bombers, 600 men, in one raid over Schweinfurt, Germany. It was the first battle that the 8th Air Force had acknowledged they lost. "Okay, Italy it is," Charlie and his officers agreed, clanging bottles and cheers to the mud of the Mediterranean. 13. The Lives of 9. 2 months later, December 20th, 1943, Central England. In his corner bunk at the end of the long metal hut, Charlie tossed and turned. From the cracks in the window's blackout paper, he guessed it was the middle of the night, maybe 3 a.m. He knew he needed to get back to sleep. His second combat run to Germany was a sunrise away. A week earlier, he had flown his first mission as a new member of the 379th Bomb Group. He had flown with another crew then, as co-pilot to a veteran pilot. This introductory mission was meant to acclimate a pilot to combat before he embarked over Germany with his own crew. During the mission, German fighters had passed above the formation Charlie flew in and beat up those behind him. The B-17 Charlie rode in bombed the submarine pens at the German port city of Bremen and came back without a scratch. The mission prompted Charlie to think, maybe this bombing gig isn't all that bad. Charlie pulled his blanket up to his chin. The room was freezing, with an arched ceiling that seemed to trap the cold. Pinky snored in the bunk next to him, and other officers could be heard in their bunks throughout the hut. Engines belched in the distance as mechanics worked throughout the night to ensure that every plane was ready for the mission. Other men laughed as they walked by the hut, their voices traveling through the thin steel walls, probably the cooks on their way to fire up the mess hall. Charlie heard the squeaking brakes of trucks hauling bombs to their planes. Every sound kept Charlie from returning to sleep. The door to the hut creaked open. Footsteps followed. "Sir," a voice said, directed at Charlie. Charlie did not reply. "Sir," the voice said again. The orb of a flashlight shined against Charlie's closed eyes. A hand shook his shoulder. Charlie's eyes shot open. He squinted. The man was a sergeant tasked with waking up officers before a combat mission. Charlie sat upright and apologized for having overslept. The orderly told Charlie the time, 4:30 a.m. He reminded Charlie that breakfast was at 5 and the briefing at 6. The orderly roused Pinky from his slumber. Charlie swung his feet onto the cold concrete floor. The fire in the building's kerosene stove had died during the night. The bitter cold of the English winter made Charlie shiver. Snapping open the footlocker at the bottom of his cot, He removed his toiletries and the uniform he had neatly folded the night before. He set his green boxer shorts on his bed and his blue bunny suit, a pair of long johns with wires snaking through its quilted pads. An electric plug dangled from the suit that a crewman would click into an outlet on the bomber. Alongside his suit, Charlie tossed his olive slacks and shirt. He set his belt and tie on the pile and slid his polished Oxford shoes from under his bed. He left his heavy flying pants and boots under his bunk to pick up later. Pinky greeted Charlie with a whisper. Charlie nervously faked a smile. After getting a mission under his belt, Charlie was no longer apprehensive of combat. But this time he knew he would be flying as the aircraft's commander. He was worried not of dying, but of messing up and taking 9 other men's lives with him. Another thought crept into his mind and propelled him forward. No man in the Army Air Forces was forced to fly in combat. He had volunteered for this. With that came extra pay and a sense of something intangible, pride. When Charlie reported to the 8th, he had landed himself in a unit that would lose more men in the war than the U.S. Marine Corps. Charlie grabbed a towel, his toiletries, and shuffled off to the showers in a building behind the hut. December 20th was a Monday. It was time to get to work. The air was stinging cold as Charlie and other airmen hurried through the darkness toward the mess hall, their hands tucked into pockets of their leather jackets. Some carried flashlights because the base was still blacked out. The flashlights' bobbing beams revealed curved Nissen huts, the prefabricated dwellings that looked like half-buried cans and served as barracks, offices, and storage containers. The men passed the base flagpole and message board, which read, "Welcome to Kimbolton, home of the 379th Bombardment Group." Other men rode past Charlie on bicycles, dodging the neat white wooden blocks that lined the gravel streets like reflectors. A tiny light sat between the handlebars of each bike. In the darkness, the lights sparkled as they converged from all directions on the long mess hall with the arched roof. The tin ceiling above the rafters of the mess hall reflected the clatter of mess trays and silverware. Cooks sparingly ladled eggs and ham onto the trays of the bomber crewmen, knowing that most men had little appetite. The meal was primarily a formality. Most of the pilots and crews congregated around barrels of coffee and filled their mugs and thermoses. Charlie sat with his officers, Pinky, Doc, and Andy. Andy looked meeker and more analytical than usual, and Doc tried to look cool, although his eyes darted to and fro. Doc and Andy barely touched their plates. Instead, they watched Charlie pick at his food and drink cup after cup of coffee. Pinky stuffed his cheeks with ham and eggs, too inexperienced to have butterflies. The breakfast was designed to avoid serving foods with fiber. Anything that could produce gas in a man could give him the bends at altitude. They made small talk about the base's holiday dance scheduled for that night, one that promised Coke, beer, and women. When Charlie stood, his men stood with him. He led them to the briefing hut. They found the room crowded with other officers and grabbed folding metal chairs near the front. Above a small stage were 2 large wooden doors that hid a vast map of Europe. Lights dangled from the ceiling, upside-down cones that ran from the room's front to back. "The room has a man smell," a navigator would write. "Leather from our jackets, tobacco, sweat, a little fear, which has its own distinctive sharpness." Around Charlie and his crew, other pilots wore their hats cocked further than usual. The veterans' jackets had dark, broken-in folds and whiskey stains. They tossed their white scarves as they joked and planned which pub they were going to hit after the mission. They were pros at hiding shakiness. Charlie saw colorful painted art on the backs of their jackets that glorified their planes' names: 9 Yanks and a Rebel, Anita Marie, Sons of Satan, and others. Small painted bombs in neat rows spanned the back of nearly every jacket, 1 bomb for every mission its wearer had flown. Every man in that room was trying to reach Mission 25 and the end of his tour. Of the 379th's original 36 crews, not one had completed its tour with all 10 men unharmed. A pilot tapped the back of Charlie's shoulder. Charlie turned and saw the jug ears and toothy smile of his flight leader, Second Lieutenant Walter Reichold, who took a seat behind him. Walt was the most popular pilot in the 379th due to his snappy New England charm. Charlie was glad he'd wound up in the 527th Bomb Squadron, the same as Walt. Walt was from Winsted, Connecticut, and in college had been the president of his fraternity, a swimmer, diver, skier, and actor, all while studying aeronautical engineering, something he looked forward to resuming after the war. Walt's jacket was bare, like Charlie's, although Walt had flown 22 missions. Walt was superstitious. He was unwilling to jinx his tour by painting his jacket or even talking about his tour's end, which Charlie and everyone knew was just 3 missions from being complete. "How'd you sleep?" Walt asked Charlie. "Logged a few hours," Charlie said. Walt was surprised Charlie had slept at all. Sleeping was hardest at the start of a pilot's tour and at the end. Walt offered Charlie his flask, but Charlie refused. Coming from moonshine country, he had seen how alcohol compounded people's woes. Walt took a belt for himself and another that he said was for Charlie. Then he passed the flask to his officers. The hubbub ended as Colonel Maurice Mighty Mo Preston, the 379th Group commander, entered the rear of the room. A captain shouted, "10 hut!" The men sprang to their feet. Preston strode through the center aisle, already dressed head to toe in his leather flying gear, his jaw lowered like a linebacker's. Charlie felt the air move as Preston passed by him. Preston took his place before the mission board with an actor's precision. He knew that in a way he was doing exactly that, acting. His job was to be larger than life, to inspire the boys. It helped that he had a square jaw, thick blonde hair, and that, as one officer put it, his shoulders were square and wide as the front end of a Jeep. Preston ordered the men to be at ease and seated. With a tight grin, he surveyed the room. Inspiration beamed from his eyes. Preston loved the war because he was good at it. Preston would remember, "I enjoyed in World War II the biggest success I have had in my day, in my time, in my life. One always enjoys what he is successful at." He was more than a hard-nosed commander. He was innovative. Under his leadership, the 379th had become the first group to fly in smaller, more maneuverable 12-plane formations, and the first to do multiple runs over a target if bad weather covered the aiming point. After every mission, Preston passed out feedback forms to his pilots. He welcomed any ideas they had to improve tactics or remedy problems. With his encouragement, his men even went so far as to take apart their bomb sights to tweak the factory-programmed calibrations and improve the sight's accuracy. Preston encouraged his men to have girlfriends and to live with vigor, hoping they would fly and fight that way too. Before the war's end, the 379th would prove him right. Preston nodded to his operations officer. The officer fanned open the doors and revealed the map. The mission's course was marked with red yarn that led east across the North Sea, straight to the German city of Bremen. From there, the yarn shot 90 degrees upward into the sea before turning west and straight back to England. The men were silent. They would only groan if the target was new or deep in Germany. They knew Bremen too well, having gone there 3 times in the past 8 days. A grin crept across Preston's face. "It's nice to see no one objects to where we're going," he said. The men chuckled. When Preston looked at Charlie, Charlie squirmed. He wondered if Preston could sense his anxiety. The veterans around him turned silent and serious. "The target for today," Preston said, "is the FW-190 plant on the city's outskirts." Preston explained that nearly all of the 8th Air Force's bomb groups were on the mission roster. 475 B-17s and B-24s. At the time, there were 26 bomb groups operational in England, and 23 of them were going to Bremen. Friendly fighter cover had been pledged for both the road to the Reich and home. Preston warned the men that in addition to P-38 Lightnings and P-47 Thunderbolts, they might see the new P-51 Mustangs, and to not shoot them down, even if they looked like Messerschmitts. Preston stepped aside as a young intelligence officer with spectacles jumped to his feet to explain the mission's nuts and bolts. He warned them to expect a greeting from German fighters, maybe 500 bandits or more. He was careful to call them bandits. No one who had been in combat called the enemy Krauts or Jerrys, out of an odd, fearful respect. The intelligence officer reviewed the escape and evasion plan and told the men that if they were shot down over Germany, to move toward the coast. Try to commandeer a fishing boat there and sail for home. The veterans laughed at the notion of rowing 300 miles across the turbulent North Sea. Preston did not stop their laughter. He, too, fought a smirk. He reminded the men that there would be no sailing to Sweden either. If you have power to get to Sweden, you have power to try to get to England, he told the men. This time no one laughed. Sweden was actually far closer to Germany than England. But on Preston's map, Sweden, like Switzerland, had a big black X through it. Both were neutral countries, where a bomber crew could land and receive sanctuary if their plane was badly damaged, although the crew would be interned for the duration of the war. Preston hated the idea of the safe havens, and had announced that after the war he would court-martial any crew that had fled to a neutral country. The intel captain resumed his briefing and pulled the map aside, revealing a blackboard that showed where everyone would be flying in the 21-plane battle formation. Charlie took notes before his pencil stopped when he realized he was to fly Purple Heart Corner, in the lowest spot in the formation and on the outside edge. Everyone knew the Germans loved to attack that spot, on the fringe, instead of barreling into the formation's heart. Charlie had expected this. He knew his rookie crew would have to earn their way to the top. Using a pointer, the captain made circles on the map, showing the men the flak zones and warning them that the city of Bremen was guarded by 250 flak guns and manned by the OCS, Officer Candidate School of Flak Gunners. In other words, the men shooting at them would be the best of the best. Someone snapped off the lights and flicked on a projector in the back of the room. The intel captain pulled down a screen and showed the men the FW-190 plant that they would bomb from 27,000 feet. He pointed out the railroad tracks that flowed into the factory. For the next 30 minutes, Charlie watched Doc scribbling notes furiously, even though he would receive a typed sheet of notes at the briefing's end. Charlie found himself writing the takeoff time in pen on his left palm, 7:30 a.m., and the weather, restricted, with a low ceiling. Charlie knew that meant a hazardous, spiraling climb through dark clouds to reach the assembly point. The lights flickered on. Preston stood up, looking 20 feet tall, as one man put it. He had saved the best news for last. Charlie expected him to mention the dance that night. "Today, gentlemen," Preston said, "we will be leading the entire 8th Air Force. It's a big honor for the group, and you earned it." Charlie saw the others grinning, so he grinned too. "Keep the formation tight," Preston added. "I'll meet you on the taxiway." The briefing was over. Charlie and the others snapped to attention as Mighty Mo stormed out the same way he had entered. After visiting the equipment shack, Charlie and his crew gathered outside the briefing hall, each man fully dressed in his leather gear. The sky was still deep with night, so the men stood beneath the street light to make their final preparations. The gunners wore their leather flight helmets, having forgotten that they were still an hour from takeoff. On the sidewalk beside them sat their parachutes and their yellow life preservers. In a nearby parking lot, a dozen deuce-and-a-half GI trucks idled, each waiting for crews to climb aboard for a ride to the plains. Charlie chuckled at the thought. The quiet ones have never been this quiet. Each of the wiry boys looked 100 pounds heavier in his heavy leather pants and jackets. The officers' chestnut-brown jackets were crisp and looked thin next to the gunners' thick jackets with puffy fleece collars. Charlie had heard that Blackie had wanted to paint his jacket before the mission. "What will you put on it?" one of the gunners had asked him. "We don't even have a regular plane." "The quiet ones," Blackie had said. The gunners had burst out in laughter. Only Eki, the short, sad-faced tail gunner, shared Blackie's sentiment. When he showed up to fly that morning, Eki was the only one among the quiet ones with his jacket painted. In lieu of a plane's name, someone had painted Eki for him in tall, white, scrolly letters across his jacket's shoulders. Pinky handed out escape kits to the crew. Each kit contained a small waterproof bag with a map of Europe, a button-sized compass, and French money. Frenchie's face lit up at the sight of French currency and the idea that if they were shot down on the way to Germany, the army wanted him to aim for France to seek out the French resistance. Pinky handed each of the guys a Mars candy bar. Eki said that if anyone did not want his bar, he would like it. The men, except for Pinky, piled Eki's arms with candy. None of them had the stomach for sweets. Pinky frowned. He could have eaten it all. Charlie had slipped his chocolate bar into his front pocket, but pulled it out and tossed it to Eki. As a crew, they waddled to the trucks, each man carrying his cumbersome gear. Charlie saw his flight leader, Walt, waiting to board. Walt invited Charlie to hitch a ride with his crew. Walt's crewmen boarded first, then helped pull each man of Charlie's crew up and over the lift gate. In the dim gloom of 6:45 a.m., the truck drove the crews past B-17s that sat atop concrete parking clusters, each shaped like a 3-leaf clover. One plane sat on each leaf. Frost covered the bombers' noses. Large green tents lay outside each clover. Dark smoke piped from the tents and light glowed from within. Inside, mechanics lingered over coal stoves to keep warm. The mechanics had been on the job, working to get more than 20 planes ready by daylight. Now their work was almost through. The truck stopped, and both Charlie's and Walt's crews hopped to the frozen earth. Looking past the cold, dead wheat fields, Charlie could have sworn the ocean lay just over the next hill. All of England felt like the coast to him, the way the clouds billowed up from the horizon. Often he swore he could smell the ocean, even though Kimbolton lay nearly 100 miles inland. Charlie turned his attention to his lady, the B-17 with tall red Gothic letters with white outlines that announced her name, Ye Old Pub. Charlie affectionately nicknamed her the Pub. She sat quietly next to Walt's plane, which lacked nose art. "Sorry about giving you Purple Heart Corner," Walt told Charlie, "but don't worry. Just stick close to your wingman." Charlie promised he would. He and Walt shook hands, and Charlie went to say, "Good luck," but Walt cut him off mid-sentence. "We never say that," he said. Charlie apologized. "Go get 'em," Charlie said awkwardly, searching for words. "That's better," Walt chuckled. "Never say goodbye. It's bad luck." Charlie saw the light from his crew's flashlights bobbing toward the bomber's hatches, then disappearing within. The men were heading inside the plane to stow their chutes, inspect their guns, and check their ammo. The bomber's crew chief, Master Sergeant Shack Ashcraft, approached Charlie. One of the 379th's original crew chiefs, Shack was twice Charlie's age and had a tough, lean face and a head that looked to be shaved beneath his olive-colored skull cap. "How's she doing, Chief?" Charlie asked. "Good enough, sir," Shack said. He warned Charlie that Engine 4 was acting up when they started it. "She seems okay now, but I'd watch her," he added. Shack seemed a bit distant, and Charlie suspected why. Rumor had it that Shack had lost 3 planes so far, 3 crews. Shack said the bomber was new to the group, a transfer from another unit, and that he was just learning her quirks. His words struck Charlie like a waver. Charlie began his walk-around inspection of the $330,000 aircraft. He beamed his flashlight on her patches from past bullet holes and felt comfort in knowing she was a veteran who had been there before. There was 5 miles up, a place without oxygen and devoid of the Earth's warmth. There, her living crew would fly and fight in a netherworld of clouds and stranded ghosts. Satisfied that the pub was secure, Charlie placed his life preserver over his head and clipped it around his waist and under his leg. He approached the nose hatch and stopped. He knew that pilots were supposed to swing up and into the hatch, as he had seen veterans do. It took muscle and guts to enter the bomber from that direction. If a man lost his grip and fell, it would be a painful backward tumble, head first onto the tarmac. Entering the bomber that way was showy, raunchy, as the veterans called it. Toting his parachute, Charlie ducked under the nose and kept walking all the way to the rear door on the right side of the plane, just ahead of the tail. There, he entered the bomber like a gunner would. Inside the plane, Charlie shined his flashlight down the narrow corridor toward the tail guns. The light's beam revealed Eki crawling toward him. Eki smiled like a raccoon caught in a spotlight. "Guns and oxygen okay back there?" Charlie asked Eki. Eki nodded. When Eki smiled, it seemed he needed to work hard to lift his hangdog cheeks. Charlie walked past the waist windows where Russian and Jennings worked the bolts and checked the breeches of their machine guns. They leaned their guns skyward and stood aside like soldiers on review as Charlie slipped between them. Charlie dodged the ball turret and its support pole that ran from floor to ceiling. He found its gunner, Blackie, checking the ammo in the radio room, where the men always stored it during takeoff to keep weight over the wings. Blackie was writing his name in chalk on some of the boxes, marking them as his. He was known to have a heavy trigger. Once airborne, he and the other gunners would claim their ammo to lock and load. Blackie would lower himself into his ball turret, known as the morgue, and the radio man, Peschow, would seal him inside. Gunners feared assignment to the ball turret, although time would prove it was actually the safest gun position. Charlie passed Peschow, who pursed his lips as he listened to a headphone. Peschow tuned the glowing radio dials and tapped the Morse code button as a test. Moving forward to the bomb bay, Charlie eyed the 12 500-pound bombs that hung in their racks. The bombs looked thick and harmless. Charlie stopped while Andy shook a bomb to ensure that it had been hung securely. Andy counted the steel pins that kept the arming propeller at the tail of the bombs from spinning. They were all there. Once underway over the channel, Andy would pull the pins and arm the bombs. Charlie found it amusing that such a meek man controlled so much destruction. Andy gave him a thumbs up and departed to his place in the nose. Charlie shimmied sideways along the catwalk, past the bombs and out of the bomb bay. He entered the office of the bomber, the cockpit. Passing beneath Frenchie's top turret, Charlie saw Frenchie ahead of him, performing his flight engineer duties and checking the 5 yellow oxygen tanks on the wall behind the pilot's seat. Those bottles were the crew's lifeblood at high altitude, along with 3 behind Pinky's seat, 7 under the cockpit, and 3 in the floor of the radio room. Each man would plug his mask into that one system and only use portable bottles when he had to move about. Instead of getting in Frenchie's way, Charlie went to check on the boys in the nose. He lowered his feet down through the hatch in the cockpit floor and crawled on his knees up to the nose compartment. Against the left bulkhead, Doc huddled over his desk and checked his compass beneath the light of a metal lamp. Seeing Charlie, he gave him a hand-sketched map he had made of the approximate headings and distances that Charlie should fly, just in case the intercom conked out. As a navigator, Doc was meticulous. He also kept the crew's logbook and doubled as a gunner. His .50 caliber stuck out from a window ahead of his desk, and a cord dangled from the ceiling to hold its grips level. Andy fiddled with a gun of his own opposite Doc's. A third gun dangled in the plexiglass nose blister, a smaller .30 caliber weapon that the mechanics had added as a field modification. Charlie knew Doc would claim that gun too, and Andy would not object. Andy was a trained bombardier, but aboard the pub he lacked a bomb sight. Not all bombers had one, usually just the lead planes. When the lead bombardier dropped, the others behind him knew to drop. Andy's role in precision daylight bombing was that simple. Precision was actually a loose term. When one plane aimed and the others dropped blindly, bombs could fall only so precisely. 8th Air Force historians Philip Kaplan and Rex Smith would describe precision daylight bombing with this comparison. Consider that trying to drop bombs into a 2,000-foot circle while speeding past at an altitude of 25,000 feet in a bomber under fire was much like trying to drop grains of rice into a teacup while riding past on a bicycle. The 8th Air Force measured error in hundreds of yards and even miles. The Germans on the ground measured that same error in city blocks and civilian casualties. At that time in the war, 54% of the 8th Air Force's bombs were landing within 5 city blocks of their targets. The other 46% fell where they were not supposed to. But one thing could be said for the American bombing method. The 8th Air Force always aimed at military targets, even if that target was nestled in the midst of a city. The 8th Air Force's commander, General Ira Eaker, had said, "We must never allow the record of this war to convict us of throwing the strategic bomber at the man in the street." Error and all, the American bombing method could not have been more different from the common British bombing method. Due to the unrestricted manner in which the British and Germans bombed each other, British Bomber Command often practiced area bombing, or scattering their bombs across swaths of German cities. This destroyed more than just German war production. Sir Arthur Harris, Bomber Command's leader, once explained the difference. "When you, the 8th Air Force, destroy a fighter factory, it takes the Germans 6 weeks to replace it. When I kill a workman, it takes 21 years to replace him." Charlie settled into his seat, the place he would remain for 7 to 8 hours or more, depending on head or tail winds. He found Pinky waiting for him, munching his candy bar. Charlie suspected that Pinky probably had a few extras squirreled away for the ride home. On Charlie's introductory mission, the veteran pilot had told him to always take a panic pee prior to boarding, because there was seldom an opportunity to use the relief tube in the bomb bay that funneled urine outside the plane. That day, Charlie had been so full of nervous energy he'd forgotten the veteran's advice. In the other planes in the Cloverleaf, Charlie knew their crews were strapping in. The sun was rising, and he could see the goggles on the foreheads of the other pilots who studied their instruments. Charlie and Pinky ran through their checklist until a sound drew their attention to the end of the field. Preston's bomber was cranking over, coming to life, telling everyone, "Gentlemen, start your engines." In no particular order, the bombers began lighting up their engines, creating a patchwork of sound that sprung from random clover leaves. The cacophony was powerful. The air buzzed with electricity. Pinky squirmed in his seat. Charlie tried not to smile. He had been training for 2 years for this moment. He had a crew he trusted, a bulletproof commander named Mighty Mo, and after his introductory mission, he had come to believe that the air war was not half as scary as his imagination. "Clear left," Charlie said, having peeked out his left window to make sure the ground crewmen were standing away from the prop. Pinky looked out his window and announced, "Clear right." They turned a selector switch to engine 1 and energized the first engine. While Pinky held the starter button and pumped primer gas into the engine, Charlie turned the switch, and the Pratt & Whitney came to life with a wheeze, cough, 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 as all cylinders began popping. A white cloud sputtered from the engine, and the propeller blew it beneath the wing and across silver grass that the prop wash flattened. Charlie and Pinky ignited the other 3 engines, adding their share to the combined noise of 84 engines that promised to wake every soul across the English Isle. Just as the head mechanic, Shack, had warned him, Charlie saw Engine 4 running rough, the needles wobbling in the oil and manifold pressure gauges. Charlie looked past Pinky and along the right wing, where Engine 4 sat at the far end. As if Charlie had caught it misbehaving, the engine settled into a rhythm under his watchful glare. Charlie throttled up the RPMs on the engines, one at a time, the prop blast flattening the grass behind the bomber's tail. Satisfied, he backed off on the throttle. Looking at the other clovers around the field, Charlie could barely see the bomber's outlines in the partial darkness and floating smoke. Their engine's exhaust flames burned blue. As the throbbing plane warmed up, Charlie silently prayed, or, as he referred to it, conducted a short briefing with my third pilot. Beneath the layers of his life vest and parachute harness, he patted the chest pocket of his leather jacket, assuring himself that his Bible was still there. Charlie was a Methodist, and just as he had never missed a day of school, he never missed a Sunday service. "God's on our side, right, Pinky?" Charlie asked. "He better be," Pinky replied. Bombers began taxiing past, so Charlie opened his window and motioned for the ground crewmen to slip away the wheel chocks so his bomber could move. Walt's bomber rolled from the clover and merged onto the taxiway behind the others. After the other bomber from the clover squeaked past the pub, Pinky released the brakes, and the bomber's bulging tires turned forward. With each start and squealing stop, the smell of gasoline and exhaust filled the cockpit. Turning the plane onto the taxiway, Charlie saw endless upright tails ahead, each rudder waving the group's mark, the black K inside a white triangle. He glanced out his side window and saw the bomber's wings draped over the narrow taxiway. Because the pub had been slotted for Purple Heart Corner, Charlie found himself 20th in line to take off, one position away from last in line. Preston's bomber swung onto the runway and set itself for launch. From the top rail of the control tower, the operations officer studied his wristwatch, while around him the group staff watched the impressive panorama of 21 B-17s snaking around the heart-shaped field. Officers scrambled up the stairs to the control tower, their ears telling them they had not yet missed the big show. When the operations officer's watch clicked to 7:30 a.m., he raised a flare gun and fired one green flare and then another. Charlie saw the flares arc through the fog. That was the signal to take off, a silent message because the Germans were monitoring the radio channels. Preston's bomber lurched forward. It rolled, then barreled, then blasted down the runway before lifting up from the concrete with a wing wobble from the plane's weight. 30 seconds passed before the next bomber launched. 30 seconds later, another followed. Then another, then another. Bombers named London Avenger, the Old Fox, Judy, and Damned If I Know. 10 minutes later, it was the pub's turn. Charlie pushed all 4 throttles forward. The bomber vibrated, fighting her brakes. She shook like a jackhammer from nose to tail, wanting to run. Pinky kept his eyes on his watch. He raised his hand. When 30 seconds had passed, he dropped his hand. Charlie lifted his feet from the brakes and let the bomber loose. With a roar, she tilted her nose slowly downward as she ran. Charlie felt the vibrations from the wings course through the ribs of the fuselage and through his seat. He had never flown a bomber so heavy or felt the runway so rough through his foot pedals. The engines roared louder. The props bit the air. Charlie knew that when he pulled back on the yoke, the lives of 9 men would be in his hands. The pub raced past the fields and past the fire truck and ambulance that waited halfway down the strip. When the bomber's nose broke 100 miles per hour, Charlie slowly pulled the control column toward his chest until an invisible gust of air rushed beneath the wings and broke the suction of the earth, lifting the bomber into the sky. In an instant, Charlie felt the machine calm from vibrating to humming. With the bomber's propeller blades clawing for altitude, Charlie tapped the brakes to clench the wheels and stop their spinning. A glimpse out his window revealed the balloon tires were unmoving. "Gear up," he ordered. Pinky toggled the gear up, right side first, then left. The voice of one of the waist gunners crackled over the radio. "Tail wheel up." Charlie swore he could feel his gunner's footsteps through the controls as they left their takeoff positions in the radio room to man their stations. Charlie banked into a gentle turn to follow the plane ahead of him. By 7:45 a.m., the quietness of a winter's morning had again descended on the base. This audiobook is continued on Disc 6. A Higher Call by Adam Makos with Larry Alexander, continued. Disc 6. Above Kimbolton, the bombers of the 379th corkscrewed upward through dark clouds. Their plane blanketed in the haze, Charlie and Pinky gripped the control yokes tightly, although only Charlie steered. Pinky kept an eye out for the tail guns of the bomber in front of him. Charlie focused on his instruments, flying by blind faith. He feared a sense like this, the perfect setup for a mid-air collision. From 23 bases across the breadth of England, nearly 475 bombers climbed through the clouds. Making matters more harrowing, as part of the round-the-clock strategy, the Americans were going out at the same time the British bombers were coming home from their night raids. "It's a sky full of terror," Charlie thought. Through a cloud, Charlie saw the bomber ahead of him appear briefly, then disappear. The mist around his canopy parted, and the pub popped into the clear air at 8,000 feet. Above him, Charlie saw the planes of the 379th spiraling upward. They seemed to fly around an invisible pole. Glancing across England, Charlie saw other bomb groups popping from the clouds' orange roofs, leaving purple holes in their wakes. From one end of the sky to another, the bombers' radio men fired flares from their rooftop hatches, signaling the groups to assemble into combat boxes. Colonel Preston flew onward, straight and steady, trusting everyone to follow him. In a B-17 there was no rear-view mirror, just the tail gunner's voice. As the 379th bombers slid into formation, the 303rd and 384th bomb groups latched on behind them. Together, the three groups comprised the wing that would lead the other wings of the 8th Air Force. In the lead, Preston steered gently to avoid a column of magnificent clouds. Slowly, the other wings fell into formation behind Preston's, forming a stream of bombers. From the forefront, Charlie looked out his side window during the turn. Behind him, he saw the long string of nearly 500 bombers, which made him smile in awe. At the tip of the spear, Preston's navigator set a new course as the flock of bombers turned toward Germany. Climbing steadily through 12,000 feet, Charlie and his crew donned their oxygen masks. A little rubber bag like a tiny lung dangled from each man's mask. The lung expanded and contracted with each breath. Charlie addressed the crew and ordered an oxygen check. Each man wore a throat mic, and to talk, all he needed to do was squeeze a button on a clicker that was wired to a wall outlet. One by one the crew checked in, each confirming that his mask was working. If flak severed a man's oxygen line, he would become sleepy and drunk before he passed out from anoxia, as it was known. Charlie had heard stories that more than a few gunners had bailed out of perfectly good planes, drunk with anoxia. Waist gunners under anoxia were once found singing and toasting each other in the back of the plane, thinking they were already at the bar. At 20,000 feet, Charlie plugged his heated suit into the outlet by his left thigh and ordered his men to plug in as well. The frost on his window told Charlie that the temperature outside had plummeted far below freezing. He piped over the intercom a reminder for the men to keep their gloves on. The aluminum that separated them from the open sky was only a few centimeters thick, and so cold that if they touched the metal with bare skin, they would stick. Passing through 24,000 feet, the stream of bombers crossed over the English coastline above the city of Great Yarmouth and departed friendly territory. Charlie felt a sinking feeling in his gut when he realized that the freezing North Sea lay below his feet. Charlie told the gunners they were free to test their weapons. Charlie heard the burst of their .50 calibers from over his shoulder as the noise traveled up the center line of the bomber and into the cockpit. He knew that behind them, his men were firing with vigor toward the sea, a cathartic outpouring of angst. He smelled the acrid odor of gun smoke when Doc and Andy fired from the nose. "Permission to arm the bombs?" Andy asked from the nose. "Granted," Charlie replied. Andy carried a yellow portable oxygen tank back to the narrow catwalk and crossed the bomb bay like a tightrope walker. Delicately, he pulled the arming pins and brought the bombs to life. After returning to the nose, he reported to Charlie, "Bombs armed." Ye Old Pub was off to war. 14. The Boxer. 3.5 hours later, 11 a.m., high over the North Sea. Ever since takeoff, bombers all around Charlie had been turning home for mechanical reasons. 3 of the 7 planes in his flight had departed, an unusually high number considering that a 10% abort rate was normal. Charlie's flight leader, Walt, got on his radio. "Goldsmith 20, he said, using Charlie's call signal. "Close up on my left wing." Charlie eased the bomber into her new slot tight to Walt's plane. Together, they glided at 27,000 feet above the icy sea. A white fleck fell onto the brown sleeve of Charlie's jacket. Then another fell, and another. He risked a glance upward. Frost had formed and spread across the ceiling. The moisture that had been in the plane on the ground had now risen. He ran his gloved hand across the ceiling. White flakes cascaded like snow inside the cockpit. "Well, how about that?" he said with awe. "It's going to be a white Christmas after all," Pinky joked, smiling behind his mask. Charlie chuckled. He knew Pinky and the crew had been looking forward to the Christmas party that the group would be hosting for the children of Kimbolton Village the next day. Despite his hangdog demeanor, Eki was actually looking forward to Christmas the most. All the chocolate bars he'd been scrounging and hoarding weren't actually for him. Blackie had told Charlie that Eki had been saving the chocolate rations for weeks, wrapping them up as presents for the kids at the party. Christmas itself was on a Saturday, just 4 days distant. The bombers passed over the coastline and onto the European continent. A swatch of cold gray-green fields appeared below. "That's Germany below, boys," Charlie told his crew. "Keep your eyes peeled for fighters." Preston kept the 379th on its southeasterly path. They had 30 miles to go before the turn toward Bremen, followed by a 30-mile bomb run. It was 11:05 a.m. Charlie knew that if he could see Germany, then German radar and ground spotters could also see him. At that very moment, enemy soldiers were calculating the bomber's speed, course, and altitude and feeding it to flak gunners ahead. Even up so high, Charlie could feel their weighty stare. "Little friends at 2 o'clock, Frenchie radioed from the top turret. The brown specks out Pinky's window were P-47s, their fighter cover. The fighters flew parallel to the bombers and were easy to see, with visibility ranging 10 miles and scattered clouds below. The P-38s and P-51s that Preston had promised were nowhere in sight, but Charlie knew they could be anywhere along the 80-mile-long bomber stream. "Bandits!" Eki called out. "High and distant, on our 6. "How many, Eki?" Charlie asked. "Can't tell," he replied, "but they're jumping somebody back there." "More of them to port," the left waist gunner Jennings said. 11 o'clock. "Our fighters are moving to intercept," Frenchie announced with relief as the P-47s crossed over the formation to chase the enemy. "Keep an eye on them," Charlie told the crew. Preston's bomber gradually banked left, and so did the others. Doc told Charlie and the crew what they already knew, that they were turning onto the initial point, the start of the bomb run. Seeing the bombers operate in unison, Charlie felt a warm, safe feeling, knowing that the others were there to share the misery. Charlie looked at his watch and saw it was 11:32 a.m. They were 30 miles from the target and on rails, locked into flying a straight course for 10 long minutes. Through his windscreen, Charlie saw an oily black puff of smoke, then another, then another. Quickly, the sky frothed with a man-made storm. Far below, the 250 flak gunners had begun pulling the lanyards of their 88mm cannons, while their comrades cranked handles that traversed the guns, tracking the bombers between ear-splitting blasts. Every 3 seconds the cannons kicked, sending 20-pound shells skyward. Each gun and its crew operated in a 4-cannon battery that fired together to create a kill zone. Each shell fused to explode at a slightly different altitude in order to embrace a target. From the lowest position in the lead formation, Charlie had an unobstructed view ahead. He saw the black flak cloud hover like fog along a country road. That fog marked his path through the open sky, a trail where angry shells lit the way. The flak puffs floated past Charlie's window, mesmerizing him. A flash of orange lit up the cockpit and shook his gaze, then another. The veteran pilot had told Charlie not to worry about the black smoke puffs, but to be afraid if he saw the red flash of a bursting shell. The explosions came closer. They now had color to them and reminded Charlie of black orchids with vivid crimson centers. At once, 4 separate explosions burst like lightning just ahead of the pub on Pinky's side. Charlie heard the smack of shrapnel and felt the yoke go momentarily limp as the bomber bucked upward, then settled down hard. He saw that Walt's bomber, too, had been tossed by the blast and was bobbing for stability. "We're hit!" Andy yelled through his throat mic, his voice overlapping Doc's cursing. "There's a big hole," Andy reported. "We're hit in the nose." "Feels like a hurricane in here," Doc shouted. Up front, flak had sheared away a large swath of the bomber's plexiglass nose, allowing sub-zero wind to howl in through the jagged hole. The 200-mile-per-hour gale pushed the interior temperature down to 70 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. But Doc and Andy knew they were lucky. The nose of a B-17 had little structural support. It was a delicate part of the plane, and if hit hard enough, it was prone to falling off. "We're losing oil pressure on number 2, Pinky told Charlie, his eyes fixed on the engine's gauges. Glancing out the window to his left, Charlie saw the inboard engine smoking, punctured by shrapnel. He told Pinky to shut the engine down. Pinky reached to his left and pulled back on the turbocharger and throttle levers for the damaged engine. Charlie knew Andy and Doc were watching because he heard their excited voices lowering as if synchronized with the turning propeller as it revolved slower and slower. The propeller and their voices stopped together in silence. Pinky flipped a switch and feathered the propeller, turning it knife-edge against the onrushing air to minimize drag. Reduced to flying on 3 engines, Charlie kept pressure on the control yoke, pulling back ever so slightly to hold the bomber up and in position. To his right, he saw smoke trailing from the outboard engine of Walt's bomber, a result of the same flak bursts that had hit the pub. "Doc," Charlie said, "how far to the drop?" 1 minute, Doc replied. "Oh, shit," Pinky muttered, pressing his face to his window. "A shell passed clean through the wing. It didn't explode, but we got a hell of a hole." Charlie leaned against his straps but saw nothing, so he asked if they were streaming fuel. Pinky told him somehow the shell had missed the fuel tanks. Another burst of orange rocked the bomber. At the end of the right wing, Engine 4 began running wild, accelerating as if the throttle controls had been severed. On the ground, Shaq had warned Charlie about this finicky engine. "She's going to rip right out of the wing!" Pinky shouted. Charlie told Pinky to begin the shutdown procedures, but not to go all the way, or else the engine might not restart. Pinky began to shut down the engine, while Charlie gripped the yoke tightly to hold the bomber level as shrapnel rattled like hail. Charlie normally liked the sound of hail and thought it comforting, a reminder of his boyhood when he would lie in his bed at night listening to hail strike the roof of his family's farmhouse. But that type of hail wouldn't punch through the ceiling. "Bomb bay doors opening," Andy said. Pinky restarted Engine 4 just before its prop stopped spinning. The engine returned to life and hummed steadily. Charlie told Pinky to keep an eye on the engine and to repeat the procedure if necessary. "Pilot, hold her steady," Andy said. "Steady, steady, steady." Charlie saw the first bombs tumble from Preston's plane far ahead, and then, like heavy acorns shaken from a tree, bombs showered from the other planes. "Bombs away!" Andy shouted as he clicked the bomb release button. He and Doc turned to each other and shook hands, as they always had on the practice range. With a click, 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 the 12 500-pound bombs were released from their shackles in the bomb bay behind Charlie, each falling a millisecond apart to prevent them from colliding. A fading whistle howled as the bombs plummeted toward the Focke-Wulf plant 5 miles below. The pub leapt skyward, as if overjoyed to have shed 3 tons of unwanted cargo. From the ball turret, Blackie turned his guns downward to watch the bombs blossom in bursts across the landscape like a malevolent string of firecrackers. Their duty fulfilled, Preston led the group in a left bank away from the target, leveling his wings to the north. The strategy was to escape Germany as quickly as possible. Behind them, the 379th had deposited their share of the 2.6 million pounds of iron that the 8th Air Force would drop that month, the first month that the 8th Air Force outbombed the British Bomber Command. Like the men in every other plane, the crew of the pub began scanning the skies for enemy aircraft and their own fighter cover. But neither could be seen. They did not know it, but their friendly fighters had departed early because of excessive headwinds they had to buck on the way home, the group's lead navigator would note. At a horrible time for anything to go wrong, the bomber's Engine 4 began running wild again. Pinky renewed the restart process, but with Engine 2 silent and 4 winding down, the bomber lost speed and slipped behind the group. The pub was not alone. Walt's bomber was also wounded and bleeding fluids from its left wing. Under reduced power, Charlie and Walt watched helplessly as the silhouettes of their buddies' planes shrunk and converged in the distance. Slowly, the rest of the 8th Air Force passed overhead, their shadows darkening Charlie's cockpit. Charlie knew that gunners on the other bombers were looking on his plane and Walt's with pity. They had become stragglers. Charlie followed Walt as he steered onto a course that would take them out of Germany. Pinky tugged Charlie's arm, drawing his attention to Walt's plane. Smoke trailed from both engines on the left wing, those closest to the pub. The smoke grew thicker by the second. Charlie heard Walt radio a distress call as his bomber lost speed and height. Charlie leaned forward, tracking the bomber as it slipped back past Pinky's window. "Keep your eye on her," Charlie told his men. In the ball turret, Blackie had a ringside seat. His ever-present grin faded as he watched Walt's plane dive in an effort to extinguish its burning engines. The plane faded into a cloud bank just behind the pub. Walt's radio cries rang out. Fighters were attacking him. Charlie looked frantically around. Then Charlie heard Walt shout, "Everybody bail out!" His B-17 on fire and under fighter attack, Walt held the plane steady so his crew could attempt to bail out. His radio operator and both waist gunners escaped before the bomber fell into a spin, then exploded. Walt and 6 of his crewmen were killed. In the ball turret, Blackie saw an orange flash through a gap in the clouds. "Something bad just happened," Blackie reported to Charlie. Charlie knew this was true because silence had replaced Walt's radio cries. Charlie held the bomber on course and gazed out the windscreen at the empty sky where Walt's plane had been. "Bandits!" Ecke cried from the tail. He reported 5 109s leaping from below and behind the pub, the same clouds where Walt had disappeared and where Blackie had seen the flash. Charlie's heart raced. He tried to look out his side window to see backward, forgetting it offered no rearward visibility. From the nose, Andy cried, "Bandits! 12 o'clock high!" Charlie looked up and above the instrument panel. There he saw a flock of 8 German fighters climbing far ahead in trail formation. They blocked the pub's path to the North Sea. Charlie squinted and saw they were Focke-Wulf 190s, each with a big rounded nose and a sharply angled dark gray body that flowed into a rounded tail. Each wore a yellow number on its fuselage and a yellow band just ahead of the tail, the markings of Fighter Wing 11, JG-11. Charlie saw them lingering at a distance, as if trying to decide who got the honor of attacking first, them or their friends behind the wounded bomber. "I'm in the wrong place at the wrong time," Charlie thought. Charlie yelled to Doc to give him a course out of Germany. With the Arctic wind blowing through the nose and tossing his navigation charts, Doc tried to work. Doc would remember, "I felt like a one-armed paper hanger trying to figure out the safest heading home, which would not take us over many flak areas." Stopping for a moment, Doc unzipped his jacket. Despite the sub-zero temperatures, he found himself sweating. At the controls, Charlie longed for the safety of the formation. When huddled in formation, a bomber could absorb little bites of damage, each plane taking its fair share. But now, the pub was alone. Charlie knew that if an enemy fighter poured even a 2-second burst into her, he and his crew would be finished. Then he remembered something from his attempt at boxing. He had underestimated the old-timer who had pummeled him and worse. He had stood still and taken it. Charlie decided to do something radical. "Let me know when they start their attack," Charlie told his crew. Barely seconds had passed when Frenchie radioed from his turret, "Here they come!" Ducking to see beneath the lip of the roof ahead of him, Charlie spotted 2 190s diving straight for the cockpit. The Germans' approach revealed that they knew the fastest way to remove a fortress from a fight. They were gunning for its pilots or the controls, in either order. When the first 2 fighters came at me and opened fire, and I saw the twinkling lights, I knew I had made a mistake by volunteering. Charlie would remember. Biting his lip, Charlie hauled back on the yoke and climbed directly up and into the path of the 2 enemy fighters. Pinky realized what Charlie was doing and braced his arms on the instrument panel, his eyes wide with disbelief. Charlie held the course. Instead of giving the enemy a flat target with wide wings and a long body, Charlie was presenting the bomber at her narrowest, increasing the closing speed. He was playing chicken. The maneuver caught the first enemy fighter pilot by surprise. He opened fire from a distance, his bullets glancing off the bomber, biting metal but failing to deliver a knockout blow. Frenchie remained cool in the top turret and waited to return fire. When Frenchie opened up with his twin 50s, their muzzles belched fire just above the thin sheet metal ceiling that separated Charlie's head from the sky. Charlie flinched. Shrinking in his seat, he struggled to hold his climb. Frenchie's heavy slugs found their mark and hammered the 190 in its gaping mouth before it could break away. The 190 coughed flames across its fuselage and bled smoke as it zoomed past, out of the fight. Charlie kicked the rudder and swerved the bomber left toward the next onrushing 190. "Here he comes, Doc," Charlie shouted. But in the nose, Doc's gun hung idle in its mount. Instead of firing, Doc was feverishly using his gloved fingers to scrape away frost from the glass. "Get him, Doc!" Charlie urged. Doc swung his gun toward the fighter and fired. The heavy machine gun bucked and spewed brass casings that clattered to the floor. The 190 fired back, its wing guns blinking. The fighter scored hits, its slugs rattling the bomber's skin, but Charlie's maneuver had reduced its firing time. Snap-rolling, the 190 tried to dive away, but revealed its belly in the process. Doc stitched it with a string of bullets. He failed to follow the plane to watch it crash, because he became distracted by his shaking knees. Charlie scanned the skies, keeping an eye on the other enemy fighters that circled ahead. "What the hell are they waiting for?" he said aloud to Pinky. Charlie allowed a moment of hubris to run through his mind. Are they afraid? Pinky noticed that the needle in the RPM gauge for engine 3 was quivering backward. He tapped the gauge. The needle dropped farther. Pinky slapped Charlie on the arm and pointed to the gauge. "Don't tell me," Charlie muttered. Surveying the engine just outside his window, Pinky reported that bullets had shredded the skin around it. Charlie pushed the throttle forward, but the engine did not speed up. He looked at Pinky, who did not blink. Charlie pulled back on the throttle, but the engine did not power down. "The controls are shot out," Charlie said. Engine 3 was frozen at half power. With one engine out, one irregular, and now one at half power, Charlie knew they were on the verge of a complete disaster. Eki called out from the tail, "Fighters attacking! 6 o'clock level!" Charlie suddenly realized why the 190s were orbiting above. They weren't afraid. They were giving their comrades a crack at the B-17 from a new direction. From behind, 5 109s bore in on the bomber. Their spinners were black, and their bodies a ghoulish gray on top and pale blue on the bottom. They, too, were from Fighter Wing 11, a unit that was slowly replacing its 109s with newer 190s. Charlie expected to hear the noise of Eki's guns, but instead heard Eki shout, "Get them, somebody! My guns are jammed!" Blackie swiveled his ball turret rearward to cover Eki. He saw the 109s motoring in, fixed in their purpose. He pressed his thumb triggers, but his guns did not bark. "Did I forget to turn the gun selector switches on?" Blackie thought. "Did I overlook putting a round into each of the chambers?" Horrified, he leaned forward against his straps and saw the problem. "My God!" he shouted so everyone could hear. "My guns are frozen!" A half-inch of ice encircled the barrels of his twin 50s. Blackie knew the 109 pilots could see him, and knew they would be watching his barrels. So he did the only thing he could. He tracked them with his frozen guns, as a bluff. Charlie asked Blackie if he could clear his guns, but Blackie screamed, "Jesus, they're firing at me!" Hearing this, Charlie threw the bomber into a bank. Blackie shielded his face with his hands as bullets ricocheted off the bomber's frozen belly and clanged against his turret, cracking its glass but not penetrating. Up front, Charlie felt the controls grow sluggish and knew the enemy had landed some jabs. Where, he did not know. In reality, half the rudder had been shot away, but none of his gunners were in a vantage point to see it. More reports came through the intercom, all claiming frozen guns. Andy on the right nose gun, Jennings and Russian on the waist guns, and Peschow in the radio room all reported that their weapons had been welded shut by ice. Of the bomber's 11 guns, only 3 were operational, Doc's up front and those in Frenchie's top turret. The problem of the frozen guns, Charlie believed, was due to the guns being too lightly oiled before the mission, or because they had been given a coating of contaminated oil that the crew, on their first mission, had not noticed. After the enemy fighters' first 2 passes failed to knock the bomber from the sky, they attacked the twisting and weaving bomber haphazardly, every man for himself. Their bullets and cannon shells slowly dismembered the pub. Spinning 360 degrees in his turret, Blackie tracked the fighters. The gunners' shouts overlapped on the intercom. Desperate for assistance, Charlie told Peschow to patch him into the friendly fighter radio frequency. Denver 1, he said. Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. This is Goldsmith 20, under attack south of Wilhelmshaven. I need assistance." The only response was the lonely sound of static. "Keep trying to get us some help," Charlie told Peschow. Charlie felt liquid trickling over his lips, inside his oxygen mask. Pulling the mask from his face, he discovered he had a nosebleed, brought about by the thin atmospheric pressure. The blood was freezing inside his mask and stood to block the hole that supplied his oxygen. Charlie took a deep breath and held it. Removing the mask, he blew into it, spraying clear the accumulated blood. Pinky's eyes went wide and he panicked. He shouted for Frenchie to bring a first aid kit, screaming, "Charlie's been shot in the head!" "It's just a nosebleed," Charlie assured Pinky and his startled crew. Pinky shook his head, having forgotten about Charlie's chronic nosebleeds. Charlie resumed flying. The pub was still responsive as he banked, dove, and racked the bomber around on a knife's edge to meet each new threat that his gunners called out. The maneuvers slashed the Germans' firing times and spoiled their aims. The enemy pilots did not know how to react. They had never seen a target attack them. Despite the pub's resilience, her thin sheet metal walls were not enough to shield her crew. A fighter's 20mm cannon shell tore through the bomber's right waist gun position and exploded. The shell's concussion threw Jennings and Russian to the floor. The shell fragments blasted the bomber's skin outward. Both gunners' flak vests had shielded their vitals from shoulder to groin, but the vests had not covered everything. When Jennings sat up, he saw Russian holding his left thigh skyward, groaning through his mask. His lower leg hung by just a few strips of tendon. The stump of his thigh gushed blood. "Russians hit!" Jennings yelled into his mic as he rose wobbly to his knees. Jennings grabbed a nearby first aid kit and knelt over Russian with a pain-relieving morphine syringe in his hand. He fumbled to pry open Russian's flight gear to find a place to stick the needle. At the bomber's rear, Ecke reported with uncharacteristic alarm, "FW-190 attacking from 9 o'clock level." Up front, Doc heard Ecke's cry and braced for the impact. "Prepare to meet your destiny," Doc thought. But Charlie had heard Ecke too, and threw the bomber into a wild bank. The FW-190's shells flew wildly, missing the bomber's waist and striking the tail instead. Down in the ball turret, Blackie saw sparks and metal cascade from the tail. He expected Ecke to say something. He heard only silence. His guns worthless, Blackie retracted the ball turret, pulled his mic from the intercom, and flipped open the hatch. Disconnecting from the oxygen system, he crawled out and tried to stand, but fell to his knees. His feet were frozen because the heating wires in his boots had shorted out. Blackie needed oxygen. He crawled for a nearby yellow walk-around oxygen tank and clawed his way up to the bomber's metal ribs to pull the tank from the wall. Plugging in, he twisted the knob. Oxygen flowed into his face before he could pass out. Blackie saw that Jennings had pulled down a corner of Russian's pants and was sticking him again and again with the morphine as Russian convulsed with pain. "What the hell?" Blackie wondered. He crawled to Jennings, who told him the morphine had gelled due to the cold and would not flow. "Slip the tube inside your glove and try to warm it up," Blackie shouted. Staggering to the rear, his feet like bricks, Blackie assumed Ecke's intercom had been knocked out. Crawling through the narrow tunnel under the rudder, Blackie saw Ecke sitting in his seat, his shoulders hunched over his guns, the painted name Ecke facing the ceiling. He was not moving. Blackie slapped the back of Ecke's jacket, but Ecke did not raise his head. Crawling closer, Blackie saw that the tail gun position had been destroyed, the glass was gone, and the metal walls had been hacked open to the sky. A cold breeze blew from one side to the other. Only direct hits from several cannon shells could have done this. Blackie turned Ecke by a shoulder, then reeled back in fright. Ecke's head had been nearly severed and dangled onto his chest. His guns pointed silently earthward. Blackie backpedaled out of the tunnel in terror. Returning to the waist, he found Jennings clinging to his gun mount while holding Russian as the plane tossed around. The morphine had worked and Russian was asleep, but now Jennings fought to keep his friend from flying out the waist window. Plugging into Russian's intercom port while holding on for dear life, Blackie told the crew, "Ecke's dead." In disbelief, Charlie and the others asked for clarification, but Blackie stopped mid-sentence as a flash erupted in the plane's midsection. Blackie saw sparks, smoke, and papers floating in the radio room. Walking slowly,